infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever!
Yeah! Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh, baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 65. We got the full crew back at it. It feels weird to say that, but we do. We're all here. I love it. Let's keep it going. Let's hopefully keep it strong the rest of the year. We'll see what happens, obviously. We do have a special guest here. How's it going? Super Metal Day 64.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Oh, man. It's going to be a good one, man. We got some great topics today. We do have another guest coming in later, guys. Shadow Fox Infinite. He said he's going to be about 45 minutes late. So he's probably going to miss our first topic, which is totally fine. We got a lot to go over, though, guys. I don't know if you've heard this last week. There's been like Zelda 40th anniversary leaks. Of course, got to go over that and what that means for a future direct, which is probably not that far away. We're probably like, 4 to 6 weeks away, somewhere in there before Tokyo Game Show. We're likely to get a direct. So we got a lot to talk about with that. We have some stuff going on with content creators. Should they be knowledgeable of what the fuck they're talking about? It's a very interesting question submitted by one of our users. So, and it's kind of cool because we're going to approach it obviously from the angle of what I kind of do versus what obviously Stash does from the review angle, because you would assume for reviews, you should know what the fuck you're talking about before you talk about it, but you'd be surprised. You would definitely be surprised at how often you'll read a review. And if you've already played the game, no, they didn't play the game. It's quite interesting how that works sometimes. We obviously have to talk about Nintendo's financials a little bit as well, because they had that come up since last episode. And we're not going to go over quite literally everything in there. We're going to go over all the big news and all of that. And then we have some stuff going on with Switch 2 game porting. And is it getting better or easier thanks to some updates Nintendo and NVIDIA have been doing to the hardware side of things, and well, really on the software side to help the hardware do its thing, right? The hardware's already there. They're not installing new hardware, right? They're just unlocking and enhancing features. There's obviously updates as well. We've had like, Unreal Engine 5.8. Speaking of the man who was going to be later than I thought, but he's actually here now. We got Shadow Fox already here.
Little stepped in the game.
It's already here. See, look at that. He said, it'll be like 45 minutes. Like, dude, 9 minutes. That's it.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
Yeah. Rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. But other than that, yeah. Happy gaming.
Happy gaming. Welcome to the show, man. All right. Let's go around the room and let everyone know for the co-host here. First off, hopefully everyone can hear all of it this week. I know you couldn't last week because this is a really long one. Welcome, Eric.
Why is it spicy?
Damn it. Yep.
I see people laughing, so I know it's working. Okay.
Oh, I know. It is what it is. So I'm surprised that's the only clip that you didn't clip.
Nope. I didn't shorten that one.
That was the only one you did.
I didn't shorten ThunderStash's either, to be fair. The only one that got shortened was Birdman's.
Yeah.
That's because it was part of one where it just kept doing it over and
Yeah,
over for
yeah.
like 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, we don't need 10
no.
minutes of the bird. Speaking of the bird,
What's up, people? Happy Wednesday. It's Nintenbyte night, guys. Exciting time. Got some good topics. Shadow Fox, welcome back. Dave, welcome back. Let's have some fun.
all right. And then we got the man, the myth, the legend, the ThunderStash.
Weakest storm ever.
The funny thing is, it actually is like really loud on my end, but what actually comes through to you guys is so weak as shit. I'm just gonna blame Charter Spectrum. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's all good. Hey guys, happy to be here. A lot of good topics tonight.
I just realized, by the way, they will allow me to upload sound effects to the back end of StreamYard. So why don't I just do that? They probably will sound way better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be on the server side. So
Yeah, okay, I'll take care of that next time.
Yeah, happy to be here. A lot of good stuff to talk about. Very busy time. Obviously, we know how crazy September is going to be, but dude, August is really heavy with stuff that I wish I could talk about, but it's really exciting. So the busyness has already started, man. It's been nuts. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I don't even know how you
Nonstop.
have time to go to PAX with September being what it is.
Dude. Coming back from that is going to be crazy. Of
Like, I
course,
know like
to get the
you're
content out.
going to set it up to be like, okay, I'm going to take this time for PAX. I'm not going to worry too much about other shit, even though, yeah, you'll be playing some stuff on Switch too, but you can't worry about too much. We're too busy. We're trying to have fun, right? We don't want to stress too much. But man, September is one of the worst months of the year right now for you.
Yeah, honestly, I won't think about any of that when I'm at PAX because PAX is a whole, it's a job within itself, and I'm also there to have fun with you guys and have a good time. So I won't think about it. The work will be there.
We're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going anywhere. It's all you can concentrate on it while you're there
Yeah.
because you got other work you got to do. All right, guys, and I'm Nintendo Prime. What's up? Don't I have a button? Oh yeah, I do. Wait, let's see if it's working. Let's see if I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch. Yeah, I don't know if that comes through really weak or not, but I am Nintendo Prime, bitch. How's it going, guys? I'm the biggest clickbaiter in the game, right? That's what they say. Let's go ahead then and get to our topic roulette. Who wants to take that first topic? Anyone jumping at it? See, GameBird's gone, so I know he's not jumping at it.
What's the first topic?
The first topic has to do with you, so we can get to that one done before you leave. Eric, you want to do one?
Yeah, I can take it. Yeah.
All right, Eric will take it. All right, Eric, what are we talking about, man?
All right. You got the banner.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Earlier this month, our guest, Super Metal Dave 64, talked about an upgrade coming to Switch 2's ray tracing, specifically with ray reconstruction. Obviously, we will have Dave explain a bit about it and what's going on. More than this, we are seeing the impossible ports become all but confirmed. Crimson Desert, widely considered to be some sort of benchmark by some for world size, combined with graphic fidelity, being talked about as coming out in the first half of 2027 as they work on optimization. But this is considered one of the possible ports? Do we think it will run well? And more important, is this yet another sign that porting to Switch 2 is getting easy? Also, what ports impress us the most just in terms of how well they run and take advantage of the Switch 2? Do we have any feel could have done better? Dave, if you want to go ahead and take it away and explain the ray tracing and what's going on.
Well, that first of all, it wasn't my video wasn't about ray reconstruction. Sorry.
Yeah, that was my bad. I was rushing the notes and I was like, oh shit. Oh well, whatever.
But basically, it was a patent that Nintendo filed on July 30th. That basically it's to make it just as simple as possible. The patent was about them kind of fixing screen space reflections using ray tracing to generate a reflection that will stay on the screen out when an object is out of screen space. So what that means is when you see an object on screen and it's generating a reflection, normally with SSR, screen space reflections, when the object, say a light goes off the camera, so will the reflection leave your eyes. Basically, you won't see it anymore. So you'll get an effect where the reflection basically disappears. So this patent is actually Nintendo's working on something that will fix that to make it so the reflection will actually stay on the screen after the object leaves your field of view. So like in real life, you're looking outside the window, you see a reflection in the water. You don't always see the where it's coming from unless you look up. If it's out of your view, you have to go and look for it. So it's just more realistic, really, is all it is. And I thought that was really cool that they're working on that, because it can be a little distracting sometimes if you're playing like a first person game like Cyberpunk 2077 on Switch 2. It has screen space reflections. It doesn't have ray tracing, even though the screen space reflections look great. If you move the camera up and down a little bit too much, those reflections will leave your view like in the water, for example. I showed that in my video. So yeah, for me, being interested in all the graphic stuff, I thought that was cool that they're working on that, and it's cost effective in terms of performance. So you're not going to be getting a huge performance hit by doing this. And how it works, by the way, in the patent, basically it works by slightly correcting the reflection direction towards the center of the screen instead of the outside. So it'll kind of like bend it towards the center, so the reflection will be more reliable. So they stay in your field of view. We have to see it in action to see how that works, but it's technically like ray tracing to the eyes, but like the performance hit will not be there because it's not really like 100% true ray tracing, because it's not ray trace the entire screen. For example, that's why these games take so much processing power to run with ray tracing, because the entire scene is full of, they're rendering all the light in real time, all the reflections in real time, everything on the screen is rendered in that way. That's how they do it in a blanket way on PC, and it costs a lot of resources, which is why you're getting so many diminishing returns in games that don't look that much better. They give you more realistic reflection or lighting, but in all, back in the day when the PS4 came out, the huge leap in graphics was done in screen space. And so that's why a lot of people, when they play Switch 2 or they see ray tracing, they're like, oh, is that ray tracing? It's like, no, that's not ray tracing, that's just screen space. Because if you move the screen a little bit, you'll lose it. You're like, oh, well, it looks the same. Like, it does, but if you move around, you'll lose the effect. So this looks to correct that in the typical Nintendo fashion by not using extremely high cost, hardware or updates to hardware, more so, quote unquote, the invention of the patent, basically to fix it in a software way.
Okay. I'm just going to try to show a little bit of your video that kind of shows it a bit.
Yeah. So yeah, if you just watch my video, I explain it and I show visual examples. Again, it's all real information you can look up for yourself and just you can go over it. But yeah, it's good stuff. And in terms of the ports, though, if we want to talk about the ports a little bit, it's I think Switch 2 has done, developers have done a really great job in optimizing for Switch 2, which is something you haven't really seen a lot with the current generation of consoles, PS5 and PC. So you're seeing a lot of diminishing returns, like we said, games that are needing so much power to run, but you're not getting the visual results or the frame rate. You're like, why are these games stuttering so much? Why do they look so crappy? Like on my high power PC, I gotta run an RTX 5090, which I have. I was doing some comparisons myself of Oblivion remastered and Switch 2 on my own PC, because I have RTX 5090 and the Switch 2, and the stutters are still there on traversal with my SSD on my PC in that game, because it's an Unreal Engine 5 game. They haven't even updated the engine yet, and the Switch 2 version uses Unreal Engine 5.3. So that's kind of a missed opportunity, I would say, for Bethesda to use an old version of Unreal Engine 5, because that was like back in I think they were using that back in like 2024, Unreal Engine 5.3, because they updated it to like 5.5 in 2025, and now they're going up to 5.8. So I would say that port is impressive in that aspect, because they're using a kind of the quote unquote sucky version of Unreal Engine and the Unreal Engine 5 for Switch 2 on Oblivion, and it still came out looking that good with like basically most of the effects. So I'm pretty impressed by that. But for seamless open world experiences and traversal and like loading and stuff like that, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Cyberpunk 2077, Star Wars Outlaws, those open world games, I think so far that I've noticed do it the best. You're not getting much, a ton of pop in. You're not getting a ton of stuttering when the world's traverse. But in Oblivion, it's there because the engine is just not very attuned to that type of rendering on any platform. If you play that game on all the other consoles, Oblivion, it does the same exact type of stuttering stuff. So people are saying, "Oh, the Switch 2 port is terrible," or whatever. It's stuttering everywhere. First of all, it's a lie. I have a 7.5 hour stream of the game last night on my channel. Almost 7.5 hours it played. Most of the game is fine. It just has some stutters when you do a long traversal through the world. So yeah, it's mainly that's like 30 frames per second most of the time. It's some stutters when you're traveling for long distances, but it's really not that bad, honestly. And it's very similar to other platforms. So I think it's a really good port personally.
Okay. Shadow Fox, you got any thoughts on how well the third-party port's been coming to Switch 2? Any of this update stuff?
Well, I got a little bit of input on how the technology works in general.
Sure, go for it.
So screen space reflections, the way that works is it's an evolution of what the cube map reflections used to be, right? The cube map reflections were basically pre-processing the reflections that you would see. So it would take a snapshot of the scene, store it to a texture, and then you get to see the reflection of the scene. In games like Super Mario Sunshine and stuff like that, you see that working effectively throughout the whole game. It works via the CPU or the GPU, depending on how you want to implement the shader, whether it's going to be something that's custom software or running on as a custom shader on whatever GPU you're writing, whether it's flexible or not. You can write it to the TV if you want to, even on that old hardware. Now, if you're talking about say Switch 2 versus anything else, what you're talking about now is GPU grunt for screen space, because screen space reflections have to trace every single pixel that's on frame at any given time for any change that happens. So you're effectively redrawing the frame anytime that it has to make an adjustment to find out where the next shadow is going to be, where the next reflection is going to be, to do what it needs to do. So you get the accurate representation for the final draw. And if you have a game where the CPU is heavily indulated with requesting draw calls, in addition to the GPU doing extra work for putting the pixels on screen and doing screen space reflections, and with minimal ray tracing or some ray tracing effects, be it fire, texture, whatever, that can overload the system, and it works. It does that on any platform. It doesn't matter what GPU you have. It's going to be an issue because it's a fault of the engine and how it's making the shaders do what they need to do. The correct thing to fix it is to write better shader model for that screen space reflection effect, and you'll get better effects for that game. You'll see better use of it depending on the game. But older games, definitely, if they try to port them, it's going to look terrible because you're basically putting that effect on top of an older engine that wasn't built to handle that in the first place. You have to build it from the ground up. But as far as that versus ray tracing, I am still of the opinion that piecemeal ray tracing, because that's what it is not worth all of the GPU grunt and memory bandwidth that you waste to this day. It has not benefited any game in a real way where it's worth that amount of bandwidth that is happening. You could either double the frame rate or you could double the resolution for a much better experience instead of wasting it on that. Now, if it's a game built around ray tracing, like Ray Trace Shadows or like a new Splinter Cell or something to that effect, cool. I haven't really seen, there's not a new Splinter Cell or anything like that, anything that would say play on light and shadow in a way where it would be that integral to gameplay. So I don't really see a use of it. And we know nobody's really using it in water like that, because water can look pretty, but then the physics have to be realistic too. So I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's kind of like six in one hand, half a dozen in another. But screen space reflections get by fine. It just depends on the implementation, and the user is the person sitting in front of the SDK that has to rewrite that stuff to make sure the GPU is running the code as effectively as it needs to be. So a lot of the time, your issue for any of these switch ports isn't going to be whether it's impossible or not. It's how much time that studio had and how much money they had to make that game happen. A lot of if you go back and start looking in the credits for some of these games and whatnot, a lot of these studios got notice that they're making a switch port like 6 months before it's going to launch. So it's that. If you take a game that was a PS5 game or whatever, and it took 2-3 years for it to be made, and you expect the same result out of a 1 year long Switch 2 port, I don't know what to tell you, but I wouldn't expect the exact same thing that you would get out of a PS5 game. It's just the same way I wouldn't expect a 4 year long Switch 2 game to look as good on a PS5 being ported in like 3 months. So it's all about the time and material that a studio has to make things work. And I think we're beyond hardware at this point. It's all about time and how well the code works. So as far as like ports, yeah, anything's possible. It was really possible with Switch, even though it's obviously that's lower in hardware at this point, but we're talking about 720p. So now we're talking about 1080p and higher with upscaling. So there's really no limit there. It's all about what the studio wants to do, whether they want to spend time porting the engine over or take an engine they already have and just use DLSS to make the existing game in a lower resolution look okay in a higher resolution. So that's really, and that's kind of what I said before the system even launched. That's what you're going to end up seeing, and that appears to be the fruit now. A lot of people said that I was kind of like crazy for saying like insert Xbox game here will be on Switch 2 because it can effectively do all those things. But we're seeing it now. So I don't know what to tell you other than it'll follow if the money's there. So, and the money's there. So now we got Final Fantasy everywhere.
I think it was funny. Bethesda made that tweet about, we saw the request to patch Oblivion on PS5 and Xbox Series S and PC. We heard you because we figured out some stuff with Switch 2, basically. And they're like, dude, you guys haven't patched the game in over a year. So you exposed yourself, saying that you could have done this if you actually optimized for those consoles, which you didn't. You just we got power, so we're just going to use that power, and now these games run like crap. Deal with it. We're Bethesda.
Yep. Yep. And I feel that that's a thing too, and then maybe that's another topic. But I think a lot of third-party studios they depended heavily on the other two platforms to just make hardware to brute force their games. They're like, hey, we have an engine. Our target is some PC spec, and whatever console you come out with, we'll just throw the engine on there and make it work somehow. That needs to end, because the whole point of these games, especially for console games, is it's a console game. Like, it was built for that console, so it works well for that console. There's no point in having a console that's just going to be an also ran of what a mid-range PC would be. There's no fun in that. There's nothing special about it.
And PCs have gotten so good these days that like just automatically setting your settings is something that runs decently well for most people anyways, that like now that's not even necessarily an advantage for consoles unless they're completely super optimized. And we're seeing with a lot of third-party games, obviously I'm not talking about the exclusives, but the third-party games, they just don't really seem to be that well optimized on a lot of platforms.
Yep.
I do get credit to, like, we brought up Crimson Desert is coming to Switch 2. They've been talking about it for a while, and now they just straight up said, yeah, we're targeting, first half of next year. Whether or not they make that target, whatever. And it's coming out next year on Switch 2. But they're a studio that as well, like their game came out. There was a whole bunch of feedback on some of the mechanics and the way it ran in some instances. Boom, they came out, worked their ass off and fixed it. I wish that like more studios would care about that kind of shit. Like actually get on top of this shit. Like even if you don't know, like with them at Crimson Desert, there's a massive fucking game. Optimizations on that got to be insane. And yet they saw the player feedback and they're like, no, we know exactly what's causing it. We're going to fucking fix it. Like, that's awesome. Now, for them, it's a fully custom engine. It's their own in-house engine. So they know the ins and outs of how it all works. And they knew exactly what was causing that hiccup. And they took care of it. So for them, credit to them, it's their engine. They have to take care of it. A lot of these companies are using like Unreal Engine. and it doesn't run very well without some work. And that's what a lot of companies are finding out. And Nintendo, by the way, good feel. They're using it with Yoshi. So Nintendo's also using it for some of their games, and they might use it for more, but it comes down to optimization. And again, we still see it with the exclusives, guys. Sony's games run great on PlayStation, of course. They're optimized for it. But, we're seeing some of these third-party games. Like, I'm just going to straight up say it. I'm going to call out, like, it's EA. I don't got a problem calling out EA. Hey, man, why am I... Dude, I was playing the little live preview of Madden on Xbox Series X. Why the fuck am I getting lag in cutscenes? Pre-recorded.
It was real bad last year.
Yeah. It's really like, dude, what are we doing? That's just a lack of optimization. There's literally no reason. It's just a lack of optimization. You just don't care. And to be fair to them, they're forced to share out a game every year. So like a little harder probably to get the optimizations in when they're already probably working on the next fucking Madden right now. But of course they are talking about getting off it. What are they talking about going to? Unreal Engine. I'm like, well, shit, you better be ready to optimize that because that's a shit show without optimization. So good luck. Of course, I think a lot of their teams might have some experience with Unreal Engine, perhaps, but maybe that'll help. I don't know. And we've seen, I got to give some credit. Like the devs that made Expedition 33, that's Unreal Engine, and they didn't have 90% of the problems that all these AAAs have at launch. Why? Because they gave a shit. They took their time to optimize before they released it. Now they could do that as an independent studio on a smaller fixed budget where, hey, yeah, the extra year might cost us like an extra $1 million on our salaries. Okay, cool. It's easier for them to do that versus a AAA with strict budgets and hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe just stop spending hundreds of millions of dollars to make games.
That part.
Like when the budgets are higher than the latest Spider-Man movie, it's like, okay, come on, what are we doing? Maybe like lower the scope or the idea of it. Maybe don't go for the bleeding edge of visuals. Haven't you seen that like some of the most popular games are not bleeding edge? It's okay. You don't have to do that. You can still make just a really damn good looking game. Like there was nothing wrong with how good games looked on PS4. So no excuse why we haven't had a Naughty Dog game because you're just pushing the bleeding edge of what space games can look like. Okay, cool. Let me know how many extra sales you get because you added some extra freckles on the face or some shit. I don't know what like. I'm sure the Naughty Dog doesn't make bad games, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be a good game. I just taking way too long. Might not even come out before PS6. That's insane. It's a whole generation with no Naughty Dog games. Is this push for graphics worth that? Or could we have got another Uncharted or something in between that would have been way nice to have? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't... Nintendo seems to be the only one that's figured it out. Even they have some issues. It's been 10 years since we had a 3D Mario.
Yeah.
A long-ass time between Mario games. Now, I'm not saying we didn't have Mario games in between. Not a new 3D one. Bowser's Fury is the closest argument you can make. It's like, okay, yeah, even Nintendo's seeing it. The difference is Nintendo doesn't make you miss it as much because they just have a consistent cadence, and they work with a lot of partner studios out of Japan to lower development costs, so they're able to actually get games out at a good pace. So we don't notice it as much, but there's some people, hello, Nintendo land, he's not going to let you forget that we haven't had a 3D Mario in almost 10 years. He's pretty upset about it, and I don't blame him. It's the longest gap we've had between 3D Marios. It's pretty insane. Not even us Zelda people can complain. We had one in 2023, so it's like, okay, cool. We'll probably get another one in 2028 or 2029, so we're not waiting 10 years. And it also would say because Odyssey's the best-selling 3D Mario ever, and they did nothing to capitalize on that, which was also kind of weird.
Yeah,
anyone else think that's weird?
Yeah, you know what excites me though about the Switch 2 actually is it reminds me of the GameCube. It's like this closed box for developers, and they really need to optimize for the console to find out all its secrets, and you're seeing that already, like because people have already wrote the console off as, oh, it can't do this, it can't do that because it's this, it's that, but the only people that really know are the developers actually who have dev kits. And that's what I like about seeing the system kind of flex its muscle. It's like 12 watts or whatever in portable mode. And then you dock it. It's like 20 something watts. And it's so much a smaller form factor and power footprint than all these other consoles. It's completely different architecture with the CPU, GPU than the other consoles as well. So they have to optimize for it. So it's exciting to see that, to actually the developers that actually need to be like, so we need to actually optimize again. Okay. Oh, it can do this stuff for less. Cool. And then so we got Dragon's Dogma coming out from Capcom this year. Then we have Space Marine 2 coming out. this extremely heavy CPU based game that said that it can't run on Switch 2. People assumed. So yeah, it's just exciting to see this level of optimization for Switch 2.
Yeah, other platforms, you know, fans of it, they get mad when the games come to Switch 2. Maybe you should be happy because they're using Switch 2 to make your version of the game better.
I made a video about that a long time ago. I probably should make a sequel to that video, but it was really for the Switch at the time because at that time, elephant in the room. Like it was the market leader, clearly, right? So if it's the market leader, it should be the lead platform, and everybody benefits from it because if you make you spend all your time to make a 720p game for Switch or a 1080p docked or whatever, and everybody benefits from it because now you have a really good looking PS4 version, a really good looking PS5 version of that same game.
So Monster Hunter Rise that was made for Switch first and then ported, and everyone who played the port, no one complained. Yeah, you're getting your 60 FPS, you're getting your higher res, it plays really well. And guess what? The people who played it on Switch also thinks it plays really well because they cared about making it for the platform.
Yep. And you gotta imagine it's a lot easier to port
to upport than down
Switch code to the sys processors on the other two platforms. And you only have to do that once versus you having to take all the code from the PC base or whatever, or the other console base, and then try to convert everything over to Switch at that point. It just there was no point in doing that. And a lot of developers either opted out, created cloud versions, or what have you at this point because it wasn't worth. They didn't know if they were going to get a return for almost 2 years worth of development for that platform versus if you made it a target to begin with, it's not that big of a deal because you could spend 6 months to port to Xbox or PS5 from that and be fine. And nobody, I think one game I think was a Switch was the lead platform, and it turned out I think it was the Prince of Persia game if I'm not mistaken. It was lead platform on Switch, and it worked well on every platform for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing, the people from Capcom and Square Enix specifically talking about, hey, the more we keep making games for Switch 2, the easier it's getting, the better it's getting. Like everything's just we're passing the knowledge between our teams, and we're shocked. We thought it was going to be. We actually thought like the gamers did, it was going to be a struggle, and then we put our game on, and we're like, it's just kind of running.
Yeah.
Yep.
We didn't even optimize yet. It's just kind of, well, we're obviously going to optimize. Shit, it's okay. We're committing right now. Everything's coming because we threw the best we got at it, and it just kind of runs. Well, then, all right, let's figure this DLSS out. Let's figure out this architecture. Let's see where we can make cuts. Let's see what we can do to make this run even better. And that's what we're seeing excellent results, guys. Look at the third-party games. Look, Lies of P just came out. Might be one of the best running third-party ports I have seen to date. It runs so well on Switch 2. It's insane. You're pretty much missing out on nothing if you play it on Switch 2, how well it runs. It's incredible what we're seeing with these third-party ports. And even now, when I saw a couple of content creators like, oh, well, I played this on Switch 2. They're talking about Oblivion, and it's got this stutter. I'm like, yeah, welcome to this game.
Yeah,
on every console. It's a problem. They're aware of it. They keep promising to fix it, but they haven't fixed it anywhere yet. So it's not a Switch 2 problem. Dave just said, I'm running on a 5090 and it keeps happening. Like it ain't a power problem.
It literally just happened 20 minutes before I came on your podcast. I was testing it. And I'm like, dude, the game just like totally stuttered multiple times on my 5090. I'm like, man, this is like, it's just a bad engine that they're using for that game. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Unreal Engine, why you wouldn't use the latest versions. I mean, I get starting on an old version, but why you wouldn't update and see some of the optimization improvements to the engine. And then on top of that, just, you just been a year. You haven't patched on anything else. And just now you're like, oh, hey, the Switch 2 version, we did some optimization we're going to bring to the other platform. Yeah, but you didn't fix the hitching. How about we fix the hitching? It's like the biggest complaint everyone has. Now we're not going to deal with that because it probably requires you to upgrade the version, which requires you to recompile the whole game.
Yep.
So yeah, I saw a lot of clickbaity videos about that port on Switch 2. I'm like, okay, you obviously haven't played the remaster that came out a year ago.
It's just console warriors.
It's ridiculous.
That aren't actually playing the fucking game. That's all it is. Like people like watch a Digital Foundry video, but they don't listen to what's being said. They just see the chart and they go, LOL. I'm like, dude, do you not hear what they just said happened? But there's a technical reason that they didn't do in the game that made that happen that shouldn't have happened, and they don't know why they made that decision. Like when they reviewed the game, hey, the hitches. Oh yeah, by the way, here's hitches on PS5. Here's hitches on PC. Oh look, they showed you it's hitching everywhere. It's not a problem specific to this version. But people just don't care. They don't pay attention. They just want a console war out there. But I've been really happy with the way the third-party games have been going so far. I know you guys have been pretty happy. Obviously, the big thing we want to see is more day and date. Obviously, we're going to get that with Final Fantasy VII Revelations, which we're about to see again at Opening Night Live. That's going to, I mean, I doubt there's no way in hell that's not day and date. They rushed to get the first two out to make sure they get them out before this one comes out probably next year. So that's really exciting. We know they're good. Capcom, you know, they got a couple games coming, are not announced for Switch 2 yet. But this was the same case last year where Pragmata and Resident Evil weren't announced for Switch 2 yet. And then boom, they both came over. Now we have like a new version of Persona 4 not announced. Okay. Why would we think that's not going to come over eventually? And then there's what's that other game, guys? They're going to have it at PAX West.
I think, well, is Call of Duty going to be at PAX?
We don't know yet with Call of Duty.
Okay.
Onimusha?
I think it will be. Onimusha's one. That one's already announced for Switch 2.
First Light.
You mean the unannounced game? Okay, I don't know.
It's a game. It's at PAX West, but it's not announced on Switch 2.
Oh, First Light. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
First Light. No, that's coming later this summer. Does it have a release date yet on Switch 2?
There
First
hasn't
Light?
even been footage of it, so I don't know.
Yeah, we got to see that. Hopefully, we see that Opening Night Live. That'd be nice. They might not do it there though because the game's already out. Unless they're gonna announce DLC and maybe they show the Switch 2 version. I don't know.
Have you guys played First Light?
I'm waiting for the Switch 2 version.
Yeah, I played it.
It's pretty good. It's I have some mixed thoughts on it a little bit because it starts so slow because it plays like Hitman. I kind of wanted it to be a little bit more action based, but that's just me.
Yeah, I heard it picks up later, but you know
it does.
Yeah, but for some people, if you like Hitman, you'll love it. And if you don't, well, if you can get past the slow part, it starts to feel more and more like Bond. Apparently, the deeper you get in.
Mm-hmm.
But no,
it's funny.
The developer. So
I reviewed the game,
yeah,
and a lot of people in my comments were upset, Hitman fans specifically, because it doesn't play like Hitman.
Can't please everybody.
Yeah, you can't please everyone. It's like, okay, it's got some elements, but you're right. It's not Hitman. They're not trying to make it Hitman. It just they're the people that make it, so there's some similarity. But like,
yeah,
sorry, this is supposed to be a Hitman game or a James Bond game. What do we? Oh, it's a James Bond game. They're not enough like Hitman.
The logic.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Dragon's Dogma 2 on Switch 2. But I saw the trailer; it looked like it's running just fine. But like when I got that game on PC, it was yet again stuttering, a whole bunch of stuttering in the town and all kinds of NPC stuff. I'm like, and then of course everyone's like, that game you're never gonna port that to Nintendo. I'm like, well, you guys just need to wait for the console to come out first and then see what you can do and then optimize, blah, blah, blah. So you can't just blanket say that something won't run on something without even knowing what the console can do yet. That's what people constantly been doing for years. So yeah, I'm excited to see more optimized games. Actually seeing developers work more to the metal of the consoles. It's really a good example they should do for everything, but they just haven't been doing it.
Yeah, and I think that's part of that too. Is so it's almost impossible to do it for PC, right? Because
too many.
They're not gonna sit down and say, hey, you know, the AMD or the Intel CPU you have in here, the amount of RAM that you have in here, the 5080 or the 5090 you have in here, we wrote custom shaders, custom code for all of that. Go, like that's just not there. No personal IRQs for you. You get none of that. But for a console, it is like it's one target, so they're able to make that effort to do that. So it was always strange to me whenever a game like what was the one benchmark everybody used, a Crysis. They say, oh well, they can't run Crysis because it struggles on PCs, and I'm like, well, even though it was a PC game, it wasn't a specific PC game for a very specific SKU. Like there wasn't a PC SKU that game was built for, so your mileage will vary all over the place. And you put it on a console, that's a completely different story. So it's just weird that people would use that type of logic to extrapolate to what they think console performance would be. And like, even if you had the exact performance of, say, a mid-range PC or something like that, and there was an exact copy of what the console would be, you don't know what that's like without OS overhead, with a custom SDK, with baked-in drivers, because that's the other thing about consoles. The drivers are baked in, so you don't have to load those before the game starts. All those kind of differences are there, and that's completely different from how it would be on PC. And people, for whatever reason, they just say, well, the specs are the same, so I expect the same performance, and that is never one-to-one on honestly. So just a thing, people, I don't know.
Yep. And that's why we have these discussions, to kind of just try to get some clarity somewhere there. So
Get it out there. And I like doing it on this show because it gets it out to people who just don't know. I've seen a lot of people in the chat saying, thanks guys for explaining this stuff, because people don't get it. They don't understand it. They just see people talk about it and bitch about it. And like, what are we doing? Like, I'm just here to play games. Like, yeah, that's all you should really worry about is playing games. But some people like to get into the technical aspects, and that's fine. Just have honest conversations about it. And most people don't have enough knowledge to. And even me, I don't have all of that knowledge. I have enough to have some conversation, but I'm not gonna go into the realms I don't get. There's no point for me doing that, because who cares? Obviously, if I don't get it, it's because I didn't care to look it up. I'm cool with that. It doesn't matter to me. Like, oh my God, did this light bounce 100% correctly off this source? Look, there's a smidge of static in RE9. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm looking for a fucking zombie, and you're out here looking at that fucking static in the corner. I tell you, when you're playing the fucking game, you ain't paying attention to that.
Yep.
So how does that impact my ability to play the game? Nothing. It just impacts you taking a screenshot.
I had fun doing 20 replays of that game, and I didn't care anything about any of it.
Yeah, you don't care about any of that.
On every platform I played it on.
Oh, the hair's a little fuzzy. Yeah, okay, I did notice a little fuzzy hair, and guess what? I noticed it for 2 seconds, and now I'm looking forward. I'm not looking at the back of their fucking head anymore.
Yep.
Like, I don't. Yeah, it's like people forget that, like, dude, when you play the game, you don't notice this shit most of the time.
Right.
You really don't. You get immersed and you lose yourself, because the gameplay is what matters. If you make a fun game, you're not going to notice it. It is what it is. Unless you're looking for it. And if you're looking for it, then what are you playing games for? You're here to have fun, or you just here to have graphic debates? Like, cool, go become a graphic artist and do that for a living, I guess, if that's all you give a shit about. But most people playing games, we just want to have fun.
Yeah, I think Pragmata was probably the biggest example for me, because there was such a big gulf in the performance on the Switch 2 versus the other platforms and PC. And I would go play on PC, and I'm like, ooh, that's cool. The ray tracing looks nice and stuff like that. But I could just pick up my Switch 2 and play it in my hand, or just go into any room in the house. I have it docked here, have it docked upstairs or wherever. And that's just that instant play for me. I felt no difference going back and forth between the two. I pick up this controller and I just go. So it didn't matter whether I was connecting to my PC here or whatever. So I guess that tells you that it's a good game as well, because it didn't matter what the frame rate was when you're like slowing down to stop enemies or whatever to move through your little chart to do your attacks. So yeah, I'm 100% of that one too.
Yeah, when that comes up, like a story always comes to mind that Andres researched told once on the show. I can't remember which game it was. I think it might have been Hogwarts Legacy. I can't remember. He was playing some sort of game on Switch 2 with some friends over, and they grabbed the controller. And until they touched the controller, they thought he was playing the PS5 version the entire time. Like they couldn't tell watching, because most consumers aren't paying attention to this shit that you're seeing people talk about on the internet, guys. They recognize it's Hogwarts Legacy and it's running well, so they just assumed it's PS5 because that's what most people are playing on. And yet, no, man, just pick it up from your TV and here you go, play it. You got to take a shit, go play it while you're taking a shit. Welcome to the beauty of Nintendo, baby. You can play anywhere. You don't even need the internet, man. Shut it off. The game's going to keep working. Hate to tell you, this ain't a streaming game. If you own it digitally or physically, shut the internet off. It's still going to work. It is what it is.
Yeah, I have people come by my streams, and they always ask me, "Can you prove to me you're playing on Switch too?" Because you know they don't believe I'm playing on Switch too. So I show them the home menu. Yeah, this is on Switch too. I got that for Resident Evil Requiem, Pragmata, and Cyberpunk. People were asking, they didn't believe it was actually running on a Nintendo console. I'm like, yeah, it is. Literally.
Yeah, you're talking to a guy, again, 5090. Does get to enjoy the best of the best out there. And he's like, dude, this is so good on Switch 2. Like, we've been waiting pretty much, I guess, since GameCube was brought up early, like a console that can have these high quality third-party ports along with Nintendo goodness. Like, it's been a long time. I mean, Switch was starting to get it, but still, the power gap was still kind of big enough where some third parties were hesitant. And now that they're just attempting it on Switch 2, look, market leader. Oh, look, Switch 2, fastest selling console of all time. Hey, maybe we should stop ignoring Nintendo's platform and see what happens. Oh, shit. Our game was almost running and we barely did anything. Well, shit, then yeah, we're bringing it over. And why weren't we doing this before? Why was this not in the... See, guys, by the time we get to like 2028, I think it's going to be normal for third parties to just be day and date on Switch 2. I don't think we got to worry about these late ports.
Definitely in Japan. In Japan, they're the lead platform basically.
Yeah, the fact that you guys see a couple Capcom games not announced for Switch 2, it's just because they didn't start on Switch 2. Just wait. Just wait. A lot of the brand new ones they haven't announced yet, a lot of those are going to be day and date Switch 2. You're going to see the announcement at the same time. Capcom's all in. They've already shown that. Square Enix is definitely all in. They've shown that as well. We're seeing, even out in the UK, we're seeing, Switch 2 third-party sales outpace Xbox sales. So, yeah, that's always something that third parties pay attention to, is they look for more platforms to bring games to, as Xbox is maybe not doing as well as it once was. So just something to pay attention to. Not acting like AAA third-party games are like the biggest sellers on the console. No, that's obviously Nintendo games. But the more of them we get and the better they perform and the more people start to be satisfied with it. We just got 60 FPS in Madden. Cool. Add crossplay now and we're fully featured. So...
It's not only that though, but I'm a full believer now. I wasn't fully with the Switch 1, but with the Switch 2, I'm a full believer in the portable aspect. I did the whole test. I went to Las Vegas, went on the airport and the airplane, played Switch 2 the entire time. People were noticing and then were like, it looks like PS5, but because it looks like you're playing a portable PS5. Like I was playing Resident Evil Requiem portably. With the Pro controller on the airplane, literally just plug it in, no have to worry about no battery stuff, and I had a fantastic time. I was like, dude, this is like playing at home. I'm like, all right, I'm sold. This is like playing a full on your AAA console on a freaking airplane. So I was like, dang man, I was really blown away by it, and people were noticing. They were like jealous of me playing this thing on the airplane. So Yeah, that's the whole thing about it. The versatility of the Switch 2, you can't beat it. It's really fun. So yeah, as a PC gamer, Nintendo lifelong Nintendo player, I have the best of both worlds. I'm happy.
Heck yeah. Let's send over Stash. He's our resident. I play literally everything. There's not a game I don't like. That's not true. There's games he doesn't play. He plays a lot of different games. What do you think about this third-party support so far in Switch 2? And what do you think about the future? I mean, Stash might know some shit about the future he can't talk about and just be excited in general. What's going on, man?
Yeah. So I've really enjoyed the third-party output. As far as graphically, there's I just made a small list of games while we were talking, games that have impressed me. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been a good one. They've continued to go back to that and tweak things, make things better. Obviously, Star Wars Outlaws, that was a good one.
Requires
Hogwarts Legacy. Say that again?
I said that one's the one of the two on the system that has to have ray tracing to work.
Yep. Out of the gate, Street Fighter 6. That was a good one. Obviously, Indiana Jones. Fallout. Really impressed with Fallout. I first saw Michaela playing it. She loves Fallout. She had to get it on her Switch too.
That was before they did the upgrades too. It only got better.
Yeah. So I have it now as well, and really impressed with that. But I first saw her play it in handheld. And I was like, damn. I was like, I can't believe how good that looks. I was like looking over her shoulder. I'm like, shit, really need to review this. Of course, I just reviewed Oblivion. And, a lot of things that Dave had said about Oblivion, I explicitly mentioned in my review that, hey, here's the performance. These are some things that are going to happen in the game. This also happens on Series S, for example. So this isn't a Switch 2 thing. This is an Oblivion thing. And also, if this is like your first rodeo with, the Fallout games or with the Elder Scrolls, when you buy them at launch, these things happen. It's to be expected. And sometimes they get ironed out. Sometimes they don't. What's most important is, did I have a good time? And of course, the answer is yes, right? I've been playing Star Ocean, the second story R, Switch 2. That looks amazing. I'm working on that for review. The Switch 2 edition just came out, I think about 2 weeks ago. Resident Evil 7 and 8. Excellent ports. Devil May Cry Devil Hunter Edition also. Excellent port. That's one all these games I'm working on
That one's up to 120 frames on Switch 2.
Exactly. But, you know, a lot of people ask, I get asked this from time to time about Switch 2 games that run at 120 frames as if it's like false advertisement. And I have a list somewhere handy that I keep, and they keep adding more games to it. If, for example, I reviewed Ease X Proud Nordics. That runs at 4K 60 or 1080 120. This was advertised too. And in my review, people try to claim that it's a lie. It's like, no, this is advertised, man. This should be common knowledge. It was in the press release. If you go to buy the game on the eShop, it will literally say that. But again, you know, go back to the reading comprehension in, you know, 2026. It's suffering mightily right now. Remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Awesome. When I was on my way to Summer Game Fest, I was playing Rebirth on the plane. That was very special to be able to play that on an airplane, a game that size. I've been playing this one too. I'm working on a review. Bird, I think you played it, but Yakuza 0. That was a launch day game as well. Kenna, Bridge of Spirits. That was an impressive port. This doesn't get any love, but Red Dead Redemption Switch 2 update looks awesome. Looks so good. Of course, Liza P. I played Turok Origins on Switch 2. Yeah.
How was that? I'm curious about that one.
It was great. They were aiming for, I think it was a locked 30, but they were trying to get it to 40. And it's still, you know, it's still a work in progress.
Summer Game Fest, right? With that one.
Yeah. And then there's some games I can't talk about right now, but they're coming out pretty soon.
You can talk about them
within the next like 6
you want to ruin your relationship and stop getting copies. You can talk about them.
I'll just say they're coming out within like the next, I think, 6 to 8 weeks. That's accurate. So the next basically 2 months. And they're games, you know, people are looking forward to. And I'll just say that I'm really, really impressed with the performance. More so than I have been with some of the other ports. Like, there are some ports that to me really stand out, like Resident Evil. Requiem's amazing on Switch 2. I played the whole thing on Switch 2 for a review.
So good.
Yeah, it looks great. You know, I have the PS5. I could have reviewed it there. But yeah, the Switch 2 version, excellent. Yeah, there's some games coming out really, really soon here that are super impressive on Switch 2 that I know everyone's going to want to be playing. I know it's on a lot of people's list. So, as we all know, I mean, the Switch has been out for 15 months plus a week. That's it.
14 months.
Yeah, and people haven't had the they didn't have the kits. They didn't have the dev kits. A lot of them didn't. So I think what we're seeing right now is really impressive. If there's one port I would say that I'm actually really disappointed in, it's NBA 2K. Losers need to get their shit together. Nobody cares about the frame rate or about the visual quality. We want 60 FPS. We don't want it to look really great in exchange for that, which I just find mind-boggling.
No excuse when EA is even doing it with Madden, and EA is the one I thought would never care.
Yeah, EA did it. Shiver did it with WWE.
Shiver, I expect. It's Nintendo Studio now, so.
Yeah, but, you know, if I'm 2K, I'm taking that as a challenge, right?
So the newest one is not 60 frames coming out?
We don't know yet. They're doing a gameplay presentation, I believe, on the 18th. They haven't showed Switch 2 footage, obviously, yet. Because, they never show that whenever they do show footage. Mostly what they've shown is just
I expect to see it.
just cutscene bullshit, replays, stuff that we don't care about that's inconsequential. This is typical 2K. They have screenshots. That's it on the eShop for it.
That'll sell me.
I know. I'm hoping that there's a 60 FPS, but I'm not holding my breath at all with them. They don't even have an early edition. Nintendo's the only one who doesn't have an early edition. Oh, there's one more game I've played. Oh man, I don't want to sound like. There's a game that everybody's really looking forward to.
So you can't say it.
So you played Zelda? Oh my gosh!
I'll say it.
No, he's talking about Grand Theft Auto 6.
I can just talk about it right now because I'm not under any NDA. I was invited to play a private media only demo of Call of Duty for Switch 2. They reached out to me privately to get me involved with that. I'm not under any NDAs. I have signed absolutely fucking nothing.
You've already played it, or are you going to play it?
I'm going to play it. Before we even go to PAX, I'll already have played it, and it's going to supposedly maybe be at PAX. I'm hearing, but
that already be 60 frames.
It's already enough for Gamescom, so it's not really surprising that it might be at PAX. But the fact is, I'll be playing it before it's even at Gamescom, which is kind of cool. Like I'm glad they reached out because they really want feedback on the Switch 2 version specifically. Like they literally said, "Hey, we've seen you cover Call of Duty in your news cycle. Like, would you be interested in giving us some feedback on it? Because we're trying to make this like on par with everything. We want to see what you think because we know you own other platforms." Like, yeah, it's like, why don't you do the public test on Xbox and we'll give you a private test for Switch 2 so you can give us feedback on comparing the versions. I said, okay. So they're like legitimately trying. Like the team working on it legitimately wants real feedback because they want this version to be good. So
good.
Let me ask you, are you doing it on Friday morning, the 21st?
That's one of the 2 times, yes.
Yeah. Sounds like I'll see you there.
Yeah. I figured you were going to be at that one because that one's pretty well known. I would reach out like, a bunch of people are doing that one. I'm like, okay, me too. Yeah.
It's a different game. It's not that.
I wonder if they'll give you the ability to show some footage of the game or something. Because they may want to get the Switch 2 version shown.
I'm waiting to see. Yeah, I'm waiting to see what the restrictions are going to be. Like I said, I mentioned it because they never said I couldn't. But I'm going to play the game. But if I can't talk, I can't talk.
If there's a September Direct, then maybe they will wait and things can go live after that or something. Who knows?
See them NDA in it until then. Outside of the public demo that's at PAX or Gamescom, like obviously people are playing that and talking about it, so you'll probably be able to show that. But
I have the feeling we're going to be able to show it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Stash, have you played Truxton Extreme on Switch 2?
I have it. They sent me a review code. It's installed.
Apparently, that version has the best textures of all the ports on Switch 2. Better textures than PC and PS5 and Xbox consoles, which is weird.
Really?
And but it doesn't run at 4K. It runs at 1080p 60, but it has better, higher detailed textures. I saw a Digital Foundry video on it, and they showed the proof. I was like, wow, that's interesting. So yeah, I think you should check that out if you have the ability to.
I do.
Is Switch 2 the lead platform?
I don't know. Maybe.
That's interesting.
But it looks really clean. It looks really good. I'm probably going to buy it. It came out on July 30th. Actually, it's already out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I told them that I have like a handful of embargoes to get through. I have one more tomorrow morning for Dusk Fade. I don't know if you guys are following that game.
Dusk Bloods? Oh, wow.
No, Dusk Fade. Oh. It looks awesome.
Well, I'm not interested in that, but thank you. No, I'm kidding.
You might be. Yes, it looks really cool. Yeah, I have that tomorrow morning at 6, and then I think I have a moment to breathe for a second, but I'm like absolutely drowning.
Well,
And
if you like difficult shmups, I think that might. It looks gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Wait, is not to interrupt? Is Dustblood's playtest next week?
Yeah.
Wow,
it's the same time. So
how wild is it that we're going to be playing Dustbloods before we even know what kind of game it is, right? Because it's an experimental PvPvE.
Think about that though, right? So the Dustbloods event is the 22nd to the 21st to the 23rd. So it starts at 3 a.m. on Friday. I have it in my phone because I have the Call of Duty thing that day too. It's that weekend. It ends at 11 p.m. on Sunday. Don't you think we're gonna learn something about this game?
Probably
before the playtest.
I mean,
Maybe.
do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's likely we'd get like a? And not to make this about Dustbloods right now, but do you think they'll do a Today post? Nintendo Today?
I think they need to do something because we didn't have to sign an NDA.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to record it. I'm not going to post anything. There will be plenty of people who don't respect that. Which means, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to let them run the narrative and try and just strike everyone down? And all the videos that get posted, or do you want to run points on the narrative? And that's why I think you really should probably get in front of this, because this is the type of game that needs some explaining. Not just because we don't know anything about it, but because of the type of game it is, right? It's a mouthful for people to even explain what it is every time. And it throws people off and they don't know what a PvPvPe blah, blah, blah is. So you need to like really explain that and be crystal clear about it. And if you don't, then you let whoever, got accepted into the playtest, which seems like everyone did who signed up. And there's going to be people who have no experience whatsoever with this genre. And they're probably going to get their asses handed to them because they also don't play games like that, Souls-like games. And then they're going to go make a video on it, probably trashing the game because they suck at it. I just think that's not the narrative you want to have.
I definitely expect that to happen now, regardless.
100%.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So,
which is funny because they promoted it. It's just funny how, depending on, I guess bias at this point, it became, you dying over and over again became a thing, like with Dark Souls and whatnot, and they promoted it as if that was a core tenet of the game, and that was a thing. So that made the game popular at one point, and to the point where that's how press was defending it. They're saying, "Hey, look, this game is tough," kind of situation. And I was wondering, because I would see other games that weren't as difficult, and they would call those games unintuitive. So it was just odd. It was just odd to me that you would praise that, and I'm a fan of going all the way back to King's Field of FromSoft game, and you obviously the GameCube games, Lost Kingdom, stuff like that. So me knowing, I knew exactly what Demon Souls was when it first came out. I knew what Dark Souls was going to be when it first came out. So just seeing them kind of like, hey, this game is tough, and then promoting it as if like this is the new thing, and I'm like, their games have always been like that. They never really gave you an inch, and either you had to figure it out, or go back to the start screen. So it's always been that way. So yeah, for it to end up getting trashed just because it's on a Nintendo platform would be definitely interesting. But I expect it. I definitely expect it.
Yeah, there's gonna be people who don't understand it, and there's gonna be people who do understand it, and then like they can grasp the premise now, but then their skill set's not going to translate. And so like there's two rakes that can, I guess, be stepped on if you don't get in front of it, which is explaining how the game actually works. And then again, like when you let everyone in, which is totally fine. but I'm just hoping people can, I guess, use some discernment and see through it and understand that there's going to be people who say the game sucks, and hopefully they understand that that's probably because they suck at it.
Yeah.
This happens all the time with reviews. We know this.
There's an element too, I think, that's scary for a playtest with it. I mean, depending on what kind of, again, we don't really know what kind of game this is. We know it's PvEVP, and it's kind of like a new experimental thing that Miyazaki wanted to try. It's not Night Rain, but the nature of Souls, like you said, Fox, is the challenge. You know, it's the get good meme. And what's scary for this one is if we don't get some sort of a deep dive about what kind of game this is, what's the goal, what's your objective as a team or solo. If this is team based and there's rando pickup groups and people don't know what they're doing, it's just going to be people pissed at each other. You know?
Yeah.
People running around. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't get it. And then the other person, like, you're fucking up the game, dude. What the hell?
Shadow, did you play?
Already...
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's already tough in like games where we already know the objective, picking up randos on your team. You know, anytime you play with randos, it's already tough coordinating and accomplishing the mission. So I'm just curious, you know, not giving that information, what this playtest even looks like from a coordination standpoint, because of the PvP VE element, whatever that means in accordance to this game.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you if you played NBA The Run.
NBA The Run, no.
Okay. Came out like a couple months ago. Again, this is a game that you literally jump in. It's like going to the gym, right? And calling next and running with, you know, squad of randos. And, you know, when you get people who know how to play the game or who understand the concept of basketball, and great times. And as soon as you get one person who doesn't, you know, you can do as much heavy lifting as possible, and you might be able to still squeak out victories. But when you get like, it's 3-on-3, so when you get two people who just literally just go down the floor and dribble right into the defense, you know, chuck up deep threes, constantly turning the ball over, play zero defense. They guard a different person every time down the floor. Like, what is this person doing? I got to turn this shit off before I lose it. So
they've never been coached in their life. They don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So with something like Dustbloods, so we're not talking about basketball. We're talking about games that are known to be difficult.
Now I want Def Jam to come back. Never mind about Dustbloods. Let's bring Def Jam back.
Def Jam.
That game was great
fun
on the GameCube, or back in what, 2004. That was really good.
Yeah.
All right, man. Birdman, what do you think about all this third-party madness for being silent the whole show?
He's muted.
He muted himself.
I can't unmute him either. I tried.
I know. I was just testing you guys. Want to make sure you were paying attention after that last segment. I don't know much about you guys know. I'm not the tech guy, so I don't know much about the rays or the tracing. It's great to know the technology is improving, and I hope they get some more stencils, you know, as it improves to help with the tracing. But what I can say is I'm very happy with the third-party software we've been getting on Switch 2. I'm happy to see just not just the quantity that's coming in. I mean, it's pretty much safe to say that if it's a third-party game, it's probably coming to Switch 2 at some point, if not day and date, in the coming months, coming years. But what's really impressed me is just the quality of it. And the fact that we're getting some of these titles for the first time with physical editions. Stash, you mentioned Indiana Jones when you were talking. It's the only place to own the game physically. It looks great and runs great on Switch 2. why wouldn't you want to pick it up there? Capcom's absolutely been crushing it. You all know on the podcast, one of my most anticipated games for this year outside of Zelda has been Onimusha. It was one of my favorite series on the PlayStation 2. I've been praying for this series to return for decades now, and it's coming to Switch 2. And I am so excited, and I have full faith in Capcom that they're going to put out a quality of product on the hardware. And I look forward to things just getting better and better and better. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to add other than what's already been said. We have a killer third-party lineup. I think we're going to get closer to more frequent day and date. I'm here for it. I'm excited. I love that I have the option of playing some of my favorite games or some of my most anticipated games, both at home and on the go. And knowing that they're looking better and running better than ever is very, very enticing.
All right, Eric, it's your topic. Bring us home.
Yeah. I mean, like Birdman said, I don't have much to add either. But no, I'm definitely happy that we are getting a ton of third-party support on the Switch too. And it's great to see brand new games that we never even would have thought coming out to a handheld system are actually starting to come. And I believe for sure that we're going to start, as things start getting easier and people start getting more experience with deving for the Switch 2, we're going to have a lot more day and dates, and it's only just going to get better and better.
All right. Cool. All right, ThunderStash, you want to give us another topic, man? Which one do you want to grab?
He ran away.
Nah, ThunderStash is here.
Oh, I thought you said GameBird. Never mind.
No, ThunderStash. Which one do you got? I'm not going to grab GameBird. Not here.
Yeah, I'll just take topic 2.
Awesome.
Should content creators be knowledgeable? And so this topic was submitted by a fan of the show, Long Rua 1231. And so the question is, should Nintendo content creators be informed about Nintendo and their gaming logistics? I ask this because I feel like most creators seem to be misinforming their audience about how Nintendo works as a company, and implied that because one game series is being worked on, I already know what they're talking about, the other game series won't get made, and Nintendo is not listening to the fans. So we can presume they're talking about Donkey Kong Bonanza and saying because one game series is being made, that means a Mario series is not being made. They go on to say, let's see.
Actually, that's the end of what they say.
Okay, so that was the question, and we can expand it further into other types, of course, of content creators. Though this seems focused on kind of like the talking head news space. But again, this potentially applies to the review space as well. So let me get your guys' take on that part first, and we'll get into the second part. As far as Nintendo content creators, since that's what the question is specifically about, do you think it's important for the person giving the news, relaying the information, essentially to know what they're talking about? Or do you think it's okay if they don't know what they're talking about and they're informing the masses?
I think it's definitely paramount with regards to Nintendo, because Nintendo is special. And I think the big problem is a lot of content creators, I mean, outside of maybe Nintendo Prime and other channels like OJ and whatnot, they cover news as if Nintendo is just a third-party company or Sony or Microsoft. And they treat stock reports or sales or any other things as if they would for any other company, and it doesn't apply that way for them. Nintendo, I don't want to say they hate their investors, but they feel like they get in the way. So they kind of like, hey, here are these things, now leave us alone. And we're still going to do our long-term plan because we want long-term growth. We don't care about how much money you get the next quarter. We're trying to make sure our business stays alive for the next 30, 40 years. That's effectively how they operate, and other companies don't operate that way. And I really feel like that should be a key thing that somebody should notice before they started saying, I want to cover Nintendo as a job. Whether you're a part-time influencer or a full-time influencer on social media, you should know at least that before you start covering them that heavily. And I see that quite a bit, and I see a lot of misinformation relayed that way because of that fundamental flaw. I'm pretty sure we can get into a whole bunch of other things, but I think just that alone starts a lot of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave, what are your thoughts on that?
So is this about the reviewing games or just in general, like just information in general?
Well, this first part is just going to be about information in general. Like if you're a news channel, for example, and you're sharing the news, talking about, giving opinions to everyone. Do you think you should know about Nintendo, about the games? Like, do you basically
like how it functions and
yeah. I think Spawnwave does a good job.
He does.
He's very knowledgeable, and he gives the facts, and then he might give a little bit of his own opinion, but he'll give the facts first. Does he still leave links in his description? If he doesn't, he needs to. But
he names the source usually.
Yeah. So, but either way, everybody should always strive to put your links in your description.
Yeah. He was doing it for a long time after I called him out on it many years ago, but then there were certain and a bunch of people, the player essence everyone started doing it after I pointed out, like, hey, why aren't you doing this? Like, why isn't this standard? Because I came from the journalism space where we're sourcing all the time. Like, this is weird that you guys aren't linking to where people can find this information and verify what you're talking about. But I've run into this as well. There are certain websites that YouTube just doesn't like when you put the link in, and it'll just screw your whole video up.
Oh, that's right.
So Spawnwave at one point decided to unify it. I'm not always going to put all the links. I'm going to just say down in the description, just say where it's from, because to keep it consistent. But I still put all the links because the places I use, I just found alternative ways to link to it.
Yeah, I remember his a couple of his videos got flagged and like taken down because he posted some link
with certain websites. Yeah.
But yeah, like either way, besides that weird case scenario, I think if Nintendo content creators are sharing news, all you gotta do is say what the news is, put your link in the description, and then share your opinion after the fact and say, this is my opinion on the subject. And that way you can let your audience decide for themselves what they want to go with, as far as they can form their own opinions on it. So you're not misinforming anybody. If you're just giving your opinion on something you read and you gave no source, and you just say, I heard this somewhere, and I read this, and it seems like Nintendo's going to do this, be scared or be angry, but you leave no sources, you don't say who it is, you don't leave links in the description. I think that is something that content creators in general, and Nintendo especially, should always avoid. Never do that. Just if you're going to do that type of content, say what it is, give the facts, put your links in the description, and then follow it up at the end and say, here's what I think. You can think what you want, but this is my opinion. I think that's a good way to handle it.
I'll go a step further too, because I know a lot of misinformation today happens through the TikToks and the shorts where people aren't going to the description, which is understandable if you're on a phone. But where they do go is the comment section. You should pin a comment linking to what you're talking about if you're talking about a news topic in your short. I haven't started doing news topics in shorts yet. I think I probably should. I probably should take the hottest topic of the day and just do a quick little short on it. It's not that hard to do. I'm already making the big video anyways, right? But I can probably just cut it out of the big video. Yep. But it's just one of those things where sourcing is very frustrating to me as someone who will sometimes see a story first that pops up on my homepage on YouTube. I'm like, oh, I didn't know about that. I'm going to click on it. And the very first thing I'm doing is I'm in the description or in the comments trying to figure out where the fuck they got this from. Because then you watch the video, sometimes they don't mention where they got it from. Sometimes they don't show where they got it from. And even if they do, sure, as me being someone who knows what's up, I can instantly tell, okay, that's My Nintendo News, that's IGN, that's 4chan or whatever. I can just recognize it, but the common person who might want to verify the story. And you might think, oh, who verifies the stories? There's actually quite a few people in that modern news day where they're clicking the links. They're glancing to see if you're full of shit or not. Especially if you're not like showing the whole article and reading it. because I tend to do that so that you can see the context on screen. But sometimes you want to paraphrase. Well, your paraphrasing might suck ass, and you might be misspeaking what the author wrote or what the quotes are, especially when you're quoting game devs, man. I think it's really important. Give what they said, their own words. You can give your opinion and your paraphrasing. Give their own words. Like I made sure today, like there was a couple of game dev quotes, like the Crimson Desert one from the Financial Report, and there was another one. I read the whole quote. Why? No misinformation there. Straight from the source. This is what they said. Here's what I think about it. But yeah, I think sourcing has been a problem. This is something I called out many years ago, and thankfully, most of the creators I surround myself with now source. I don't know if they got it from me. I don't really care where they got it from. It's just proper etiquette. You learn about it in college about sourcing shit. It's important and also, guys, it's important to absolve yourself. Say a story ends up not correct. You're not the source. You might have handled it poorly in your reporting, but technically it's not your fault. Somebody else is the source,
and you yourself. Yeah, you will get called out from the actual sources if you don't source them. Eventually, if you're a big enough channel, they'll be like, "Hey, man, that's my article, and you're basically like plagiarizing me." Like I've seen that happen before. Like,
they will actually strike your channel, not because you can't. You have a right to commentate. You have a right to talk about it. Hell, even show it. Fine. But you have to link to the source and give proper credit. When you don't do that, they're going to come after you because you're just stealing information at that point. Even if they're just regurgitating a press release, it doesn't matter. Link to the press release source then on Business Wire or whatever, right? Like, be smart about this. It also protects you.
Yep.
But I know a lot of content creators don't think about that because a lot of you guys are just young, early 20s teenagers that are just, you don't know what you're doing. I don't blame you. Someone's got to teach you to learn, right? Otherwise, you don't know.
Well, I just saw an OG content creator, probably around the same time I started YouTube or whatever, right? And he has a pretty big following. He did the thing where you do the non sequitur fallacy. You give good information, right? You give accurate information. You say, hey, this happened, and then you show the article of whatever's going on or whatever, and then you create a conclusion that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. And in this case, this person blamed Nintendo for third-party games shutting down as a cloud version. If y'all saw this same YouTube short and YouTube video, you probably know exactly who I'm talking about. But like, that's just crazy to me. I don't. How do you? It does not follow. So some of that is happening. It used to happen a lot. Press used to do it a lot, actually, at one point. But that was a dark time for the Wii U days. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah,
every member of press was doing that at one point. They erased all the articles.
Wii U. Gotta love that Wii U.
Wii U doesn't exist. The games come to other platforms. So now the game matters.
Yep. Yeah, all those articles magically went away too.
Wii U is best on Wii U, guys. You liked it on Xbox 360. Congrats. It was even better on Wii U. You should have played it there.
Yep.
Also, how about not completely lying in your thumbnail? Nintendo content creators. Hello. I'm not talking about anybody in this podcast, but I think you know who I'm talking about.
Like the fake
such
UI
and such fail.
thing.
You click on the article or you click on a video and they're saying something completely different. Like,
I always get someone mad when I use a fake UI once in a while because I can't think of a thumbnail. I'm like, God, I got to be more creative.
Like these thumbnails are very creative. They're making up some pretty creative stuff, but like
they're not mine. Mine are the least creative.
Completely lies about Switch 2 games. One of them was in terms of physical, not physical. Remember? I think this guy got a huge backlash on that one, and they never changed the thumbnail. It's still up there. Like,
this is driving clicks.
For the love of God, don't lie about stuff about Nintendo games or any game for that matter, just for clicks. Yeah. It's terrible, awful.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll speak on this a bit as someone who's directly in this space. First off, shout out to the person and people have been wondering who submitted it. I think it was Long Rua 1231. So thank you so much for that submission. It was the most interesting topic I saw today. A lot of other stuff was stuff we were already going to talk about. Hey, you're going to talk Zelda? Yeah, we'll talk Zelda. This was one though I thought it would be interesting to talk about because I'm directly in this space, and I do think content creators should be informed about what they're talking about. But I'll say this: if you're a content creator who's just reporting news and that's what you do, and you just stick to the news and you stick to what the outlet says, I don't really have a problem with you. You're reliant on their expertise. If they're screwing up, that's not on you. And if you have an opinion section, as like Dave said, and your opinion's also based on what they said and that's screwed up, guess what? No one's really going to blame you for being ignorant. That is something that most of us are willing to accept. If you are showing your source and you're basing your opinion off that source, we can't get mad at you. We get it. It's not on you. There's a lot of misinformation out there about Nintendo. Mainstream media parroted a whole article on IGN recently full of misinformation about Nintendo's history, which was just insane. How that article even got by an editor. It was just straight rage bait with a bunch of lies. I don't know what happened. So yeah, when that's happening at the biggest site in the world, yeah, okay, there's a lot of misinformation in these articles, a lot of agenda driving. So you being misinformed is not shocking. So most people won't get mad at you for that. It's when you come out and speak matter of fact, like this is a fact. It's $90 games because I saw a headline on Tom Henderson's article. Don't blame you, right? Tom Henderson should have never made that headline. It was wrong. And then the first sentence also said 90 USD. 90 USD was never a price for any Switch 2 game, especially at launch. There was no price like that. There was euros being confused for USD. I knew that because I'm an informed consumer. Right? Switch 2 is the chaos, pure evil. You know, the old adage that GameBird likes to throw up now and then for those watching the video version. Like the media, creates this panic, and if you're uninformed, you're sharing misinformation. And here we are in the line.
Where's that picture from?
Oh, that's GameBird on the history of that one.
Oh, that looked like an old EGM magazine.
That's the point.
Yeah, that looked kind of cool.
I was going for National Enquirer.
Oh, okay. Space aliens have landed, and we found
Yeah. I think it's interesting because look, I get asked all the time like how to get into YouTube and like how to get into what I do. I can't really explain it. Okay, I was a writer before I was a content creator, and so I come from a different background, which is why you see me write long-winded tweets that everyone thinks is novels, and I'm like, dude, it's like 30 seconds of reading. This is the society we're in. You can't read for 30 seconds. You think it's a novel. I'm like, I'm sorry. I came from an era where I was writing 12-page papers, front and back, single line spaced for college. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is nothing. This took me 2 seconds to type up.
Nobody got time for that.
But I come from that era. Like, dude, I'm the guy writing the text messages that are like a paragraph long. I don't give a shit. I got a lot to say. Our group message was like, look, I got a lot to fucking say. I'm just gonna fucking say it. And if you don't want to read it, then don't fucking read it. I'm not gonna be offended if you ain't got time. Fuck, I probably don't got time. I read all your guys' long ones, but if you don't read mine, I don't give a shit. Whatever. Like, I wrote it for me, and if you don't like it, then too bad. Like, it's one of those things. It's just, I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there. A lot of content creators definitely don't understand the business side of Nintendo. I would say a lot of the younger content creators I see seem to get that wrong a lot because they don't bother to look into it, or they just don't know. Right? They just do some Google searches, they read some Wikipedia, they get some history. And they think they know what it was like back then. They think like the IGN article. Again, I'll bring it up specifically because they're a major outlet. Not going to call it the author specifically because I don't know about the rest of his work. But in this piece, he says something like, Ocarina of Time was not considered realistic on the N64. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That was like one of the most realistic fucking video games back in 1998. We all thought that was our backyard. Like, what are we talking about? Do you not see the tree textures? I'm sorry. Is that trying to mimic a real tree, or is that just some bullshit someone drew a... Okay, maybe today, if you look at it, it might look like some bullshit someone drew on a piece of paper in a 5-year-old art class. But back then, that was bleeding edge.
Yeah,
that was
just look at PS1 games back then. There was no comparison at the time.
Yeah, man. Like that was fucking bleeding edge. Like that was realistic. So like, yeah, when they did this remake, they're just basing it on the original art style of the game instead of the more beefed up, more colorful 3DS version they made. That was not the original art style of the game. You can even go back and look at the original art for the game. Like, no, what they did with the 3DS version, I would call it safe. They went with a very, very safe route of not really changing much, just brightening the colors to make it look better on a handheld. Cool. That's why it's not a remake. It's a remaster. It's a little paint job. Okay? Well, now that we got a full-on remake coming, am I going to like the way it looks? I have no idea. Right? We got to see it in motion. I like what we've seen so far. Got to see it in motion. Because
how could they judge it so quickly like that? They showed him laying down in his bed, and that's it.
You haven't seen anything. Like, we don't know what the game's like in motion. We don't know what other characters look like. We don't even know what he looks like standing up. Like, people try to make AI versions of it. I'm like, okay, that's not what it's going to look like. So, you know, like, I know we all want to know. It sucks that we don't, but we're going to see it soon. We'll get to the whole topic later. So, yeah, I think that it's interesting because one of the things I get complimented the most on is that I seem to know what I'm talking about whenever I dive into any history stuff with Nintendo, and it's because I do. I'm not right about everything. And it's cool when I misremember. I'm getting old. I misremember. People say things. I'm like, oh, cool. Like when I forgot the ending of Ocarina of Time once. Like, cool. I got corrected. Right? It's fine. I think that people are more forgiving of me of that because I get so much other stuff right that it's fine to make a mistake for humans. Some people, though, it's not a mistake when it's misinformation every video you make. Sometimes I think it's even intentional. Sometimes the misinformation some people put out there. This is even getting into twisting everything to be negative instead of looking at things. I don't want to even say objectively. None of us do. We're all subjective. We're all biased as fuck. But it's like, okay, but there's like literally some good things and you're just ignoring that and only talking about the bad. So at what point are you just blatantly trying to paint a narrative that doesn't give the complete picture? We see that all the time as well in the content creation space. So, and it's really interesting now because we just talked about this actually not too long ago. This was like 2 weeks ago, guys. We talked about like the mainstream media pulling some shit too.
Yep.
Maybe we never made it a full topic, but we talked about maybe talking about how like mainstream media has also just been like shitting on Nintendo and propping up other companies that people are pissed at right now and defending all their decisions while just making fun of Nintendo randomly for no fucking reason. Nintendo's out here dropping bangers like Splatoon Raiders that's taking over the internet, and we just got to go talk shit about how Splatoon Raiders doesn't look much better than Splatoon 2. It's like, hey, how about you talk about the fucking gameplay?
I'll just say it isn't random.
Yeah, I don't.
Just look at some of the other news of some of the mergers and stuff that have happened in gaming. It should add up.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the one to go on that rant. If someone else wants to go on it, they're more than welcome to. I get in enough trouble on the internet, and guess what? No matter who anyone says on here, it's coming back on me anyway. So, because it happens every time. It's okay. Stash and Bird have done it enough, and literally, there'll be a comment after the show. Prime, why the fuck did you? What the fuck? I wasn't even there for that segment. I was dealing with my kid. I didn't even know that was said on the show. Like, all right, whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, it's on me. I'll take, dude. I love taking all the flames for everyone because it mostly lets Stash and GameBird exist without people coming at them too hard. They just come at me. They have the one random idiot when I wasn't streaming. Go. Was it you, GameBird? It popped up in your chat. It's like, yeah, you notice he stopped popping up in mine. He hasn't been back in mine. Why? Well, when I stopped streaming, he got bored. That's all I had to do to get rid of him, guys. Just stop streaming for a week, and now he's bored and gone. Anyways, but no, yeah, I do think it would behoove people to be more knowledgeable of what they're talking about. I don't expect you to be knowledgeable on everything. And I want to be clear. I don't think you need to be super knowledgeable to be a content creator. You have to be super passionate about something and then be really good at that something, whatever it is. You don't have to talk about all the Nintendo news just because it might get some clicks. Focus on what you're really passionate about. If you're like a big Zelda theorizer, make Zelda theories. You know, you got to do a whole lot of research for that and be really knowledgeable. I used to do that stuff. I get it. You don't have to do this. I think sometimes people look at content creators like me or Spawn Wave or Player Essence or any of us that kind of talk in the news space and they see like the success and like, oh, I really enjoy that conversation. I want to do that. And you don't understand like the passion that has to be involved to do this well because you have to care about doing it well. You really do. You can't just grab headlines and read it and that's good enough. Like when you see me do that in my video, it's because I know enough information about what we're talking about to know that this is reliable. And I'll go into extra explanations if I need to. Every story, when there's an update, I'll bring up former stuff that I remember from stories we've already covered before on this to try to keep you more updated. Because we're making videos. This isn't news articles. We don't get to just update the article, right? You can do that on a news site. You can't do that on a video. You can't just update the video. You got to make a new video. So some people get tired when I recap things, and I'm like, yeah, but there's a whole another person that's happy I'm doing it because they missed the prior news. And I just think that we need to, if you're going to be in the news space, I think you have to be knowledgeable. You have to do your research. And if you're not willing to, then you're just not passionate about it and you shouldn't be making that kind of content. I also think in general, as a general tip, I don't think most people making content should be making content because every time I see someone who's a tiny content creator, just a baby content creator, let's say smaller than even GameBird is, and I see them come up to me and whine to me about, hey, how can I make money on YouTube? And I'm like, you should just be a YouTuber if that's what you're thinking about right now. You should be doing this because you fucking love it. And if you happen to make money one day, you just think you're lucky stars. You don't go in with the plan to do that. You do that, you're doing this for the wrong reason.
Then YouTube just changed the parameters again, or I think
they made it even harder
month.
to get monetized. Yeah. So it doesn't affect me, but it's going to affect some small channels that are going to miss out on the few $100 they were making a month. And yeah, that really sucks. I feel for you, especially some of you guys who were relying on that to pay a bill. Also, if you're going to stop making content because of that, were you really that passionate about it to begin with, or are you already just doing it to pay that one bill?
Well, what is the new stipulations?
Double whatever
double what it used to be. The subscribers stay the same, only 1,000, but you got to have double the watch hours or double the views on shorts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So again, and I get some people that are mad about it, small content creators. And if I was one of you, I get it. If I was in my early days and I just got monetized and I made my first few $100, now YouTube's telling me they're taking that away, that would suck. I'd also be like, well, it's not why I'm doing YouTube anyways, right? Like, if I just need that little side income, I'll go do some DoorDash. I'll go do something else and make a few $100. If that's all I actually need to pay my bill, there's other side gigs you can do for that, that anyone can sign up for. Or if you get, even DoorDash, you can just ride a bike if you're in a city, right? You don't even have to use a car. So I know plenty of people that have done that. And I think YouTube is a place that the people you see that are most successful, maybe today they might look a little corporate after they've been doing it for so long, right? Because it became a job and a career, and so they made different decisions they might not have, but none of them got there without loving doing it first. And they weren't doing it to get paid. You see all these big YouTubers. Look, Spawnwave didn't start doing YouTube making money. He had a full-time job. Okay? Thumbro Nation right now, he actually gets better views than me. He still has a full-time job. Okay, me and Players has a whole different career before YouTube took off for him, right? He's got a college degree in it and everything. He was really successful at it. Was able to leave it because YouTube became successful enough that he could afford to not have that job. That's the way you got to look at YouTube. It's a hobby. Yep. It's something you do for fun, for passion. And if that's the first thing, and it's really hard for a lot of people, and I'll just say this right now, it's hard to cover news passionately if the only reason, and I'll just say this, and I see this a lot in my space, if the only reason you're doing it is because you're coming in with a preconceived agenda of wanting to push one thing. You're looking for news to support that one thing. I see this a lot in my space, whether it's positive or negative. I see a lot of it's like, I'm coming in, I'm not actually passionate about the news. I'm passionate about one thing, and I'm going to find everything I can to support that one thing. And that's not a great way to make content. And that's also a great way to have a lot of misinformation get out there because you're only caring about the one aspect. And it works. That's the sad thing. It works both directions. It does work. You can rally the troops, as they say. Me? Look, guys, positive or negative, I'm covering the news. I'm going to give my thoughts. No, I'm not going to have some crazy out there headline being like, this is the worst thing to ever happen in Nintendo history, or, oh my God, Nintendo just killed PlayStation 5. No, that didn't happen. What I will say is, hey, Nintendo crushed it last quarter and had their third best Q1 of all time. That's a fact. It doubled up what Switch did at the same time period. Pretty fucking wild to think about. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, a factual headline. Oh yeah, the sales dipped 34%. Yeah, because they had a record launch. Are you going to throw that out there? Like, if sales didn't dip, then holy shit, Switch 2 must be at like 30 million. Like it's normal. Like the sales, it's still, how about, hey, it's still outpacing every Nintendo system ever, despite all of them having a holiday behind them at this point. Right? GBA would have been the fastest in the US, and look at where it is on the chart. It's outpacing GBA worldwide by quite a bit. And it's actually looking like, based on the way things are lining up, it's probably going to keep outpacing all the systems all the way through year 2. And then we'll see what happens in year 3. And what do we think is happening next year, Wind and Waves? 3D Mario. So just when you think, oh, maybe momentum's going to slow down, it's just when they start bringing out the big guns. Right? They haven't even gotten to those yet. We're talking about a remake of Zelda being their big holiday game. That's not one of their big guns. I mean, we're going to treat it like one because we love Ocarina of Time. But it's not a new game. Kirby Air Riders. That was their big holiday game. That's what they went for their first 2 holidays. Kirby Air Riders and a remake. So what do you think's happening in year 3, 4, 5 when we get their big ones? Momentum should just keep going. Theoretically should get better, but we'll see on the world economy. We'll see if prices have to go up. We'll see. Obviously, there's a lot that could happen between now and then. And obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Helix and PS6 and all that. We assume $1,000 systems, but I don't know what these companies are going to do. We held the bill of goods of what, $1,200 for PS6 most recently?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I think people need to have a mindset that these companies need to sell the products to the consumer. It's not us trying to sell the products to the consumer for these companies. They need to deal with it and sell their products to us, like they used to. Like this stuff going on with like, we're going to raise our prices to $1 million and you're just going to accept it. No. And we got other options. We don't have to accept that the insane prices. You're gonna have to make adjustments. No. But getting back to what you were saying with content creators, though, I think news channels, like straight up dedicated news channels, have a really hard time. I would say being consistently getting viewership, because what if there's no news? And that does happen quite a bit. There's just nothing to talk about.
Yep.
So it becomes a really hard thing. So like if you're doing content creating, I always tell people similar things, like go with your passion. If you got something exciting to talk about, you're passionate about it, go for it. And that's what fuels my content. I got something that excites me to talk about, then I cover it. That's basically it.
Yeah, to be someone like me that does daily videos when there isn't slow periods, it ain't for everyone, man. It ain't for everyone. You got to have other things you can talk about, other kinds of content you can create. You got to plan ahead. I got a couple evergreen ideas I'm working on that are just slow builders over time that I want to drop this holiday for Switch 2. But like, okay, that's stuff I'm thinking about because this is a business for me now. I got to think about some of this stuff. And yeah, there would be times like coming up where I'm like going to get surgery. Then in the past, I would just stop YouTube for a month or two. Now I can't, right? It's my job. I got to think about this stuff and prepare for it. You got to think, is that what you really want to do? Do you want to be a news person? Do you want to turn it into a job? And if you do, are you willing to do what it takes when the news is slow? Because you got to come up with original ideas. You got to come up with discussion topics people care about. And on top of that, keep the money flowing. Hey, I don't always make all my money through my videos. So it's a slow news period. So now I got to try to make a bit more stream revenue. How am I going to do that? How am I going to entertain extra in my streams? What events am I going to put in there? What goals am I going to have that are make people want to do it? You got to come up with all that stuff. And it's hard to come up with those ideas. That's part of content creation. You got to come up with ideas, and you can't just always copy someone else because someone ate a spicy pepper. Well, if you don't do well with spicy, that might be funny once, but you don't want to kill yourself, right? You don't want to actually hurt yourself for entertainment purposes. You don't want to end up in the hospital. So you gotta kind of figure out what works for you. And by the way, it's kind of work with your personality. Like if you're going to do like a challenge on your stream to make extra money, but you don't have the personality for it. Like if you're going to do the pie in the face thing like GameBird did, dude, you got to have the personality to pull that off to make that entertaining. You don't just have a random goal for it and then you're really super lame about it. You barely touch your face about it. You complain and act like this is just disgusting. Let me get this off quick. You walk away from your stream for 20 minutes while you take a shower. Because like you just care about your personal comfort, not about their entertainment, because you're not comfortable with that. Well, then you should have done that. You should have done something that you were more comfortable to do that could entertain your audience. If that's not something you're comfortable with, just because some other streamer like GameBird smashed his face and then started making noises and have because he was comfortable doing that. He hates milk, and yet he was comfortable doing milk jokes for the dang intro and stuff. Why? Because he knew it would be funny. He just put up with the fact that milk tastes like shit in his mouth. Who cares? You gotta know what you're willing to do. Now, he might like other cream in his mouth. That I'm not sure about. I'd have to ask his wife on that. But he acts like the cream talk's not going to come out when we're at PAX. I think it's a staple at this point. It's got to return to the vlog. We got to get more shocked faces as we're walking downtown Seattle late night talking about cream.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
We'll watch the vlog. To be fair, half that conversation's cut out of the vlog. It's totally inappropriate to be on the internet. But the reactions of certain people there as Ricky turned the camera and asked them their thoughts on it was classic. It was great. It was GameBird Classic, as it were. Because he's the one who made the joke that caused that reaction. It was fucking hilarious. But it was off of something I said that was extremely inappropriate. But that's what you get when you hang out in person. If you guys catch us in person and you hear something inappropriate, I mean, come on. You know who you're talking to? This is the Nintenbyte crew. Especially if you catch us in downtown Seattle and we're not in a professional setting. Mm-hmm. Well, you never know what might be flying out. Plus, you never know. As Stash, reminded last year when I went to the karaoke thing, hey man, anyone tries to mess with us, we don't need security. We got Stash. We don't need anyone else. To be fair, nothing I don't think is ever going to really happen. I don't think we'll ever have an altercation, but you never know. I've had some people shout things at me. Oh, I'll let go of the shouting when they get in my face, though. We'll see. Just don't touch my hernia. That's all I care about, guys. Leave that alone. Yell at me all you want. Don't get physical. Don't actually try to hurt me. All right. That's when problems happen. That's it, guys. GameBird. You're a content creator, right? You covered a little news, but you've also done like reviews and stuff. You kind of transitioned a little bit, but you're obviously someone the audience didn't know too well when we brought you in. Same with Stash. And one of the things I think our audience respects the most is these two co-hosts we added to the show are very, very knowledgeable. Arguably 10 times more knowledgeable than I am. I always say, surround yourself with people smarter than you. So, what do you think about this in the content creation space, specifically with Nintendo content creators?
Yeah, I mean, my advice to creators is like, why worry about facts? It's a wild frontier out there. Make your own news. If there's one thing I've learned, and you might see a dramatic shift on my channel for the new year, sensationalism is where it's at right now. Agendas. Have a motive. Before you start any video, always have a motive. That's step one.
Make your short no longer than 10 seconds with 17 sound effects in those 10 seconds.
If the motive's negative regarding Nintendo, even better, because you already got a huge head start.
Yeah.
No.
Nintendo sucks. You got 10K already.
Wow. Amazing advice, buddy.
Yeah. Listen. Anyone who takes my advice, I guarantee you your channel will be bigger than mine in a month. I guarantee you.
You're probably right. That's a sad
he's not lying. He's not lying.
So, you want real advice? Listen, Nate, you didn't know what to say when someone said, "Hey, how do I make money at YouTube?" I know what to say. Lie. Talk shit and lie. Especially when you use an AI created thumbnail with a lie in it.
Make sure you throw some politics in there too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget DEI and woke. Those are big ways to give views.
Can't forget your conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep. And boobs.
Nintendo literally murdered Sony CEO. That should be a headline. You get lots of clicks with that.
Wow.
So I mean,
YouTube might
I'm
let
gonna
you
have
get
to
away
click
with
on
it.
that one.
You might have to change the word murdered. Maybe. I don't know. YouTube will let you know. Offed. Yeah. Offed. They offed.
Miyamoto's secret child.
Yeah, and then you have an AI of Miyamoto bringing a samurai to his head. Anyways.
I was like that Miyamoto gun meme, him holding the gun pointing at you.
Crack it out on the AI stuff, but they still haven't figured out how to mark videos as AI when they use AI thumbnails because it's bad.
Dude, they made Miyamoto so villainous for like a month. It was so the poor man.
He's
like trying to have a nice life and make people smile.
He's just pissed. He's just sad all the time. Dude, he's literally out there talking about he's going to retire and has to walk away one day, and he's just really happy to still be doing what he's doing. And here you are, and like Miyamoto's going to murder someone. Nintendo's so pissed, and it's Miyamoto like with an angry face. I'm like, dude, I don't think I've ever seen Miyamoto be angry.
I don't think I've ever seen him frown.
The head of the Nintendo Ninjas. So
like the closest you probably see is the old stories of him flipping tea tables. He might have had a bit of a grumpy face at those times. Those are old dev stories. They ain't happening anymore. He's just enjoying his old age, man. Let's leave the poor guy alone. You can use my mug. Just make me look like I'm mad all the time.
What was it? I think it was the older Retro Studios retrospectives. They talked about when Nintendo would critique them when they're working on Metroid Prime. Like Miyamoto wouldn't even say something was wrong. He would just ask a question. He would just say, "Why is that like that?" Or "Do you think it could work this way?" He would never berate them or anything like that. Yeah. He would just ask those kind of questions, and they kind of already know. Well, okay, obviously we need to change something. He wouldn't even come across that way.
Because Miyamoto and a lot of devs have talked about this. The way that he approaches game dev, he's like, "Hey, first of all, I want to understand what you're thinking. What were you trying to do, so I can see the vision, and then I'm going to ask you a question about that vision. If I don't think it's a good vision, about something you maybe didn't think about when you were doing this, and then." He asked that question. If you don't have a good response, it's like, oh shit.
That's how they made Star Fox. The original Star Fox and Star Fox Adventures was like, hey, why don't we put Star Fox in these, or put Dinosaur Planet, Yeah.
You guys are struggling with the direction. Why don't we try Star Fox? Oh, sure. Throw it in there. Oh, look at that. It's working pretty well. No, it's not like every idea Miyamoto had is brilliant, guys. It's just the way that he approaches game dev. He tries to make it the developers think of, hey, these are like neat ideas, but like if they're not fun, what's it matter? Like how does this actually connect? What does this do for the player? It's a thought process that's sometimes lost out there when a lot of game developments just frankly become kind of cookie cutter. They look at what other people did and let's just copy that. It's like, okay. But Nintendo looks at that and they go, hey, we want a multiplayer shooter game. Well, we don't want to do what everyone else is doing. What can we do different? I don't know. And then they started messing around, letting the young devs try things. Hey, we're shooting paint. What's this paint idea? Hey, what can we do with paint? And the ideas just start rolling. Well, we're going to make this a Mario game. Well, maybe we don't. What if we don't do Mario? Like Mario does everything. What if it's a squid or a kid? Next thing you know, we have Splatoon. It's one of Nintendo's most popular IPs. That's like how the development process works at Nintendo. Yeah, sometimes they will just put Mario in the idea and it'll work. Like look at all the Mario sports games. But sometimes they're like, no, you know what? Maybe we have a better idea. And as we get these younger devs now being allowed to work on stuff like this, as I think you're going to see even more and more inventive new IPs coming from Nintendo over the next 20 years with the new guard. The new guard coming in.
I'm really glad they kept that culture going.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Drag X Drive. Yeah, no more of those though.
I'm even fine with Drag X Drive because, even if it's not for you guys, it's different. They tried something. They wanted to see about trying to use dual mouse mode.
Oh yeah,
it does feel neat. It feels really neat when you play it. But I knew it was never going to be super popular. But it's that same wacky Nintendo that came up with all those ideas on Wii, and some of them worked and some of them didn't. I like that. Keep trying. Like Labo didn't work. GarageBand worked a little better for you. Cool. Keep trying. Keep these wacky ideas coming because you never know when the next Splatoon's going to hit. ARMS. I think ARMS is great. I hope they take a second crack at it.
Yeah,
ARMS. I hope that's not the end of that. It's sold over 2 million. You know how hard that is to do for a fighting game? Especially a new IP. Let's try it again. I think you're onto something with this arena fighting stuff. Let's, maybe they are. We have no idea that is possible. So, because maybe it's a once per generation game, which is totally what it probably should be. At least until it can get more popular or whatever. So yeah, I think that there's a lot of stuff there. Stash, what do you think about all this stuff just from like the perspective of you as someone who consumes? Oh, sorry, we'll go back to you, GameBird.
Real quick. Yeah, I just had a couple more things to say. Yeah. Just a couple more tips and then a personal perspective, and then Stash can take it away. Another tip to thrive. Never admit you're wrong. Just don't
pivot.
Whether you have to pivot, whether you have to backpedal, move dates,
goalpost,
whatever it is. Never admit you're wrong.
You're never wrong. You just change the top.
Double down. It's always good to open sentences with allegedly. Allegedly is a good one.
Then you never get in trouble for anything you say after.
You never get in trouble for anything.
Who's alleging it? You are. It doesn't matter. It's a legend.
Yeah, allegedly. In per se, that's you could say add a few per se's in there. Allegedly per se.
Reported.
That always sounds good. But no, in all sincerity though, yes. I mean, if you're doing like, listen. I said it tonight. I've said it every time Dave's on here. I'm not the tech guy. So I personally don't feel like I have any business talking about making DLSS and CPU videos on my channel. Sure, I can show some interest in it in videos, but I'm not going to be doing breakdowns and freaking improv.
The DLSS
what I'm talking about. I'll leave that to people like Dave who are knowledgeable in that, who are researching and actively following that side of the industry. If you're doing news, it's like Dave said, have your sources, give your opinion afterwards. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion. You can have wild ass opinions, but don't treat your opinions like fact. Let the facts speak for themselves. Let other people develop their own opinions and share yours. There's nothing wrong. We all have wild opinions. We did a hot takes episode on this podcast that got pretty heated. We all had some wild ass opinions. Nothing wrong with that. And you can do an opinion channel to stir up some heat that doesn't have to be misleading. And maybe you could grow that way if you prefer that more sensationalist approach.
You want to be an angry person? There's a lot to legit be mad about in the game industry. So it actually isn't that hard to be that kind of content creator and just stick to the facts.
Yeah, I think the thing is that every how do I phrase this? Every one of the big three has their channel that gives them shit, has their article, their video about them. But you will find that when someone's in top, especially when it's Nintendo, and I'm trying not to come across as biased here, but I feel like it seems a little bit obvious, in my opinion. This isn't fact, but to me, it seems a little bit obvious that for some reason, every time Nintendo's on top, like it's just it's the hip thing to just shit all over them, spin every positive into a negative. I'll never forget when Nintendo announced that it would no longer be doing live E3 presentations, and instead they came up with their Nintendo Direct. And I forget if it was, I don't want to name drop the wrong.
What an awful
outlet,
idea that was of Nintendo.
It was someone like Polygon saying that like it was proof that they have lack of confidence in their hardware and software. And go figure, everyone has directs now, and it was the way of the future. So
it wasn't just them. IGN and the other sites did it too. But what they did,
do you remember that?
Yeah, they did it in their separate podcast, and then they took the podcast down. So I mean, you can probably go back and find them on an alternate site somewhere. I found one link from a Wayback Machine link, and I pulled down one of them, and actually the last time I had one, it was actually from iTunes, and I kept it for that purpose, because I knew when you try to go back to their page again, they'll be gone.
Yeah, they always get rid of those old things when it turns out they were wrong. It was a bad opinion, and it's like, oh yeah, directs suck, and it's like, no, Nintendo was just forward thinking. They do that sometimes.
Yeah. It's really bad for certain people, because I don't know how they do this, but somehow the Wayback Machine entries are gone now. I don't know who they talk to. I don't know how that goes, but you can't even pull that up anymore.
There's been a lot of companies fucking with it.
They need to do more. I know IGN specifically, they used to sometimes with when someone would have like a hot take article, like a couple of the recent Nintendo articles that have dropped. I'm sure you guys know what I'm referring to. They used to do a thing where they do like, it would say like opinion piece. I don't know if they did that with the recent ones.
Yeah, they did.
The headline was so silly that I couldn't even bother to read it. But yeah, I don't know.
Has Nintendo lost its soul? Okay, does the author know Nintendo soul? Read the article, watch the video. No, they don't actually know what Nintendo soul is. So,
listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing an opinion piece like that if that person truly believes that. I really don't think that. The timing was awful considering everything that's going on in the industry.
Timing's awful. Everyone
like the timing is just
and
awful.
Like, hey, Nintendo's doing good, and hey, Splatoon Raiders is doing good. Hey, everyone's excited for Ocarina of Time. Hey, here's some leaks. Hey, by the way, Nintendo, have you lost your soul? Meanwhile, Sony's canceling physical games. Like, you're not asking that question about the company that's literally pissing off the way gaming's always been. No, let's ask it about the company that, because they had game key cards. Because
that headline would have worked really well if when we see Ocarina of Time's boot up screen, it has a cash shop with microtransactions and costumes. That would be a great time to drop an article like, has Nintendo lost its soul?
The funny thing is, because as someone who reacted to it on a live stream, there's one point in the video, the things I thought they were going to bring up about losing the soul, like the key cards also, they actually said none of that bothers them. I'm like, okay, so all the things that bother people don't bother you. So then your issue is, look, your issue is there's no Mario and Zelda out yet. All right, well then what the fuck are we doing? This is a pointless fucking article.
Isn't that strange though, that all the negative things that we gamers complain about that are basically started by third party, they never have a problem with? Isn't that just strange?
Yeah,
like bloated games.
I think consistent backlash on pricing, but besides that,
like game key discs that have existed for generations now.
Guys, game key discs have been around for multiple generations, but nobody knew until suddenly Nintendo put a label on the box. Apparently, that's the problem, because they're anti-consumer because they're letting consumers know what they're buying.
Yeah,
I mean, look, the alternative is code in a box that was already happening, or they just don't release a physical version. Like, don't buy them.
I'll eventually do a video on this pretty soon here, but basically I saw this coming about 15 years ago. And it honestly starts with the original Xbox, but there's a whole bunch of things that ended up happening. and companies and how they were moving, that kind of led me to believe this is where we were going at this point. And it did not surprise me at all when Rockstar announced that Grand Theft Auto wasn't going to be a physical release.
Yeah,
it didn't surprise me.
Yeah, and I get these outlets are clinging to GTA. I get it because it's gonna be like the biggest launch, yada yada. It's gonna be a big deal for a while, so I get clinging to that a bit. So obviously they're clinging to PlayStation. I get it for a bit, but I'm like, guys, does anyone ever think like Nintendo at these outlets and go, hey, what would we think about the next 10 years, not the next year? Okay, Nintendo, who is best positioned to still be relevant? Oh, a certain platform that's cheaper than everyone and about to be half as much as the next platforms.
With 100% of the retail space now, too.
With all the retail space pretty much to themselves, especially once we get to January 2028. By the time we get to PS6 coming out, there'll be hardly any retail space for PlayStation. And Nintendo is opening their own retail stores. They have theme parks. Their movies are doing billions. Maybe we should hitch up to the wagon that is blowing up and has been doing it since 2017. Maybe Nintendo isn't about to have another Wii U moment. I don't know. Maybe it's time to hitch your future of your company to the one company that's been around for 100 years.
Yeah, they're not going to have another Wii U moment because the Switch 2 has already been out for over a year, so that's not. We already
knew that.
And I'll say the other thing too. Gaming Press doesn't have as much power as they used to either. At one point in time, people used to like cringe and hover over their pages to get E3 coverage and stuff like that. But now you can get that anywhere. It's on YouTube, it's streaming on Twitch or whatever. Nintendo does their own directs now, so they don't even deal with them anymore. So all that influence that negatively affected the launch of Wii U at that time no longer exists also. So that's another thing that they kind of worked out. Satoru Iwata's he's a nice guy, but he's not a nice guy. He knows how to solve certain problems, but I will say that it is definitely interesting that there were attempts, because let's not forget, just like for Wii U, there were attempts to smear the Switch when it first came out, and I know y'all saw the attempts to smear the Switch 2 last year. So
I remember all the attempts to smear Switch in 2017, calling it, oh, it's super weak. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's first off, can you tell me one handheld device more powerful than it out right now? Oh, it doesn't exist because the one that did got taken off shelves. The one that used this chip before. So It's the most powerful gaming handheld in the world, and we're talking about how weak it is. How about we talk about how fucking amazing it is that a AAA game like Breath of the Wild that you used to only be able to play on the TV, just fucking play anywhere.
Yep.
No, let's not talk about that.
It just worked in 2011 and 2012. It just wasn't going to work anymore. When you can see everything directly, you don't have to deal with translations anymore, because they used to intentionally do bad translations and say bad things. None of that stuff is a thing anymore, because you can get a live translation from another feed. So a lot of that power is gone.
Yeah, and I think we need to bring it all full circle with the content creators and the media. Look, everyone's clinging on. Okay, if you're someone who's reliant on one specific type of content, one direction for your content, one bias, one this, one that, you're clinging all the time. Not the way to go as a content creator. Don't be clinging. Be passionate. Be real about what you're doing. Don't cling on to something that you're not passionate about and doesn't make sense. Be multifaceted. And then, for these outlets, they're doing the same thing. They're clinging on for relevancy. They want GTA to blow up because they want their guides to blow up. They want their videos to blow up, onto their podcast to blow up, onto their coverage to blow up, on it. IGN wants to get an exclusive IGN first with something GTA down the line. Like, yeah, they're all fighting for that stuff. And I think as Nintendo content creators, I actually think this is a prime time for people that cover Nintendo news, because you're not getting good coverage from the mainstream. And so people are going to be looking this whole generation for content creators that they can rely on, that they can get their news from, get the recaps, get all the stories that they care about from. Some of them will go to the websites, of course. They'll go to the Reddits, they'll go to the X's, they'll go to Nintendo everythings and stuff. Some will do their own research. Absolutely. There's plenty of fans that do. And obviously just follow Nintendo's official accounts if you want all the big updates. But it's still one of those things where I think a lot of Switch 2 owners, they're going to be turning to us because no one else from the mainstream is giving them the news. The places they used to go to for news that they remember going to last time they played Nintendo, maybe they're picking up a Switch 2, switching from PlayStation after all these years. They might not even know where to go to get that news anymore. Hey, I want to see what the upcoming games are. They don't know. Hey, is this a third-party game coming? They don't know.
You're right about GTA 6 for the IGN and all those sites, because you'll never see them make all those articles about like a Xenoblade because they know the clicks aren't there. So so they're going to say something outlandish about the big game, the biggest game, biggest product, something outlandish about Switch 2.
What's going to get you more clicks? Talking about sales dropping from June of last year, or talking about how it's the third best Q1 of all time?
Yeah, that's also what I was going to mention. That Nintendo news, even if it's accurate and it's good news, it's not profitable. And even talking about the games or covering the games or whatever isn't profitable either, because there's no kickback from Nintendo. They don't get paid to cover it because Nintendo's not going to cut them a check. It'll be more, hey, you got to cover them, and then whatever clicks you got through, that's your revenue.
Yep.
Versus third parties like, hey, please cover our game and we'll do a spread on your page. And so you go to IGN's page and it's covered in ads from that one game. Yeah, that Nintendo's not going to do that.
And I can tell you guys behind the scenes. Look, I played some new games this year without spending a cent. It's all the third parties. They keep reaching out. Like I just mentioned earlier for Call of Duty, they're reaching out. They want us content creators to care about their shit because other people aren't covering it. They're not getting good views with the few sparing headlines they do get. So they look at the content creator space and they're like, oh, dude, here's Metal Dave talking about Cyberpunk for like the 20th time, and look at him get 15,000 views on that video.
That's to my point.
We had this article go up at IGN, and we looked, and they gave us metrics and only got 3,000 views. Maybe we should reach out to Dave if we're bringing Witcher 4 and ask him if he wants to preview that on Switch 2 or something.
So that should tell you, Prime, right then and there, that if they wanted to get covered on those other sites, they got to pay. Whereas to them, it's cheaper because they could just send you a review code and say, hey, cover this or whatever. They don't have to pay you or whatever, but they
don't even require anything. They just say, hey, just don't talk about this before a certain date. If you don't do anything with it, whatever, we're not out. We didn't lose anything by taking a chance, right? And by you playing it, it might be more likely that you randomly bring our game up on socials. I've done that with Outlaws a couple times. It's like, I've randomly brought it up. Why? Because I have played it. I do have experience with it. I do know what the ray tracing's like on it. I do know what it was like before it came out, and everyone said I was full of shit because it's a Ubisoft game. I'm like, well, did you fucking play it? Well, this person did, and they said, I don't give a fuck what that person said. Did he even talk to the game dev? Did he even know the Ubisoft game dev was sitting right fucking next to him, and he could have asked him anything he wanted, and he was an open book? No, he had no idea. Well, I don't know. He's the only guy here wearing a Ubisoft shirt. He must work for them. Ask him about what it was like to bring this game to Switch 2, the challenges they had.
They don't.
Hey, if you don't like something about what you're seeing on screen, tell him. He's right here. You have direct feedback. Probably the only time in your life. You're not going to say anything? Take advantage of it. And he's not going to say anything he can't. I asked him one question. He turned to the guy who was hovering over him, some guy from Nintendo, and he looked at him for approval, and he's like, you can talk about it. I'm like, they look, even he wants to they're not going to say anything they can't say is what I'm trying to say. Like, don't be afraid to ask anything. They'll let you know what the boundaries are, but people don't take advantage of that. And we know this just from when we were behind the scenes, some of the rudeness that happens with some people. They're not there to cover. They're there for gotchas and dumb shit. And it's so disrespectful. And it's it pisses people like us off that spent a long part of our life to get an opportunity to even play a game early. And maybe it sucks, and maybe that's what we're going to say in our video. That doesn't mean we don't appreciate the opportunity. Doesn't mean I'm going to be disrespectful to the people running the event. Doesn't mean I'm going to be disrespectful to the game dev sitting right there that, hey man, this might have been his life for the last 3 years. 100-hour weeks, missing birthday parties. And maybe it didn't go the way he wanted, but don't disrespect his work. You already know you're going to be negative in your video. Don't do it in person. Tell him, hey man, I'm just going to be honest with you. I think this game might need a patch or something, and just leave it at that. You don't got to be like, oh, fuck this game.
This game's a disaster.
I mean, they have no class. They have no class, man. They don't even know how to do that, Nate.
Well, what me and Stash witnessed from one content creator behind the scenes is an embarrassment. And it's exactly why sometimes companies don't invite us to play. Because they're afraid of bullshit just like that. The rudeness.
Who?
In a perfect world, right? Where you can do whatever you want, we would have slapped the absolute shit out of that guy in a perfect world. But you can't, you know what I mean? I also never get invited back. Right. But man.
So I don't care if you don't like the games. You're going to say that in your content. They're not telling you can't say that in your content. They're just These people are doing their job, and you're supposed to be here too. You were invited. You're supposed to be doing your job too. This is your job. Well, then don't expect to be invited. And now what are you going to do? You're going to go on the internet and bitch that you're blacklisted by Nintendo. LOL, they don't like the truth. LOL. No, they don't like that you have to like an asshat behind the scenes for content. Like, this is their job. It's not content to them. Respect. Like, look, you can hate what they're doing with games. Like, look, yeah, you can hate Ubisoft and you can hate Yves Guillemot and you can hate a lot of the stuff there. Does that mean you should be rude to the game dev? Is it his fault with the people above him, the decisions they made? No. Oh, do you not like the microtransactions in Assassin's Creed? Is that his fault? Don't be stupid. These are the people that are making the games. These aren't the ones making the decisions. That's who you're upset at. And there's a way you should talk to those people too if you ever get that opportunity. Screaming and yelling in their face, it gets you dismissed. They don't give two fucks if you're unhinged. They don't care about you. They probably don't care about you even if you're respectful to them, but at least they might consider what you're saying if you say it in a respectful way. And every time I've given feedback to Nintendo in person and it was something negative, I was very respectful about how I delivered that information to them, saying, hey, this is what people have been talking about. This is what people are concerned with. Just letting you guys know. I don't know if you're aware. I'm not saying you guys have to address it or give any comments. I just want you to know some of this community feedback. And I leave it at that. And they're like, well, thanks for letting us know. And thanks for being respectful and not getting in our face about it. We've had a lot of that. What do you mean you've had a lot of that? Yeah, man. We've had a lot of people come to try out our games and then just start screaming at us. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, what are they, 5 years old?
Basically.
Like, dude, that's not how you get shit done. The way this whining you do on social media, that's not how change happens.
Entitlement.
Yeah. Lots of entitlement by people who've never written a single line of code. It's just
or know how to behave in front of other humans because you live on the internet.
Yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah.
Hey, but I gotta get going, guys. But thank you for having me on.
Yeah, nice having you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave.
And if you want to check me out, I'll be doing a Super Nintendo 35th anniversary stream the weekend of August 22nd, I believe, it's the Saturday. The 23rd is the 35th anniversary of the release of the Super Nintendo, but I'll be doing it on the 22nd. Probably doing like a all-day stream. So come by, check it out. We were playing a bunch of Super Nintendo games. It'd be great fun.
You at least gotta hit midnight, right? You gotta hit the actual.
Yeah. All-time favorite Nintendo console is Super Nintendo. So
same here, dude. I will for sure be stopping by for that one. That sounds awesome.
Cool, man. All right, guys.
Later, Dave.
Have a good one.
Go on, Dave.
All right, anyone else want to talk about this topic or
Stash?
Right, I was waiting for Stash to give some thoughts here, especially from the review side, because obviously we focused a lot on the news side, which a lot of I have experience with, a lot of us have experience with. But in the review side, I think this doesn't get talked about enough. Do you think there's a problem on the review side, like people not knowing what they're talking about before they make reviews?
Yes, 100%. Also, yeah, I didn't comment on the news part. Yes, I think that's a problem as well. I see it all the time. And that's when I click off, and that's when I eventually say I can't watch this person anymore. They're wasting my time. They have no respect for my time. And I don't like it. But when it comes to the review side, this is why I started reviewing games. I've talked about this before on podcast. Talked about it in my 100K video, kind of like gave the story and background of why I got into what I'm doing. But obviously I've always been extremely passionate about video games my whole life. I've read reviews my whole life, right? Dating back to the days of Nintendo Power and EGM subscriptions, Game Pro, Game Informer, the PlayStation Magazine, Dreamcast Magazine, everything, like you name it. I consumed it all. When the internet came, I consumed everything there. Back with IGN back in 96 when it all started for IGN. Lived on planetgamecube.com back in the day. I've consistently consumed all things video games just my whole life, right? And there was never like, I guess, really a point where I back then that I thought that the people running point on the narrative weren't the right people, until of course the time came where I started seeing things going really sideways and started reading some of these reviews, and it's just complete bullshit, like top to bottom bullshit. It really just started becoming disgusted with the amount of bullshit. And I'm talking about just games getting bad review scores because I can clearly tell based on the context of the review that this person is not experienced with the genre, or this person literally said in their review they don't like this genre. Okay, well, why are you reviewing it? Well, it's not your fault. Okay, if we're looking at this like Walmart,
Sure.
I'm not going to get mad at the cashier because of something.
The big outlets are that way. Somebody hated something.
Someone in corporate made a decision, right? We all know that. Everyone should be smart enough to know that, but they're not. However, for the group we're talking with, I know you guys know that, and I think chat knows that. But this is what happens, right? You can read it and you can clearly tell that they were just not good enough. They're not good enough at the game, and they didn't have the strength or the willpower to try and get better. They decided to pack it in and write a bullshit review. I can clearly tell when this happens, and it happens more and more often today. And look, that's the facts of life, really. Okay. The time we live in now is the participation trophy bullshit era. And so this is going to happen a lot more. People aren't going to push through it. As soon as playing a video game doesn't give them 100% enjoyment and the game starts pushing back a little bit and starts to see how tough you are, people pack it in. And it's so obvious when I read these reviews or I watch them that you didn't even get past the first part, because the shit you're talking about is not how the game went down. You're talking about things like, oh, there's only a couple of weapons. There's like 50 weapons. What are you talking about? Oh, the game's super bland and it only has like this one environment. Yeah, because you never left the first region of the map. That's the beginning of the game. Most recently, this just happened with Beast of Reincarnation. For the people who actually played it, which I've had so many people in my comments, I've had people DM me, tag me on X and talk to me about it, saying, you were right, this game is great. These other people essentially don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, this has been going on for ages, though. Absolutely ages. It's gotten really worse. I think we're in 26 now, I don't know, at least over the last 10 years. Okay. I've consistently seen the quality go down. I remember when I was working in mortgage at Loan Depot, you know, I was there, my brother, my cousin, a lot of friends were there. We talked video games a lot at work. And I remember my cousin asking me one time about a game, and it was probably around 2016. And he was like, well, what did IGN give it? And I was like, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You always know this. I'm like, oh, I don't care anymore. I don't, their number means nothing to me. He's like, why? You know what happened? And I just started giving him all these examples. Like, yeah, it's bullshit, man. I don't feel good about them at all. I'd be reading the reviews, watching them, reading it's like word salad. The things they complain about, I said they're chronic complainers, dude. They're complaining about the most inconsequential things in life. As the way I read these reviews, I wouldn't even want to talk to these people in real life. And you know, I'm not naming names, guys, right? And it's not, me be very clear for anyone who loves IGN. First off, I used to love them. Second, there are still people there that I like. Third, I don't think they're always set up for success because again, I think their review system is fundamentally flawed. I've said this a million times, but you can't be assigning Call of Duty to the person who loves cozy gaming.
Okay. A strict deadline too.
Yes, very strict deadline.
Crazy.
And it all comes down to, making sure your staff is set up for success. Okay. And I managed for 20 years. I know this all too well. You got to make sure you do that if you want to see people grow and develop and make money and get promoted and move up. You have to set your people up for success. But the things they complain about are just absolutely beyond me. And again, I always ask these questions when it comes to game reviews. Is like, I don't know anything about you. I've never seen your face. You've never been on camera. I don't know the things you like and dislike. I don't know if you're the type of person who wakes up every morning, gets out of bed and complains about everything as soon as you get up, who complains about your back pain every day. Well, guess what? We all have back pain. Okay. Pretty sure we all do. The first thing I do when I get out of bed is not think about complaining about my back pain, but there's people who do this, right? I don't know if you're good at video games or if you suck. I don't know if you're the type of person who quits as soon as the going gets tough. There's so many things I know nothing about these people, and I never will because they're hidden behind a label. And this is why I'll always have this stance about review scores. So many people will look at an IGN review score as gospel. It's like, you don't even know who wrote this. You don't even know this person. They could literally be just a contracted person, which happens all the time at IGN. But even if they are an employee, what do you know about this person? Have you looked at their review history? Have you looked at like all the games they've reviewed? Because you can click on their name and you can look at it. So it goes into all these different facets, right? When I'm watching a review, if you don't know what you're talking about, it bothers me. Why should I listen to what you have to say if you don't know what you're talking about? In what other field would this be okay? If you're making a video trying to give me financial advice and I know you don't know what the F you're talking about, why should I listen to you for 1 second longer than I already have? Like, I really value my time. I use up every minute of the day. And you guys all know I work as many hours as possible before I'm like ready to pass out. And I've always done this, not just with this, with restaurant business, with mortgage. My time matters. So if you're going to waste my time with bullshit, it's upsetting. You should know what you're talking about. You just made a video. This should have all been planned out. You should have researched all of this before you presented it to me, before you presented it to the world, because that's what you're doing. When you make a video and you put it on YouTube, it's presented to the whole entire world. So you better damn well know what you're talking about. Because if you don't, why should I give you my time? That's how I look at it with anything that I'm consuming, though. If you don't know what you're talking about, I'm out of here. I'm done. You're wasting my time. It's disrespectful. When I watch a video and I hear ums every second, it bothers me because it's like, you're wasting my time, bro. Get to the point. Okay.
It used to be me.
Yeah.
It still happens, but it used to be like every fucking 3 seconds.
I get it. And when you're doing YouTube, it's something that you do have to work at.
Yeah, it's a train.
Yeah, everyone has to work at it, okay? Some people will never work at it, though. All right? So, does it matter if you're knowledgeable? To me, that's paramount.
Can I sidebar real quick?
Yeah.
Just because we're all content creators here, right?
Yeah.
Has anybody had this experience before? So we're on here now. I don't really have the issue of the ums, But if you tell me to record a video right now, I gotta edit that video for like 4 hours because there's everywhere in everything that I'm saying. And so there's so many cuts. But we're talking right now and it's fine. I don't know what it is. When you have an organic conversation, it seems to not happen as much. I don't know what is there a name for that phenomenon? I don't know what you would call that. But
like something about the flow of speech when you're talking to friends is a lot different than for a video because like you're trying to think. Like I notice with me because I don't do a lot of scripted videos. Like when I do a scripted video, it's fine. I'm just reading a script. When I do an ad read, there's like no ums in an ad read. Yeah, why would there be? I don't have ums in my script. Why? I'm not thinking about it. I'm just reading the script. What I'm more focused on is trying to make sure I'm looking at the camera since I don't have a teleprompter. But it's one of those things I notice in natural speech is when I do my video, sometimes I'm thinking of something before I'm going to say it because something just popped in my mind off what I'm talking about. But I'm like still thinking about it by the time I complete my sentence. And that's where the and ah comes from because I need a moment to gather my thought. And instead of just shutting up for like half a second while the thought finishes, we're trying to fill the dead air.
I was wondering if that was just me.
Yeah, to me, you can hear it every time I'm about to transition to a topic. There's always like or and I'm like, fuck. And I try to like when I put my timestamps come right after I do that because I know how annoying it is. And I should just cut it out every time. But like yesterday, I got 3 videos out. I can get 3 videos out if I cut all that out. I cut out the mistakes, but like I'm just thankful I've gotten to the point that it used to be. I listened to some of my old content. It used to be like every fucking 10 seconds. Now it's like, no. I've really reduced it down because I cared to work at it because I know it's annoying. I know it annoys me to listen to it when I'm editing. It's really annoying. If it's annoying me, it's annoying the viewer, right? But yeah, I used to do it. You didn't take the time to cut out every single one, but it was so bad. I'm like, I gotta just get better at this. I can't spend 4 hours cutting out ums and ahs, especially when I'm on camera. Now it just looks like a stop motion.
Yep. I was wondering, but yeah, we can. I didn't mean to cut you off, Stash.
No, you're good. That is a good question. I just did it myself.
Yeah, happens all the time.
So, for me, I write all of my reviews. I should probably start a website, which is something I've been thinking about doing and just getting my media credentials. It's been suggested to me by companies that I won't mention. I'm sure you guys might have an idea, but
want to put up news or something?
Reviews
for all my reviews.
Yeah. It would probably help you.
Yeah,
because it used to help me when I had like NintendoPrime.net as a website. It used to help me get media credentials when I would just put news on that website versus my YouTube channel. It's weird. It's like holding on to the old ways, but
I'm basically doing 2 reviews because I'm writing a review.
Yeah,
and then I'm giving it for a video review.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm doing all of this stuff myself anyways.
Yeah.
I don't have an editor, but I'm already doing a written review and a video review. So literally both could live on a website, and with YouTube, they can only live as a video.
Yeah.
And if I have a written one, then it allows me to have that media credential so I can get review codes from certain companies even more early than I already am.
So stupid. They need to get in tune with modern day, man.
I've got a better one for you. And I know like a year ago, I told you, I was like, dude, you should write an ebook. You'd probably sell an ebook very easily. But I've got one even better for you, man. You should start ThunderStash magazine or ThunderStash Gaming Monthly or something like that. Do a physical magazine with retrospectives.
I'll write some physical articles,
anniversaries.
There's a market for that.
Old days, baby. I used to write.
Sign up.
That'd be sick.
I contribute. I give you some.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind for sure. That's an idea. That's not something I've thought of before.
Well, we need that because it doesn't exist in gaming anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm interested. I backed the EGM compendium on Kickstarter, and we should be getting it in September.
What, Nintendo Force magazine? I backed that one for a bit.
I did too.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. Yeah, I still have a few issues, but EGM's doing one new issue. as part of this Kickstarter, and I'm excited to read it and just kind of look at the format and see how all that goes down. But it's going to be so nice to have like a new magazine from EGM in 2026. But I'm interested to see it too, and see what people's reactions are to it, to having a physical magazine like that. But okay, so to circle back, I do want to make one point, and I was starting to make it about IGN. Look, guys, for everyone listening, IGN's the big name in the game. This applies to any media outlet that writes reviews. I'm not just talking about IGN, okay? IGN is just easy to say. It's a catch-all. It's been around since 1996, and I've seen their entire history from beginning to today. So for 30 years, I've consumed IGN. Yeah, but this goes for any reviews. Look, man, you got to know what you're talking about. Why? Because you always have to ask, why should I listen to you? Before you put a video out, you should ask yourself, why should anyone listen to me? Did I do research? Do I know everything about this genre? Do I know enough? What am I telling them about this game that they may not know? Am I telling them anything about this game they don't know? Do I believe in what I'm saying? There's so many things that you need to do, and so many bases you need to cover. And again, too often, I'll listen to a review for a little bit, and look, I'll give an example. Someone mentioned this in chat earlier. I won't give a name, but I had reviewed Oblivion. I had it for a little over 2 weeks on Switch 2 before it came out. I got to spend a lot of time with it. And I made my points about the performance, went over it in detail. I got it posted at right when the embargo lifted. And then I went to the gym, was on my way home, saw something pop up in my YouTube feed. Typically, I do not watch any reviews of games that I review after, but I'm driving, and the headline and the thumbnail, got me. I'm like, what is this person gonna say? I was genuinely interested, and I'm watching it, listening to it, and I'm just like, dude, again, how do you get through the day? Chronic complainer, just complaining about everything possible. And then you have to ask, like, do you like video games? Do you like what you do? And it goes back to that question I always say, and it's it's how you view life. Is this something you get to do, or is it something you have to do? And all too often, when I read or watch a review, you can tell it's something they have to do. They do it because they have to pay their bills. They don't do it for the love of the game. I got people all the time asking me how much money this company's paying you, all the time in my comments, because I like the game. I made it clear to everyone, I made my money in mortgage. I did not do this to become rich. If I only did this, I would be very poor. I'd be living on the street. Literally. I can't afford to put a roof over my head based on YouTube income. Absolutely not. I literally do this for the love of the game. And you mentioned that earlier, Nate. You got to love what you do. This is why I do it. Never did this to become rich. Didn't do this to become popular. Didn't do this to put my face out there. I live in the mountains for a reason. Okay. I like it out here. I did all that stuff when I was younger. I went out all the time. I partied all the time. I did all that stuff. I moved out here just to get away from the sheep of the world. To just be perfectly honest with you. That's why. So putting my face out here and exposing myself to all just all the bullshit that you get on the internet. I only did this for the love of the game, honestly. It was for nothing else.
He went from sheep to leadership.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
By the way, he only ever talks about this shit, guys, on the podcast. Like, we never talked about this behind the scenes. Every now and then we'll have a brief discussion on something with the media that we're like, God, here we go again. It's happening again. It's just so fucking stupid.
Well, yeah, we just did.
Yeah. We literally have that conversation all the time behind the scenes. Like, because we're just like, it's not that we're shocked. It's just kind of like, God, this is ever going to stop. Like, it's almost entertaining and predictable. Like, oh, Sony's having a hard time, so Nintendo's about to get shit. It's about to happen.
It's very predictable.
They have to do it.
Oh, Sony's having a great time. Oh, now you'll see some retrospective on how great Switch was or some shit. Like, okay, cool. Wow, nothing about today's game.
This always happens too. Look, we're old enough to remember, I think all of us, that these campaigns have been going on for a really long time with the media. They're always trying to shape the narrative, and it's not just with video games. I won't get into the other things, but you guys know, because I literally just talked to you about it earlier this week in DMs. But they're always trying to control and shape the narrative. And we've seen it with so many Nintendo consoles. You guys remember when DS came out? DS was doomed. PSP was going to crush it. PSP was going to annihilate the DS, according to all of the media. Everyone shit on the Nintendo DS. They all did.
Look at them still using cartridges. UMDs, baby.
They all shit on the Wii.
Yeah.
They did. The experts, the Michael Pachters of the world. You know what I mean? But this goes into everything. This goes into sports, right? How many times, my cousin will ask me something about, hey, did you see this on ESPN? This has been going on for at least 10 years. Well, he'll ask me if I saw something. I said, Jim, I told you I stopped watching ESPN. There's a bunch of clowns on there now that don't know what they're talking about. Okay. There's a few people who do, right? There's a few shows I'll always enjoy, like PTI.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean? Some of the classics.
Same thing as always. That show.
Yeah, but
when that show's done.
I don't want to hear every day them talk about the LeBron and Jordan debate. And if you're debating anything other than Jordan being the best, I don't want to hear it because it's stupid. Okay. You're just trying to create content.
I don't mind hearing it once in a blue moon. Like, I'll give you an idea. When Skip came back to First Take, I knew they were going to do it, right? They're doing LeBron versus Jordan. Yeah, I tuned into that for nostalgia's sake, baby. I knew what the arguments were. I've heard them all from these guys before. I just want to see it one more time. That's cool. But here's the thing. It's kind of like what Stash was saying, how he doesn't pay attention to that stuff. I don't really either. I just catch clips now. I used to have it on my TV, and now I just don't, because it's the same conversations every day, unless I know they're going to have a topic on my team. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'll tune in for that one topic. But I still participate and comment on it because there's a part of the love of the game with sports conversation. Sometimes you love the game a little bit. Some of that little sports conversation and the trash talking around it.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Jordan versus LeBron stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty much done with that. The debate, whatever.
It's on Twitter every day. Yeah, it's in my feed every day because I consume a lot of basketball content, so it's always there.
But it's ratings for them.
Yeah, it is. That's why they do it. It's good ratings, and it's going to be that way until LeBron retires, and then it'll be really big again. Then it'll fade away.
And they do it because that's how they make money. Just like with YouTube, right? Complain, be negative, sensationalize stuff, do all the things that I'll never do. Those people will make the money. I won't.
But Stash, you're biased.
But I won't lose my soul.
Remember, you're biased. You don't play games you don't like.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean, though?
Wait, why would I? Why would I subject myself to a game I have no interest in because it looks like shit to me?
Yeah, that's the question I get all the time. Are there any games that you don't recommend? Yeah, if I effed up.
Yeah. And he had that happen with one game. I mean, one game last year, wasn't it? I don't want to call it out, but
There's been a few.
but I remember like you were talking to me like, dude, I got to put this review on. I feel so bad because it's negative. This is not what I thought this game was, but I committed. It's going out. It is what it is. I'm not changing what I'm saying.
Well, like Code Vein 2, you know, Bandai flew me out to LA, to go play it, and they put you up in a hotel. They take really good care of you.
That's all the wine and dine they do to the media.
Yeah, like this isn't my first time, guys. I worked in management for 20 years. This happens all the time in management.
Yep.
This is
Gotta
nothing
close that
new.
deal.
Yeah, this is nothing new. It's called having integrity, though. It doesn't matter that they did all that. If the game's not good, I'm going to let you know the game's not good, but I'm going to say it in a very polite, professional, and respectful way. Whereas the guy, the other guy who's doing a review is going to say it like a complete jackass who sounds like he's 12 years old, even though he's the same age as me.
Yeah, or you have
Which
some
this
other
guy
guys
is the same age as me.
They talk positively about it while they were trash talking it there because they don't want to lose access.
Yeah,
like,
and then you got people in my comments are like,
then they take away access, whatever.
Why are you glazing this game? There's no glazing. It's just called being respectful. It's called common courtesy.
Yeah.
I know it's not common anymore, just like common sense isn't, because you don't have any common sense. But you know what I mean? This is like just the world we live in, and it's crazy. But IGN's going to continue to do well. ESPN will continue to do well because they're always pushing different narratives, and they're always bringing in stuff that isn't always sports to get those people interested now too.
Pat McAfee, you want to know why he's taken over YouTube or taken over ESPN? And I liked this show before it went to ESPN because it does ratings for him, right? And look, he had Aaron Rodgers on, pissed off all of ESPN over the shit he said because he made sure he wanted to say it while they were on air with ESPN for 8 minutes. Pissed him off, but you know what it also did? Gave ESPN massive fucking ratings. One of the highest rating segments they had seen in a long time was Aaron Rodgers trashing ESPN.
Controversy.
It's controversy, and it works. And ESPN, in my opinion, didn't take proper. They should have took advantage of that. All their debate shows should have been debating it, and instead they stayed away from it because, hey, this happened on our air, and it was trashing us and our parent company. We shouldn't, Disney's saying don't do it. See, that's not smart. Take it. Sports is all about the conversation. Is all about the controversy. You just had a huge controversy happen on your network. You should be the number one network capitalizing, but they won't do it because they got to worry about the corporate heads and making them all happy. And it's like, yeah, but our job is we created a narrative everyone else is taking advantage of. Why are we not doing it? We should have immediately, upon the ending of the Pat McAfee show, our very first ESPN Sports Center, should have had Stephen A. Smith come on and pop off on this a little bit. And, I got things to say. You better turn in the first take tomorrow on this. Me and Aaron Rodgers got a problem. Like, there's so many ways that you just didn't do any of it because you're like, no, we can't touch this because he trashed Disney. It's like, who cares? Defend Disney then.
Yeah, they should take a page out of pro wrestling. Honestly.
Yeah, they created.
Literally, you had an interview. He created a moment for it. He gave you a gold. He gave you gold. Whether you agree with what Aaron Rodgers said or not, you gave him fucking gold to your network. He just gave you entertaining conversation for the next week, and you blew it. And you let everyone else do it.
They should run a promotion for it, just like you would in wrestling.
Yeah.
But to be fair with wrestling, though, you can kind of gauge, since you have a live audience, you can kind of gauge
if things are working.
Yeah, you kind of gauge how it's going to go. So you can kind of drop something if you think it's going to bomb based on how the audience there responds.
Yeah.
You can't really do that with Nielsen. So it's kind of I can see both sides of it. I can see how they will be scary and I can see how if they use the wrestling angle, it would I definitely think it would work, especially if we use Stephen A. as
Stephen A's
to
great
be
for
the person that responds, because he's going to be loud and boisterous and
and he's going to do it on his own show anyway. So why not have it be on your network and do it? Like, you already gave him the latitude to talk about anything he wants when he's not on ESPN. You see him getting all political; they won't let that shit on ESPN. Okay, well then he's going to talk about the Aaron Rodgers thing no matter what. So why not do it on your air? You make the money for it. Right? Like, take the whole dude. Everyone loves verse the man shit. People will tune into it on your network if it's happening on your network. They will tune in because they want to see it. They want to see one of your guys defend what Aaron Rodgers said. and talk about how, hey, we were fucking wrong. Disney was wrong. We should have did this shit. We shouldn't have chastised him. All these other players weren't fucking getting the shot either. And we didn't give him all this fucking attention, but we went after Aaron Rodgers like he's the worst guy in the fucking world. And look, some of the shit he was talking about ended up being true. I'm going to get the conspiracy theories going. Maybe Fauci was wrong. And then you have someone come in, oh, no, Dr. Fauci's been an excellent doctor for so long. Maybe the information he had was wrong, but he did the best with the information he had. He pleaded the fifth a bunch of times. Yeah, but it's a bunch of medical stuff. And maybe it's really hard to get into because of confidential reasons. You can come up with all this shit and you can be like, hey, man, I got the shot and I've gotten every booster and I've never had problems. Hey, I didn't and I have natural immunity. You can have some fucking crazy fucking bullshit on ESPN. You do it with any other topic that doesn't involve your company. And now everyone else is doing it to you. And you're just going to let that go? Like Aaron Rodgers handed you a fucking gold mine for a week. You got rich.
The back and forth alone would have been
some babies. Instead, you let everyone else feed theirs and ignored it because you're worried about corporate shit. And this goes into the media, guys. Like, look, I don't hate everyone at IGN. I have a deep respect, especially for some of the OGs over there, man. They're even still there as shot callers, but they don't get to call every shot. Now they're owned by bigger entities. Ziff Davis and all this shit. Like, Pierce Snyder's not a founder of Ziff Davis.
Yeah.
He's a founder of IGN.
He can't pull anymore. He can't pull rank like he used to anymore because
so
he's
got to play ball a certain way to keep his job, keep his shit going. Because do you think corporate won't just boot his ass out? Yeah, they might try to do it more respectfully because he's got a lot of pull. But if he ain't towing the line, you're out.
And that's sad.
Look, I don't blame IGN for the directions they've gone in, trying to become. They were just gaming. And then they expanded to multimedia. I think that was probably a smart move overall for them. Help diversify. I think it was great. Yeah, some of your covers suffered because of it, but I mean, that's natural. You're spread thin. But it's okay. I don't think that was a bad direction. I just think there's other choices they could have made different. But in the end, they have to answer to corporate. They got to drive the money. They used to war with content creators, and then they said, hey, why don't we just become content creators ourselves? Yeah, that was, you should have embraced it. But all media had a problem with that at first. They didn't understand why people were watching these people that don't have as much access and knowledge as them. And it's like, well, we might have the same knowledge. Yeah, maybe we don't have the access, but maybe it's because we don't like what you're doing with the access. Like, you're not giving us what we want with that access. You're not asking the questions we want to know. When you're previewing the games, you're showing us gameplay from E3 that looks like you haven't touched a fucking controller in 10 years. Like, we're not getting any idea how this game plays because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like, when's the last time you played a Zelda game? Oh, you're playing Breath of the Wild E3 2016? Dude, the amount of people that told me that I was like the only person to beat the Stone Talus. And I'm like, fuck you mean I'm the only fucking person to beat this? And now I get it. When you first face it, it's a new enemy. I've never faced it before. It's a little tough. You have no items. But, dude, I figured out the fucking boss fight like 3 moves in, and I'm like, okay. I get what this thing does now. It's got a pattern. I just got to get good at the pattern and then find enough things to hit it with because I'm limited in my ammo. I'm not used to being this limited in Zelda, or I can't just swing my sword whenever I want, right? It breaks. So, yeah, I figured it out and I took him down. Like, you're the first one. And sure as shit, I posted the clip on the internet. Guys, go look it up. It's got like 400,000 views. One of the top viewed videos. Why? Because I was the first person to post it on the internet. Why? Because I beat it before Nintendo Treehouse beat it on their live stream. And I'm like, dude, this wasn't even that hard. How did nobody and no other media that's been playing this up in the private area this whole time, none of them did this? Now, to be fair, yeah, the one Nintendo rep told me, oh, don't go over there. You're going to die. Why? Because everyone dies over there. I'm like, well, that's exactly where I'm going then.
Yep.
You're telling me there's something fucking awesome over there everyone's running from. I want to see it.
I walked up and I saw a Lionel and I'm like, ooh, Zelda 1. Let me go see it. I get owned. And then you get better. Like,
get wrecked. You keep wrecking me. I don't give a fuck. Like, show it. Show a player trying to get better. And if you don't get the footage of beating it, you're at least going to see a gamer who knows what he's doing, recognizes patterns, and is trying things. Yeah, maybe he's slow at it. Maybe my reflexes aren't what they want. So I can admit that I'm 40, right? Yeah, I'm not as quick as I once was. That's okay. I at least know what I'm doing. I know how to recognize patterns, and I know how to try. And so a lot of us got frustrated watching the media put up these shit-ass gameplay. And look, I'll give them one small defense. As someone who goes to these events, you are rapidly changing controllers from back-to-back meetings, and it can get a lot because that's not your normal day. You're not going
at the expos, yeah.
Yeah, you're not going PlayStation to Xbox to Nintendo to some random weird Logitech controller, back to PlayStation, then to Nintendo again. Oh, and this one you're doing a side Joy-Con, and this one you're using the Pro controller. This one you're using motion controls. Like, it gets a little wild at these media events when you're going rapid fire. So I understand having a little bit of skill issues because I don't know what you just played before this, and you only get 15 minutes. And by the time you get your grip on it, you're moving on. I get it. But that's exactly why a lot of those content creators say, well, why are you moving on? If you know you struggled the first time through, try to play it again.
Mm-hmm.
Play it again now that you got a grip on it. Let's actually see what the game's about. Now that you figured it out, play it again. Oh, you can't because you got to wait in line. Well, I'll go wait in line to play Breath of the Wild again. You're not going to wait in the 3-hour line? Well, guess what? This is what Nintendo fans want to know. It's the only fucking game at E3. It's my job at Zelda Informer, specifically, to let them know about fucking Zelda. So what do you think I did the entire E3? Eric knows. Round and round in the line. I played that game more than anyone else there. Well, plus Eric. No, I will say even more than you because I got the media session that you just watched. So technically I had one extra gameplay session over Eric.
Fair enough, yeah.
And that one, I wanted to show off some stuff. And I was like, you know what? Let's try to beat all 4. And then I fucked up. I'm like, okay, now let's make it into how many ways can I die? The Nintendo reps are laughing. And I'm just like, well, look, I was going to try to show off and be like, yeah, I think I played it enough to go and beat all 4 shrines. Does anyone beat all 4 shrines in one go in the demo? No, I'm like, I think I can do it. But then I went to the farthest away shrine first, and I fucked up. I went to the tall peak instead of the other peak. If you guys know in the beginning area of tutorial Breath of the Wild, there's 2 peaks. I went to the wrong one. I went with the demo time. I knew there wasn't enough time to get to the other one and complete all 4 because I wanted to get the one furthest away first because I knew there was a route I can go from that. Then I can kind of drop down to this one, and this one I can just kind of drop down levels and go all the way to the end. I'm like, dude, I think this can be done within the demo time limit of like 25 minutes. But you have to not make any mistakes. So I was hoping to impress everyone, but then I didn't. And then I'm like, well, I'm just going to start flinging Link off the mountain. Just see what happens. But why are you doing this? Like, do you know what you mean? Don't I know how to shield surf? Here you go. I figured it out. Oh, well, I mean, because one guy watched me dominating on the Stone Talus fight, and he's like, oh, man, you're good at this. You want to shield surf? I'm like, yeah, man. Cool. We haven't shown anyone this. Here, press this button. Press this button and that button. I'm like, oh, fuck, this is sick. Now I'm shield surfing, shooting arrows, having fun. I'm like, dude, game's wild. But you weren't seeing this. Like, I was watching some of the media videos after I uploaded my Stone Talus. I was just doing some research, seeing what IGN and others were putting out from their experience. I'm like, dude, the gameplay shit. They do fucking nothing in like the entire demo. Like, they started a fire in the weeds, and they're like, oh, this is so fun. I'm like, yeah, I did that too. That was cool. Yeah, I saw that, you know, you like has like a gust of wind, but we don't have the glider yet, so I can't do anything with that gust of wind. That's cool. And that's all you did for 15 minutes? You just ran around and lit the field on fire? Compelling gameplay you're showing here. Compelling. Absolutely compelling. In your limited time with the game, you know you're only playing it one time. That's what you chose to do. And don't get me wrong, it's fun to run around and burn shit in that game. It is.
What wasn't that demo? Wasn't that demo wide open too? Like you could leave. Couldn't you leave the Great Plateau still? Or
so we don't know.
Yeah.
I asked the rep. They said, well, no one's beaten all 4 shrines within the limit. So they weren't positive if the demo was actually completely locked because it was time locked for sure. But they didn't know 100% for sure if it was locked, like you couldn't actually get off. Just no one had enough time and knew enough. Like I'm sure a Nintendo rep probably could have did it, but yeah. So no idea because no one actually, as far as I'm aware, completed all 4 while there in a row to see the cutscene where you get the glider and then you can get off. So no one really got to use the glider. But still, like, that's what I mean, though. I knew as a Zelda fan, I'm like, what would I want to see playing this game? Well, I want to see everything that this has to offer. So I want recordings of everything I see it. The Stone Talus, the herbs, the trees, the items dropping, the food, the cooking, all the different stuff I'm cooking. People want to see this shit. They don't want to just see one thing. And that's the same way with like, and that's how I approach game demos now. Like, you know, yeah, when it's Kirby Air Riders last year, okay, it's pretty linear, pretty straightforward. Everyone's kind of seeing the same stuff. But then when it's something like Star Wars Outlaws, I'm like, let me try this. Let me try this. Like, I know this game's already out. People already know what's in it. But people want to know, hey, what does the performance look like when you get out of this opening hangar area? What's it like in the open world? Hey, people are kind of curious on if the graphics hold up. Hey, what's it like in docked mode versus handheld? Hey, does the space fights hold up? Are those really good or are they just kind of crap? Like, what do people want to know? Same reason I asked the developer there a bunch of questions, and then I was allowed to share that information. Then had the whole internet call me a liar. Then I'm full of shit that I never had access because I don't have any photos because we weren't allowed to take photos of that one. unfortunately. So I couldn't provide any photo evidence that I was there and played it. People just had to believe me. Then the game comes out and they're like, oh shit, Prime was right. Yeah, no shit. I'm describing what I played.
You talking about New York?
When I was at Seattle last year.
Okay, Seattle. Okay.
Yeah. So this was PAX last year. And it's just like, I looked at what media was doing and I'm just like, God, I don't really like what you're fucking doing. Like, this isn't what I want to know as a gamer. And now that I have access a little bit, I don't have the same access they do. I'm waiting in line for 3 hours. But I'm going to make sure when I get the footage, it's going to be what people want to see. At least what I think they want to see is what I want to see. So, yeah, that's what made me start realizing that, you know, they don't really get it. And that's when I think content creators started to take off, as they started giving what the mainstream media wasn't.
It was kind of weird, too, because when they started to notice that was the shift. And it's not just gaming press, but it was also mainstream press that's still struggling with it right now.
Yeah.
They do the weird thing where they pretend to be you, because before they would do their podcast or whatever, or they'll be in the studio talking to each other and whatnot. Now all of a sudden they do this and they have the headphones on and they're like doing the whole thing to do their. I'm like, you're in the studio. Why are you doing this? And even if you're not in the studio anymore because of
COVID
pandemic
or
whatever,
they changed it.
Yeah. So like, you're not anymore. So why are you still doing that? Unless y'all are working remote or whatever, that's fine. But if I see you recording a video in a studio and then like an hour later you're on a podcast and you're pretending to be, I don't know. I've seen news organizations not from gaming literally set up studios to where it looks like they're podcasting, but they're still in the studio on campus. They took the green room and turned it into a podcast studio.
Like, you're clearly not at your house, dude. Like, stop. And like, yeah, some of you really are when your kid runs through the background. I'm like, okay, that's cool, but like, also, come on, man, you knew you were going to be on this. No one's watching your kid.
Yeah,
like be a little professional about this a bit. Like, I guess this makes you feel like, oh, we're doing the content creator thing. I'm like, dude, when that happens to me on my live stream, it's not because I want it to.
Yeah.
You realize if I could prevent it, I would, right? Like, that's not, you don't want, like, you're a professional. I'm trying to get to where you're at, where I don't got to worry about that, right? Like, that's whatever. You're not even taking advantage of the platform you have, and you're just doing dumb shit with it, and you're pretending to be me, which is just insulting because you're not, and you have access, I don't, and you're just setting up fake shit for it, and it's just like, just stop. Anyways, we should probably move on. We have a couple more topics to get to, and Birdman, I guess I'll let you pick one of the last two, because obviously we got the Zelda / Direct one. That's the big boy one. We got to get to that, but also there's another interesting topic. So which one do you want, Bird?
I'll take Zelda because I'm not a financials guy, and you probably know way more about the financials
Gotcha.
than me.
Yeah, Stash usually takes it, but then again, we're trying not to go super crazy with the financials tonight. So yeah, I'll summarize it up for the last topic. That'll be good. All right, let's talk about it, man. Zelda's 40th in the next Direct. Some crazy shit's been going down. It's the big topic, man. Let's go. I'm excited.
All right. So first off, leaks, guys. Zelda's getting a console and a controller, as previously rumored for Zelda's 40th. We have some looks. Does someone want to? I'm on one monitor. If someone wants to pull that up, if you want to pull that up, Nate,
I'll try.
Or Eric, would be amazing.
Give me a second here. I'll just start. Yeah, you can just keep talking. You're good.
Cool.
I got it.
Cool. So we'll get that pulled up. Now, to be clear, this stuff has been rumored for a bit. And I know this is as well as something that we've all speculated on since January, or maybe even sooner than that, to be honest, of this year. The Zelda console was actually first rumored by, how do I say that? Special Nick? Is it Special?
Yeah, good
Special
enough.
Nick, a long time ago.
He's in the chat.
Though a different leaker made a bigger public stink, has gotten credit often as the first on the scene. But I know that Nick is the man. Well, I don't know, but Prime knows that Nick is the man with this one and stuck for it for a long time. Then we have Attack the Backlog, friend of the show, Nintendeal, and Necrofelipe all claiming a controller was coming, with Necrofelipe claiming to have seen it and Nintendeal using a tweet to tease it. Is that the tweet? Now, just to be clear, is that the tweet that was like the mock logo that we showed?
The mock logo was by Necrofelipe. who was basically showing off the logo we see on screen right there.
Yep. Yeah. And it was
it's pretty
very
spot
damn
on.
close.
And then Nintendo was the one that did like the 800BG.G
right.
or whatever, and it was
That's
code,
right.
It was like literally like the code name and all that stuff. Yeah.
Awesome. All of this seemingly got confirmed when the images of the console and controller leaked from China's manufacturing plants. And as far as anyone who's professional can tell, these are legit images and not doctored. So, thoughts on the console and the controller design? What else we think Nintendo may or may not do for Zelda's 40th? And when is this happening? Is it its own event, part of a larger direct? And if the latter, do they end with Zelda stuff, start with it? And what's the big 2027 teaser game they use to excite us for the next year while not overlooking Ocarina of Time? Now, as a bonus, any thoughts on who is making Ocarina of Time? And will this lead to Majora's Mask? There's another piece to this, but we'll start with just the game.
Movie stuff. We'll say the Zelda movie.
Perfect. Let's start with Shadow Fox.
For this,
yeah. So just to summarize, thoughts on this, the hardware and accessories that were leaked. Your thoughts on when we can expect a direct, if it'll just be Zelda or Zelda within a larger direct. And what else? What else was there? Big topic.
You just start there.
Yeah, let's start there.
I just think they'll be both. They'll do some type of announcement that'll it may be a Twitter direct or something, but they'll do a little video, whether it's a small Nintendo direct or something, with saying, "Hey, this is coming" type deal. Maybe with a little bit of gameplay, and if they don't show gameplay, they'll just show the console and the controller or whatever, and then do a specific Nintendo direct right before the game launches. So I'm pretty sure they'll do one. They may even do the whole thing where kind of like how they did for Xenoblade, where there'll be a series. So after the game launches, they'll do 2 more, like every week or something. That might be a thing as well to continue to drive sales through the holiday. I kind of see that. I see one of the images, 3 of the images there are from the UK leak. The third, one of the other ones I don't recognize, and that's for the control. Yeah, it's either the second or the third controller one. I don't think was the UK one. Those are all UK, but I think
there's one that shows the back that's not here.
Yeah, and I think that one of those might be US. I'm not sure which one it is, but one of them might be.
Yeah. And all the stuff guys came from Chinese forums from manufacturing. So.
Yep. Because they got to mass produce this stuff somehow, and you know, all you gotta do is look at the manifest. You'll see some of the numbers or whatever, and you'll be able to figure out the rest.
Yeah. People already figured out it's legit because the numbers are on the boxes and they already lined it up. It's like, oh yeah, this shit's real. It's coming.
Yep. But yeah, as far as that, I think it's pretty much all they'll do. As far as the game itself, I'm going to assume that it's pretty much done at this point. They've probably just been sitting on it for a while, and they're trying to figure out. I guess they already figured out, nailed down what was a correct release date for it. Kind of like just like how Star Fox was. They'll let us know more when it comes down to it. They're definitely not going to shadow drop it. That's not happening. So this is a Nintendo franchise, and if they're making a movie off of the franchise soon, they're not gonna treat this lightly. So it's the 40th anniversary. There'll be a bunch of stuff done. So I think there will be like multiple videos for the game though after release, I believe.
So you're thinking we'll get some reveals as well as this game's place within a direct. Is what you're thinking,
and it'll have its own direct too.
Gotcha. And what are your thoughts on these designs, both the console and the Pro controller? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm gonna be broke because I'll probably buy 2 Pro controllers at least. The console, I like staying married, so I'm not gonna buy another. I'm not gonna buy another Switch 2. But it looks nice though. It looks nice.
You like the colors?
Yeah, I like the gold and the black. It really is set off to me.
Green on the ride,
Triforce looks really good. It's really good.
It's some of the most all out they've gone, even with Switch. Yeah.
Wish I could have it. It'll be a Pro Controller only for me. But yeah, it looks really
I
good.
want to see the back of the Switch too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Whatever they did with that, maybe because I'm pretty sure there's gold on the back. There's gotta be.
There's gotta be something on the back like that. Yeah.
I'd be really happy if they threw a gold 40th anniversary on the back of the Switch. That logo
I would like
in
that,
gold. I really like the logo with the pixel link. If that back shot of the controller is real, we don't have a picture of it for here. There's a detail on it that I love so much. It's Pixel Link from the original Legend of Zelda swinging a sword. And then on the other side of the logo, it has the beam from the sword.
There
we go.
Yeah, there it is.
I love this so much. If that's real, is that real? Is this
so first off, this
man-made?
is an AI mock up,
Right?
off of it. But yes, that's legit. Yes,
I absolutely love that. It's my favorite detail on the controller. As much as I love the gold and the Triforce, I just think this is such a nice little tribute to the history of the series. But Fox, I got another question for you.
there's the actual real life one.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, I love that so much.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you believe that Ocarina of Time remake will lead to a Majora's Mask remake, or do you think that's wishful thinking?
The reason why I think it should happen is because same engine. Like, why wouldn't you? If you've already spent the money to do Ocarina of Time, you might as well do Majora's Mask and Ura Zelda or whatever you want to do after that. Master Quest. Yeah, I see no reason to not do that at this point, because it would. Why waste the R&D at this point is what I would think. You'd make the Majora's Mask the same way you made Ocarina of Time and go from there. Now, as far as whether or not Nintendo is going to do that, they like to stretch stuff out sometimes, because we might not see it. It could be done at the same time this game is done, but they'll hold it out for another year if need be. So whether we'll see it or not relatively soon, that's up in the air. But I would say, for money's sake and R&D sake, there's zero reason for them not to do it at this point. It's effectively the same engine. They might as well go ahead and port everything over.
Hell yeah. Eric, thoughts on the controller and the hardware? What do you think of these?
These have got to be one of the coolest things I've ever freaking seen in my life. I love the colors. I love the design. Am I going to get one? Probably not, but they're freaking the coolest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I got to get that controller. That's crazy.
That would be probably the thing I would get. It would be the Pro Controller. Even though I play 99.99999% of the time in handheld, but still.
See, I purposefully only bought one Pro Controller for my Switch 2 because I knew that there would be, well, one, I knew we were going to get a Zelda Pro Controller at some point, most likely for the anniversary since launch. So I've been like, okay, that'll be my second one. That's going to be special that no one's allowed to use except for me, with washed hands and all that good stuff. What's that?
The white gloves and everything.
Yeah, yep, the white gloves. So I've held off, and I'm looking forward to see what other neat controllers we get. And then what are your thoughts, Eric, as far as Direct goes? A, when do you think the Direct's going to happen? B, do you think it's going to be a traditional large Direct with Zelda 40th stuff in it? Or do you think it's going to be a Zelda-focused Direct?
That's a tough one. I mean, you got to start thinking that, the Direct's next month, with September being a very common month for Directs. But with the way Nintendo's going nowadays, you just can never tell if they're going to have a full dedicated Direct, which I think they probably should for Zelda. And then, because there's so much stuff they could cover between, the game itself and then the actual, confirming the cast for the movie, showing some more, showing a trailer, things like that. I think, that has enough content to stand on its own, in its own direct. But you never know with Nintendo nowadays. So I want them to have their own separate direct for it, but yeah.
Got it. And do you think Ocarina of Time remake will inevitably lead to Majora's Mask remake, or do you think that's wishful thinking?
No, I think it will. They aren't going to design this art style for and just use it for the one game. I have a feeling that they're going to use it for the next part of it.
Hell yeah. Primal. What are your thoughts on the hardware and accessory that we've gotten leaked?
This is the worst year ever for me to be on a game buying freeze.
You never said you're on a hardware accessory buying freeze.
It's an all gaming buying freeze.
I know, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't have the finances to afford anything. And of course, it's the same year that Zelda's 40th. And of course, unlike the 35th, they're actually doing something. And that something wants to charge me another $600 plus, another $100 to get Ocarina of Time with taxes. So, it wants me to come up with money. I've been talking about this for a while that Nintendo's giving me everything I want when it comes to Zelda for the 40th, right? I'm getting my console and my controller. No regrets getting Switch 2 day one. Sure, I can make an argument to pick up another Switch 2 because then I can give Yulia mine, right? That'd be great. She'd have her own and it'd be cool. I can't justify the purchase. I don't have the money. But what I will say is this hurts my heart. I will probably have that console at some point next year, and I'll probably have to get it scalped, and that's going to suck. But I want it that bad, and I want it sealed. Now, I'm probably going to open it, but I want to be the one that breaks the seal. I want to know no one touched that thing but me. No kids, no grubby person who tried to swap Joy-Cons and try to put some fake shells on or some shit. Put some third-party bullshit in there, took out the Nintendo power cord, swapped in a basic USB-C. No. I want it all to myself, especially if I'm playing scalper money. Shit better be sealed. I don't want to do that. I don't want to play scalper money, but I just don't think they're going to keep this thing around for that long. Pro controller probably easier to get. Probably still can find some brand new one at some point next year. I got a feeling they're making a piss load of those because they probably expect to sell quite a bit, and they know they can just keep it on shelves over time, and it'll eventually sell out because people are going to buy controllers all throughout the generation. They'll see the cool Zelda one. They'll go, oh, yeah, let me pick up that one. So I don't think they're as worried about the controller, and it'll be around for a while. So I'll probably get that brand new next year. And obviously Ocarina of Time. I do think Majora's Mask is going to come from it because I think it's going to sell incredibly well, and the sales will be too undeniable. Like, why wouldn't we go ahead and do Majora's Mask and have that come out towards the end of the gen as like a transition game into the new gen? Because that's what I think they'll do. I think they'll space it out because I think there'll be a top-down Zelda remake still. A brand new top-down Zelda game. Obviously, the big brand new 3D Zelda game, which also there'll be a Hyrule Warriors to tie with that Zelda game. So I kind of think we sort of know a decent roadmap of what Zelda's going to be doing for like the next 5-6 years. And Majora's Mask doesn't really fit into that, but it could fit in right after that. There's like a nice spot for it right as we start to think about the next gen. That could be like the second, because the way the new 3D Zelda's lining up is we shouldn't, after we get this brand new one in 2028 or 2029, we shouldn't expect another one this gen. Now, they could push really hard to try to have it for launch of Switch 3, depending on when Switch 3 is coming out. But there shouldn't be another one this gen, but we can still get Majora's Mask, right? So, and if Ocarina of Time sold really well, maybe Majora's Mask second time around, people were more willing to give it a chance now, especially off the success of the 3D Zelda and obviously Ocarina of Time. Obviously, completely different art directions, I'm assuming. So, and not Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, but Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time from the new 3D Zelda. I don't think they're going to be the same art designs. And also, like, a lot of people have been waiting for realistic Zelda to come back in some form. No one really ever thought it would happen. People were like, well, maybe the best we get's like 4K Twilight Princess. No, we got a from the ground up remake of Ocarina of Time with a realistic art style that no one thought would ever exist. And here we are. It exists. It's real. We don't know anything else about it. We need to see footage. But what we've seen so far looks good. And the console, you just look at this thing, man. I mean, look at that thing. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I think it makes the Tears of the Kingdom one look like shit. A lot of thought got put into this. Yeah, they keep using the same Triforce, the same family crest. Well, yeah, we know at this point they're going to put that on every console. And yeah, there's part of me that's kind of hoping the back of the dock or the back of the Switch 2 has the 40th anniversary logo, not just on the box. Kind of hope for that. We don't know because we haven't seen the backs yet. We haven't seen the complete inside. You can see the cover removed on the back of the dock a little bit here, but we can't see the complete. So we know the brown continues through the back of the dock when you take off the cover. There could be a 40th anniversary logo in there. There could be a nice hidden logo or something. There could be something hidden in there. I don't know what. It looks like they put a lot of details in it because they didn't have to make that whole backplace brown. You cover it most of the time, right? They did. So there's a little touch back there. I don't know what it is. We'll have to wait and see. Then the controller. Now, these are just obviously, some AI stuff. Fuckery. It's why you don't see the top light. Someone noticed on the bottom, I don't see the top light. I'm like, yeah, if you zoom in close enough, you can see the top, that light that's missing is player one. The controller's turned on. So it blends in with the gold on the box. That's why you guys don't see it on the box as well. When you're trying to zoom in, it's too pixelated. It's a lit up light. So when you AI it, it just looks like it just blends in. So yeah, you this logo in the middle. We know this family crest logo with the Triforce. We've seen this on a billion products. But it's not really the focus of the controller. See, it's there, but it's covered by this pattern, this Triforce triangle, but then not Triforce pattern because they're filling in the Triforce, the Tetraforce. What are they doing? This is weird. Why are we doing this? Okay, you see the green, and then you see the subtleness of the green underneath the control stick, and the gold underneath this one. And it blends in where the gold just cuts off right there. The little details. I like this. I like what they're doing. There's a lot of detail put into this controller, including going into the back. They didn't have to put this little split with OG Link shooting his sword beam across the Switch 2 logo. They didn't have to do that. They did. You only understand this reference if you played the original games. A lot of Zelda fans that might think this looks weird. Hey, why is this sword over here? The OGs get it. We know. That's full health, baby. That's a full health sword shot, dude. We use that shit all the time like fucking pros. You had to with how hard games were, man. Zelda was no different. It was a hard game. Go play it. Go play Zelda. Go play Zelda 2. These are hard games. Not for the faint of heart. Especially Zelda 1. There's no clues for shit. Good luck knowing what wall to break, what tree to burn. There's no hints. There's none. Every tree looks the same. Every wall looks the same. This isn't, Ubisoft paint by numbers. This is yellow or purple. That means go there. This is OG. The textures all look exactly the same. They're identical. There's no difference. You just try something and it works. You push that rock happened to move. You burn that bush just happened to burn. That's frustrating. A lot of people use guides. No shame in that. I don't mind if people use guides. I care that you have fun. I'm here to judge how you have fun. But yeah, I think this looks great. I really want it. I know I can't afford it. Doesn't matter. I know what's going to be in my life. This and the console are going to be in my life. They might even become the priority once I'm off my buying freeze, because they're so fucking cool, and I know they're going to be harder and harder to get the longer and longer it takes me to wait. Whereas the games, those will still be around. In fact, they might get cheaper if I wait longer, right? The console is only going to get more expensive. And the controller, as I said, I don't think the controller is going to go anywhere for a bit. I think we might even see it all the way to next holiday. Especially with the Zelda movie coming out. I can see that's my one hope is the Zelda movie leads to a second print of the console. And they decided to drop more of this console around the time the Zelda movie comes out, thinking it might push units. We'll see. That's a hope I have. I don't know if they will. And yeah, so that's just for me. But yeah, if I had all the funds, I'd be buying all this shit right away day one. I'd be unboxing it for you guys and all that. So yeah, really excited about that. And Zelda's 40th. Look, the console was leaked by Special Nick, the controller by a bunch of different people. Obviously, now we have the images proving it. There's obviously a direct happening soon. I think we all know this. This isn't surprising to anyone. We usually have a direct in September. I thought the backlog has been on multiple people's tweets that we're guessing the 15th, guessing the 1st. And he's like, I'm not going to say anything, but I know enough that I've taken off work. Does that mean the 1st is the date? Does that mean the 15th is the date? I don't know. The 15th could be. That's Tuesday before Tokyo Game Show. That's about the last minute Nintendo would do one before Tokyo Game Show, and they have done it before. also it could make sense for them to do it the first week of September if there's something that they're trying to advertise before PAX West, because there's going to be a demo at PAX West that they don't want to announce. And so they want to get a direct out first, like say a Zelda demo is going to be there, but they need to get the Zelda trailer out first. Sure. Obviously they could do separate events. I'll just say this. Ocarina of Time will have a dedicated direct. I just think it's happening in October. I don't think it's happening now. I think the next time, I think the Zelda 40th stuff's going to just be like the Mario 40th. It's going to be part of the big September direct. It's going to, I think the direct's taking place in the first half of the month before Tokyo Game Show. That's how it traditionally does. Now, twice they've done it after Tokyo Game Show, so you never know with Nintendo. But I'm assuming that they're going to want, as all these big games are coming out in September, they're not going to want people to forget, hey, we got a big one still this year. We got a big boy. Don't forget about us. We got a dedicated direct next month for it. But right now, we want to remind you what's going on with Zelda. And I think they'll announce, obviously, the controller and the console, all that. They might even come out before the game. Sometimes they do that. But then I think, obviously, we'll see Ocarina of Time. We'll get the release date. I do think they're going to throw some sort of bone to Switch 1. I don't know what. My instant thought goes to Shadow Drop Wind Waker HD. That would be a nice bone to throw to Switch 1 owners, and obviously Switch 2 owners can enjoy maybe higher resolution or something, but that would be really nice just to give them something, because the Switch 1 audience is huge. They got to give them something. And since they're not going to do Switch 1 accessories, then maybe, something like throwing them an NSO game, although all the Zelda ones they could have based on the platforms they have are already there. Unless they want to do something neat with like BS Zelda, but then they've kind of already done something with that in the past. So I kind of feel like, they're kind of running out of the well to give stuff to Switch 1, but Switch 1 is still really popular. So I think they're going to do something. And maybe it's something as simple as Zelda 40 temporary app, like Mario 35 was or whatever. And then that could be enjoyed by Switch 1 owners. Or maybe they bring back the Zelda Pick Cross we used to have, right? And they throw that on NSO for everyone on Switch 1 and Switch 2. They could do something like that. I think they might announce a special Zelda 40th anniversary Lego set. It might just be a giant 8-bit Link. I have no idea. But something. I think they'll have something for the 40th anniversary. It might even just be like the cartridge with a stand, right? You're just building the original Legend of Zelda cartridge. Gold cartridge and all with a stand. Yeah, that might be cool. Or maybe you're even building it and then you're building the original box that it came in, and you can put it on display, or you can insert it in the box and put it on display. Like there'll be some cool things to do with that, because hey, you got the Game Boy that doesn't work back there, kind of off. You can see the edge of it right there. Like, sure, you could do something like that. People would appreciate that, and it'd probably be like a $50 Lego. Good, makes it affordable for a lot of people. Or they could do another really, really expensive set, like the Great Deku Tree, and they can go absolutely fucking wild.
Yep. Like
they could, and that. Zelda fans will be really happy about that too, even though for me it's like shit, I'll probably never own it. Damn it. Because the scalper price by the time I can afford it, it's probably going to be like over $1,000. I'm gonna be like, oh fuck, am I really going to do that for a scalper? I'm not willing to give a scalper $1,000. I don't know about that. It's too much for me. I'll give him like $100 premium. We ain't giving him no $500 premium. I'm good on that. Part of me just has to hope it's still around. Or that someone was like, hey, I bought it. Two of them because I knew you were going to buy it eventually, but now I'm going to sell it to you for only $20 more. I'm like, all right, cool. Thanks, man. By the way, you're fucking stupid. You shouldn't spend money before I have money. Nobody do this, by the way. That's not an idea. Don't buy an extra when I'm going to buy it from you. Because what if I never come off this freeze and I'm actually in the poorhouse next year? Okay. I can't predict the future. Okay. Something bad could happen. I don't think anything bad's going to happen, but something bad could happen, okay? I didn't think my son was going to the hospital last year, right? So I don't know what's going to happen, right? I think I'm going to be okay, but I don't know, right? You can't predict the future. You just try to make the best possible outcome happen. Yeah, I just have I'm really excited for this. I think it's going to be in the next round. I think in terms of a game to pair with it, look, I've been on record. I think 3D Mario, I think it's time. And I think teasing that for 2027 is not a big deal. My big question is like, I think the only way you can reveal 3D Mario is to end the show with it. But then Zelda is also a really strong thing to end the show with, right? And ending it revealing Ocarina of Time, like the actual game and showing us like 4 minutes of it. That's also a really strong ending, especially since that's the thing coming out this year, right? Also seeing the Zelda movie. I totally think we're seeing something with the Zelda movie. I don't know if it's just going to be an official cast reveal. We'll get into that later because some cast members have leaked, or if it'll be a legit trailer. Look, they're done filming. They've been editing this whole time. They could have a trailer.
It's got to be a teaser for
because like
if we're getting something in September. I don't think a cast reveal does it. I mean, the cast is already out there. They're revealing what's already been revealed.
Like what people need to see is we need to see what you're doing, right? Like for a live action film, the cast doesn't matter as much as what are we doing with the cast.
Yeah. It only needs to be like 20 seconds. They could do a 20, 30 second
you don't need to see a lot.
Just to get people hyped.
I don't want it to
for
be like a
the full trailer next year.
No. Show me something from the movie. Just something. For 20 seconds, 30 seconds, something. Maybe it's Hyrule Castle. Maybe it's a pan out of Hyrule Castle with Link walking up with Epona. I don't care what it is. Show me something epic from the movie. You know,
Sam Neill walking through Gerudo Valley.
Oh, dude, dude, if they open with that as like the reveal with Sam Neill, whatever character he's playing, like you're just like, dude, holy shit.
That Sam Neill leak.
Everyone's gonna talk about it because it's his final movie. Like you're gonna catch the internet with that.
Yeah, seeing that on Twitter put a big smile on my face.
Yeah, I don't know what role he has. Maybe he's just the voice of the Deku Tree. I have no idea, right? But maybe he's more. Maybe he's the king, like people think. And if he is, that means the king's got film work and going to actually be on screen, which is something we usually don't get from Zelda games. And number two, they did a big name guy for it. So you got to wonder what's the role, what's happening with the king, if it is. And watch, we're way off. He is a king. He's the king of the Zoras. They're going to have him take 30 seconds to scooch his ass over. Like he's the king, but he's the wrong one. We were thinking of the wrong king. Maybe he's the king of the Gerudo, right? He's Darunia or something down there. You know, we're way off. I'm thinking the king. Oh yeah, he's an old man with a gray beard. He should be the king of Hyrule. Nah, he's a Gerudo woman. You know, it's like whatever they decide to do with him. But it would be cool if he was in the teaser, just because that is like such a that's probably the biggest name actor they have, to be completely honest, of the ones revealed so far. I like that though, that they're going with a little bit lesser known people. I mean, obviously Dika Lockman's known, but still, like these aren't like your Tom Cruises. You're super famous. Sam Neill's the closest to super famous, and look, I love his films, but I don't know a lot of people that consider him an A-lister. Right? I think he's great.
I mean, he was at the time.
Yeah, he was at the time back in his heyday. Oh yeah.
Sam Neill's one of those. Sam Neill's one of those actors who's done a ton of work throughout his career, but I'm always surprised he was never a bigger household name because he's so good.
You know what I mean? Anything he's in, you'll never find a fault with his acting. It was fine.
Yeah, he's great in everything.
The script might have been shit. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't have took it, but hey, people got to get paid. You know, the reason Nick Cage took all those shit roles for a while, dude's got to get paid, man. You got in a bad financial state. You got a role. I got to take it. You couldn't afford not to. Now look at Nick Cage. He seems to turn his life around. He's only taken better roles for himself now.
Listen, I'd be lying if I said I haven't been praying weekly that there'd be some sort of a Nick Cage Zelda announcement.
I swear to God.
It'd be so badass, dude.
If he's
so badass. I'd be like, dude.
Can you imagine? He's not in this one, but he comes in the second movie, which is, if it's a trilogy, which by the way, that's one of the things we're going to get into later, is one of the actors appears to be signed for multiple films. It's a major role. It's like, dude, what if Nick Cage is in the second one, but he's like Girahim or something? And he gets to just go fucking nuts and just like lick people's ears and do crazy shit. Dude, Nick Cage would be all over that shit.
There's so many roles in Zelda that I think he'd just be great. I'm a huge Cage fan. Listen, there's one thing about Nick Cage, man, is he goes all in on every role.
Like, no matter how
role he goes all in, and I respect that.
The movie is, and it's a terrible script, he's going to give that line everything.
He gives it his all. Yep. Yeah, he cages out, man.
He doesn't know how not to go 100, man. He doesn't know how. Like, hey, they had a brilliant thing with National Treasure. I don't know what the fuck they did with the sequel. That was just stupid. Like, but he did fine. He set his roles like he would. Like, I have bad respect for Nick Cage. The fallen actor that took any role that now seemingly he looks like he's turned himself around, because now he's only taking roles more suited for him. Anyway, so yeah, it's good to see Zelda movie stuff, whatever they decide to show. And then, yeah, I I think greater merch. I think there's going to be more merch. I think there was also a leak today from a con showing that the Zelda movie has already got a lot of deals locked in for merch around it. But that's not going to be revealed right now. Will some of it get revealed at this direct? I don't think so. I think they'll reveal that stuff next year, tied in. One thing that hasn't been brought up yet. What about some new amiibo? I mean, Ocarina of Time's coming out, and 40th anniversary. You have an Ocarina of Time Ganondorf amiibo. People are going to get on.
And with the way amiibo look, like the quality of modern amiibo, it's totally going to get me to buy amiibo again.
Let's just start there. It's $50. It's going to be higher quality, but now it's going to be based on the new designs. And it's like, oh, so we don't even know what these amiibo will look like besides maybe Link, if there is some.
I would like to see them do something across, like, you know how we got for the, what was it, the 30th, we got Pixel Link. Yeah. I hope they do more of that stuff as well. Sprinkle some of that stuff in. I think I told Stash once, I don't know if it was on the podcast or behind the scenes, that I'd love to see a Link to the Past, kind of like a pixelated Link to the Past amiibo with the pink hair, with that famous pose where he's holding the sword
if I
up.
had it my way, there'd be a $500 40th anniversary special edition pack that has $500. It would have a version of Link from every game. Completely unique pose directly from the game. And it's in a giant collection pack that's like, it's really big. It's one package because, you know, collectors are just want to slap that fucking thing on their wall. And you're just like, yeah, man, we only made like 1,000 of them. But shit, look at this. You're going to sell out, Nintendo. You're going to sell out.
I just want a Triforce amiibo. I just want the Triforce as an amiibo just sitting.
We don't have one yet. It's kind of weird. No, yeah, we don't have a mushroom one either, right? So I mean, I guess maybe it's not that weird. They've only ever done characters, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Piranha Plant is the closest we'll get.
This is the time to maybe break the mold, Nintendo. People are going to buy that Triforce one. Yep. I know it's just 3 triangles, and maybe you make them withered or something. I don't know, but like I'd be all over that. Yeah, so I think they're going to do a lot. But again, Nintendo always with their marketing, it's always like they time things. They don't specifically usually make things for the anniversary unless things are lining up. Well, they knew Ocarina of Time was going to line up. They knew Switch 2 would be in year 2, so that's why they have a special edition console and controller coming. So things just kind of lined up for them to do something this year, and that might be all we get. They might not do anything else. Like I'm talking about the scene in the movie. I'm talking about a Lego set. They might not announce any of this shit. They might just literally be, here's the console, here's the controller, and here's Ocarina of Time, and that might be all they show. And you know what? If that's all they show, that's fine. That also means they probably have a lot more to show in the direct for other games. Like as much as they do the playtest for Dust Bloods, we do need to see more of Dust Bloods. We need to see some dates for some third-party games. We also need to see what's next from Nintendo, because I don't think they're entering this holiday with like, yeah, wait for Wind and Waves next year and wait for Xenoblade. Like, no, they're gonna let us know about one more.
I'm thinking about another opportunity though for profit, right? Because they had to increase the price on these almost last year at some point. Switch OLED. Just have a like Zelda dock or a Switch Pro Controller or Switch Joy-Con again. They can do that.
Joy-Con?
Yeah. I don't see why not.
It is something for Switch One. That's why I said like they're gonna do something. I just like, yeah, I'm saying Wind Waker HD, it might not be that. It could be an accessory, like something. Like I feel like the audience on Switch One is still too large for them to not give them something for the 40th. Because right now everything is on Switch 2, right? Ocarina of Time exclusive to the Switch 2. Controller, console, that's all Switch 2. And yeah, that might convince some people to upgrade earlier than they wanted to, because maybe they weren't going to do it till the next big 3D Zelda came out. Fine, I get it. It's a marketing strategy. But also, you have a lot of people that aren't going to move on from Switch 1 this holiday, especially with the prices. And you're not bringing them Ocarina of Time, so you got to throw them something. You got to give them something that they can salivate on and you can make some money from. Some Switch 1 Joy-Con, I think, would fit the bill. I can see you not wanting to do the Pro Controller because you already have the Switch 2 one. By the way, does the Switch 2 one work with Switch 1? I've never bothered to try.
Does the Switch 2, do these work with the Switch 1?
Yeah, the Switch 2 Pro Controller, does it sync up?
I don't think so. I think it's only forward compatible.
I've literally never tried it. That's why I'm like, I get some things don't work, but I'm like, it is just Bluetooth. Like in theory,
I can charge it with the Switch One, but I don't know if it connects.
Yeah, I've never bothered to try because bottom line is I haven't really booted up my Switch One since the day I got Switch. So I just haven't even thought about it.
I still keep my launch Switch One specifically to play Streets of Rage.
Like if it works with Switch One, then that's actually a product Switch One owners can buy too.
Yeah.
But
I should try it.
Know. Yeah, it's literally like I've just never thought to try with Switch One because why would I play on Switch One when everything's better on Switch 2?
Yeah.
Just say that. Technically, the OLED screen's nice, guys. I do like the OLED screen. I do kind of miss it a little, but we're gonna get one day. I know it. It's gonna happen.
That's the one thing I don't have. I don't have the Switch OLED. I'm missing that one. I have every model but that one.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so I've been rambling a lot because I fucking love Zelda. I think it's time for someone else to go.
Yeah, Stash Man. Let's start off with the hardware and accessory that leaked. Thoughts on it, colors, design. Are you interested in picking it up? After that, thoughts on Direct. Do you think it's going to be Zelda, purely Zelda? Do you think it's going to be a Zelda segment within a larger Direct? And are we getting that Majora's Mask follow-up? Let's start with the controller and console, though.
Do I think it's real? Yes, I do. If it's not real,
one of the greatest fakes ever.
Yeah, if it's not real, I'd like to know the person that made it and give him a pat on the back. Say you did a good job.
Yeah, there's some things about this that like even the way the shine is on the boxes, like that's so hard to fake.
Yeah, I would tell them they have a future.
Yeah.
They have a bright future.
Yeah, maybe you should go pursue this.
Yeah, every checker says it's real.
Yeah, I would pursue
the
it.
edge of the box, like Jesus Christ, dude. Like,
yeah. So if it's fake, if it turns out to be fake, I do think they should pursue a career in this and honestly gather feedback from sources like us. Like take a clip from the podcast of us talking about it. Take clips from Twitter post and look at all the feedback. I would use that as ammunition to get a job. Be like, this is how good I did it. I did it so good. They thought my work was Nintendo's work. You got to use that to your advantage.
Millions.
So, yeah, I think it's really like as far as the source goes, they're saying it came off the factory line, right? In China.
I'll say this. Kiwi Talks is saying it's legit as well. I don't know if he's seen it.
Yeah.
But he's in the chat. So
no, I haven't. But at any rate, yeah. So the next question was if I'm going to get it, right?
Yep. I mean, look behind him. I mean, look, unless Stash has hit the Great Depression and his bank is at zero, pretty sure it's happening.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting it.
I think he's the only one that's a trick question. If you ask, like, it's happening. There's no doubt.
You guys know that my favorite 3D Zelda is Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
And it's tied with my favorite Zelda of all time with A Link to the Past, my favorite 2D Zelda. But I love all the Zeldas. So this is my favorite IP, always has been. First game I ever bought was Zelda on the NES for my 5th birthday back in 1989. So yeah, I'll be there. I love the look of it. I think it looks great. This is what we talked about on the podcast a few weeks ago. We wanted a controller that had green and gold. There it is. It looks great. I also like the brown, and I love the 8-bit link on the back of the controller. That is beautiful, and I love that the sword is shooting through the logo. Again, full health, beautiful, great detail. So yeah, very, very nice looking controller. And as I said to you guys in our private chat earlier this week, now all we need is the gold cartridge, and then we're golden, right? Literally. all we need now.
You don't do the gold cartridge. Even if you just make it a collector's edition, you're just missing out, man. Telling you. The Zelda fans, dude, we bought out all the Tears of the Kingdom and the Breath of the Wild special edition, collector's editions. Come on.
Yeah, they could do because we do get steelbooks on Switch too. They could do a steelbook edition with the gold cartridge.
That would be
I think that would be really cool.
God, that'd be sick.
Yeah. What's the next question?
All right. So after that, direct thoughts. Do we think it's going to be a Zelda focused 40th anniversary direct, or do we think we're going to be getting a full size traditional direct with a 40th anniversary segment?
Well, I don't know that it matters.
Mm.
They can do whatever they want, right? I think if you do a dedicated one or you make it part of the general direct, it's still going to be the same length. There's not going to be any cut content. They're going to still hit all the points they want to hit. And nothing's going to be shorted, so to speak. So I think that's inconsequential. I really do. I think if anything, I guess it would come down more to timing.
Sure.
Timing of when the next direct would be. As to if you believe the next direct is going to be in August, September, or October. And that's what it really comes down to. I wish I could say more.
Fair enough.
God damn it.
My next question, Stash, is,
and
I already know.
Stash. I'm just kidding.
I already know the answer to this one from Stash because I specifically asked him for his most honest opinion on it recently. Not sure how recently, but just for the people out there who don't know your thoughts on this, do you believe that Majora's Mask remake is a possibility? A legit possibility. Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. That's what
I
you
would
told me
love
last time.
because then I can go buy another house.
Who's taking that bet? Who's betting their house on Stash right now? It might be a really nice
That's
place in the mountains. Just saying.
Listen, I give him credit because he hasn't wavered. That's the exact response he told me last time.
He didn't even check with his wife, by the way. So if he loses his house,
in fact, he may have said, "I bet my life on it."
To be fair,
I don't even know.
She's not on title, but yeah. I mean, that's.
Good luck pulling that card, and you got to explain why you got to give your house away.
Well, let me tell you, trust me, working in mortgage, and we're not married. You guys know that. So working in mortgage, you never, ever put your girlfriend or boyfriend on title.
Yeah,
that is the dumbest decision you'll ever make in your life, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Because I've seen that happen. And I've been on the phone calls with both parties, and you feel like I've seen it go south. You feel like you're a divorce mediator. It's like, dude, I'm just trying to help get your loan through. I got no skin in the game. I don't want to hear about what he did or what she did. I'm just trying to get your loan approved, man. We need to send in those pay stubs. So, yeah, dude. The point is, I wouldn't have to worry about that. And if I were to put the house on it, she trusts me. She knows I know. She knows I know things. Anyways.
See, that's just so unfair. Stash is so hard to talk to now because he knows things and he won't say anything. And it's like, God damn it. I'm trying to schedule a surgery. Will someone just tell me what this fucking direct is so I can schedule my surgery? I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, I legitimately, look, guys, I'm not going to put off my medical for a direct. I want to be very clear about that. I'm not stupid. My health above everything else. But if I can direct it to be like a day or two after, that's fine by my book, because 40th anniversary of Zelda is something I don't want to miss in my year 40 of my life. But if I have to, I have to.
Prime,
I mean,
you put your health.
Watch.
You put your health above everything else. Stash puts NDAs above everything else. that's the difference.
I'm not asking to reveal public. Nobody, by the way, no one reveal it publicly if you know. Let it be a surprise to everyone.
Look, the one thing that's really nice is that I do have really natural alignment with any company that I do any sort of work with. because I love surprises.
Mhm.
I hate spoilers. All my reviews, they've been spoiler free from day one. I've made that crystal clear going back before anybody would even reply to an email to me. So my alignment with Nintendo is certainly natural in that I'm all about the surprising and delighting. That's literally how I live my life. So I wouldn't even get any enjoyment out of saying anything. It would actually hurt me to say something about it. You know what I mean? Like I would never want to spoil a gift as great as this. And also, even when I say stuff, people don't pick up on it.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Guys, I cover all the stuff when it comes out, but for me personally, it's just for a personal reason that I want to know. Otherwise, I usually don't care. And you can even talk to the Stash or anyone else. Kiwi talks in the chat. I've never reached out to these people and just directly said, "Hey, man, tell me this." I don't do that shit. I don't want to know. This is a unique situation with the Sergio where I would like to know if I can direct it, and if I can't, and it doesn't line up, it doesn't line up. It is what it is. But I won't leak anything. Of course, I've had people tell me things, and I don't say shit if they're not talking about it. Why the fuck would I be talking about it?
It's so much more fun
to tell. It's not my story to tell. It might guide me in uncovering someone else's leak. Like I might, in the back of my mind, know, okay, that's actually right. But I can't let people know I know. So I'm like, okay, how do I usually cover someone like this? Okay, let me look into their history. Let me try to make the argument, but I can't ever hint that I know anything. And that's been true with some of the news I've covered. When I'm covering a rumor on a game, like, fuck, I already know. So I can't cover it that way, though. I got to make sure no one can tell that I know. And I think I do a pretty good job. I've gotten pretty good at looking at my videos and kind of knowing how I talk about leaks and knowing how to, okay, if I'm allowed to hint, yes. If I'm not, then I know how to just be oblivious. It's not that hard to do what I usually do. And then end the video and just laugh. God, I can't believe that game's fucking coming, and now everyone knows. Wait, they don't know if they can believe it or not, though. But I do. Fuck.
Right.
Great. When it's revealed, this could be so fucking great. That's the one thing I will say when I do find out something early. I get excited for how the internet's going to react when they find out. That's the part that, because I'm sure they're excited too. The developers are, and I'm like, dude, I can't wait till the public knows, because they're going to lose their shit. Or they're not, like Kiwi talks in the chat, with this WTF game. That's one of the things is I think when this game gets revealed for Switch 2, people are just going to, be shocked and lose their shit a little bit. Like, yeah, that's fun to kind of see how, because you're really excited, right? So you assume others are going to be excited too. A little disappointing when they're not, but then you're like, oh, whatever, it's exciting for me.
Yeah, it's really fun. I think the best example I can think of where unanimously everybody experienced a great surprise would be the Smash Brother reveals for the fighters, and how everyone together celebrated those reveals of the characters that are coming to Smash. That just felt like it was great for the gaming community as a whole.
Felt like every reveal for Smash felt like a special event. Everyone,
dude. It was.
Yeah. Even one of the least
really cool
DLC characters, I don't really care. Dude, Banjo-Kazooie got me. It got me. Man.
And I'd be watching that at work.
Fucking dreams that I ever think we'd see Banjo-Kazooie back on Nintendo in any form. And here it is in Smash, and you're like, baby. He belongs here.
I was at the Game Awards when they did the Joker Persona 5 reveal for Smash.
Mm-hmm.
And just feeling the crowd just lose their shit.
Yeah.
Because I went every year, but it was such a big moment because Smash Ultimate was still relatively new at the time. And just to experience the thing we've seen on YouTube videos with a live crowd was just wild.
Smash Ultimate was just an event because it was just a big character to big fucking character. Here's Cloud.
Yep.
Fucking Cloud? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh shit. We're bringing in Kingdom Hearts now. What the fuck do you mean you're bringing in Kingdom Hearts? We have Cloud versions of the fucking game. We don't even have the real fucking games. fuck you talking about? We're getting that shit in. Dude, just everything. And then you're starting to think, oh God, dude, everything's on the table. We're getting Master Chief. We're getting Nathan fucking Drake. Fuck's the next? You know, like it just your head just starts spinning on what's gonna come. Everyone wants to. Then Banjo-Kazooie's here, and you're like, oh shit! So all of Microsoft's games are open now. Fuck, we getting Doom guy. You know, like what's coming? And now that happened, that's when people are like, okay, when we get the new Smash, what's the surprise third-party characters they're gonna put in that one? Everyone's wondering. You know, who made the cut? Who's sticking around with this new version of Smash? Whatever Sakurai's doing with it. Who made the cut? Oh, if we bring back Nintendo characters like Mario and Link, did they finally redesign them? Modernize them? Or is it the same Mario and Link with the reskin? I don't know. We'll see. Really excited. But yeah, that was a really good event. And Nintendo did a good job keeping the wraps on the character reveals. Because yeah, a lot of stuff leaks from Nintendo, but for some reason those didn't really get out. So they were like a surprise every time. Like we knew, that we could see a reveal. Like you feel the buzz in the air. Like, okay, yeah, could be at this direct, could be at this event, could be at E3, but we didn't know, and we didn't know who it would be. And that's what the internet was always speculating. All the rumors on who it could be. How many times was Gino said to be coming? Gino, thank God, did not come. To be fair, if he did come, who really cares? I'm not the biggest Smash Bros. Guy, so I would have been happy for people who would have been excited for him. But yeah, I think this is some good shit. And Stash, you thought Majora's Mask was going to come too, right? Like it just makes sense.
Yeah, he bet his house on it.
Yeah, he bet his house on that. Yeah, so
yeah,
cool.
Is there any other questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a question for everyone. I'm going to touch my thoughts real quick on the controllers and the direct, and then we'll get into the last pieces on this. Obviously, I'm very excited about the controller and console. I do believe these are real, and if they're not real, it just means we're waiting a little longer to see the new controller and new console, because I fully believe that this has been planned for a very long time. It's why I put it on my January bingo card for something we will be getting this year. I think the colors look fantastic. Part of me was hoping that we'd get an option that was just super gold, you know, maybe we'll get some Joy-Cons sold separately. They're just like pure gold with maybe some like Hylian etchings in it, or a Triforce etching. But I just love this. I think it's going to pair nicely with not only the Ocarina of Time remake, the 40th anniversary, but I think it's going to pair nicely with the movie as well in that aesthetic. So I do think it was a smart choice to add the green in this time, something we really haven't seen with Zelda hardware. We've gotten tons of different iterations of the gold and the gold and black in the inscriptions, and we even got that gorgeous Hylian shield 3DS as well. That was really, really nice. So this is just more variety. You got to love it. The controller's a no-brainer, I feel like. I'll be honest, I want the console so bad. My biggest concern, more so than dropping another $500 on a Switch 2, my biggest concern is scalpers. Like, I know I want it. I know I'm going to be there when orders go live. Will I be checking out with one? That remains to be seen, because I know the scalpers are going to be there in full force. So we'll see how that goes. But yes, I am beyond excited. I've been waiting for this. Like I said earlier tonight, I specifically only have one Pro controller because I knew they'd be releasing not only a Zelda one, but other special ones throughout Switch 2's life cycle. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit. As far as the Direct goes, this is an interesting one. Stash is right. It doesn't really matter. They could do it any which way. But I'm personally leaning towards a mainline Direct in September with a 40th anniversary, maybe a 15-minute slot and a 50 to 45-minute Direct dedicated to Zelda. And that can get a little bit of a deep dive on Ocarina of Time. It could go over the new hardware and accessories, a teaser trailer for the movie, maybe an announcement of some theme park goodness for Zelda. You never know. And the big hope at the end of a Zelda segment, and this kind of bleeds into the later part of this question, is the idea of them saying, but before we go, we have one more thing, or before we move on from Zelda, not before we go, before we move on from Zelda, we do have one more Zelda anniversary announcement, and it does some sort of the sequel to Ocarina of Time is now in development. So it's like a Majora's Mask tease. I think would be really cool. I think the stars line up, the timing lines up for a tease of the next mainline Zelda, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of Majora's Mask tease before we see the next mainline. I think that would be really cool. And it's just like a promise that we're going to get this such a nostalgic, such a special era of Zelda brought back and reimagined in the modern age, just to get people pumped up for that. As far as them doing a Zelda specific one or something this month, listen, it's Nintendo. They're the king of curveballs. I don't think there's anything off the table when it comes to them. They could literally drop it tomorrow morning, shadow drop, just like Star Fox. Hey, there's in 10 minutes, we got a Zelda Direct. I wouldn't hold it past them, but I'm leaning towards September and I'm leaning towards mainline. But let's see what else we got. I wanted to.
Hey, when in September are you thinking?
When in September?
Me, it's iPhone week, usually.
Here's the thing. I really want something to happen. Even though I'm leaning for September, I really, really, really want something to happen before PAX. Because the thought of getting to go hands-on, especially if we get to go do that private, play sesh with Nintendo, for me, that would probably make my whole YouTube thing, outside of the fans, outside of doing the podcast, like getting to relive a game that's so important to my DNA as a gamer, so many fond memories, and have that behind the scenes Nintendo experience. I don't know, like that. I don't know that any PAX or E3
together, and like we know we're going to talk about it. Even if we can only talk privately back at the hotel about it, because we don't, pry in ears and stuff like that. Fine, we will. Right, we'll go to one of our hotel rooms, we'll get some beers, and we'll just fucking talk about what we play, because we're going to want to talk about it, and we might not be able to talk about it publicly potentially. Like there's one reason why it'd be so cool to get the Direct with Zelda before then, is because that means there will be a public demo that we can talk about.
Yeah, I honestly don't know that anything could top that. On top of it's PAX is my birthday weekend. It's the first day of PAX is the day before my birthday. So just like if the stars somehow align like that, the Nintendo gods shine upon us, it'll be the most glorious weekend ever.
Great, because Saturday night's the night we go out drinking, so it's like, oh look, it's Bramer's birthday. We got double the reason to celebrate. This will be great.
But Stash, to go back to your question, if I had to guess now, I'd say week 2 or 3 of September would be my guess. Just my gut guess. As someone who doesn't know, I don't know anything. I just love Nintendo since I was a kid. That's all I know.
So
why aren't you more informed? Come on.
30 to 40 days after the leak, going off today's date. When did those pictures come out? Like a couple days ago?
Yesterday or the day before?
Yeah.
When did all the casting stuff leak?
Like a week ago, I want to say.
Yeah. So 30, 40, 45 days later is what you're thinking?
Yeah. Here's the thing is like, I don't think Nintendo's a reactive company. That's the thing. Like, I know people will jump to, and I understand why some companies do things the way they do. And they're like, oh, we just got to get on this now because it's already out there. But Nintendo just doesn't roll like that. I mean, look at the Switch 2 leaks. They sure weren't like, oh shit, everyone knows what the console is, we better announce it now. Nah, they marched to the beat of their own drum. And I think that's smart of them too. I know not everyone agrees with that, but
I love it.
Yeah. I do have another question related to this for everyone. this one doesn't have to be as in depth. But who do we all think is making Ocarina of Time? Who do you think is the team behind it? Any thoughts? I'll jump ahead. I have no idea who it is. I don't even know who to lean towards, but I'd like to think that it's Grezzo. I think Grezzo's a proven company. I think they're more than capable. I know some people see the art style and don't think that that's something that Grezzo could or would do. I just don't necessarily agree with that. I think unless Grezzo is working on a third game in the style of Link's Awakening remake or Echoes of the Past, if they're not already working on something else isometric Zelda related, I think they're a more than capable studio to put out a gorgeous mainline 3D Zelda.
Yeah.
Period. You know, it could literally be your first game and you could do a phenomenal job and do, you know, open 3D graphics beautifully. There's like a weird stigma that people like latch on to art styles and graphical styles with companies and think that they're limited to that. It's just not the case. Think about like brand new studios that put together beautiful works of art. You know, you had Expedition 33, a game that got more nominations and awards than any other game in Game of the Year or Game Award history. You know, it was a first game from that team. So never say never. Primal.
Monolith Soft. I think it's the obvious choice. They have a whole team that does nothing with Zelda. They're obviously helping with the next big Zelda, but maybe to help train up some of those employees, have them work on Ocarina of Time. You know, Nintendo maybe wanted to keep it internal because, you know, there's some external pressure for this to be a good remake. After all, you're touching upon a game that has a legendary status in this industry. You can maybe want to keep that in-house a bit, maybe keep closer tabs on it. You know, Aonuma directly worked on this before he was director, before he took over and started running the series. This was literally the game before that happened. This was it. This was his final game when he was, you know, a lead dungeon designer, level designer. And so he knows a lot about this game. He was there on the ground floor making it. And I can see them wanting to keep close tabs internally to want to make sure that this is done right in whatever way they deem doing right to mean. And Monolith Soft, you know, has obviously had that one legend thing teased for a while. What if that was this the whole time? That legend game, that code name, that art that leaked. It was all to throw us off the scent. Because, you know, the female in that art, it was all to throw us off the scent that, hey, we're actually making Ocarina of Time remake. We're the head studio, but our team's a bit smaller than the Zelda team. Of course, Zelda team's one of the largest teams at Nintendo. Our team's a bit smaller, so we're taking longer to make this. But we've been targeting the Switch 2 hardware the whole time. We've been doing this since 2021. And so what we came up with, and our next project after this, we're actually hopping right into helping finish off the big 3D Zelda. And then because we did this, we're already planning to do the Majora's Mask right after that. I can see that being a thing. I don't think Grezzo's a good pick because Grezzo obviously is the last one to touch Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, right? They did it Ocarina of Time 3D, Majora's Mask 3D. You know, now arguably the top-down Zelda team at this point, right? They did Echoes of Wisdom, they did Triforce Heroes, so they're kind of like the top-down Zelda team at this point, and probably will continue to be. But they also do other stuff and make games for other companies as well. So I think that Grezzo's a good choice. I mean, obviously you can throw Tantalus out there. They're the ones that obviously did Twilight Princess HD. I don't know that this looks a little bit beyond what they usually do. They usually aren't doing from the ground up remakes. They're usually just doing remasters. So it doesn't mean they couldn't be the ones behind it. You know, there's a lot of possibilities. No one thought Velen Studios was the one doing Star Fox, right? But they were. So it could be a completely outside company that we're not even thinking of that they hired to do it. And they just trusted them to do it. Maybe it's Platinum Games for all we know doing this. You know, Nintendo does hire outside studios. Now, Star Fox, I think, is something that, you know, maybe they wouldn't watch over as much of a hawk as they would with Zelda, especially Ocarina of Time because of its reputation. But also sometimes we care more about that than the company does. You know, the company might just go, hey, we just wanted to do what's going to sell best. And maybe they thought a certain studio with certain art direction is the way to go, and they just let them go ham. I have no idea, right? So I'm going to pick with Monolith. I think that is the safer bet. But obviously nothing's guaranteed because we don't know shit, guys. We've seen like 5 seconds of real gameplay footage. And then we saw a tapestry, which it's all probably from the game. But yeah, we're judging it on very little. But yeah.
It could be whatchamacallit. Oh my gosh, I just brain farted. Luigi's Mansion team. It could be anyone, dude.
Oh shit. Next level games?
Yeah, next level. Thank you.
Took me a second. Studio. The Nam Canucks.
Yeah. Stash Man, do you have any guesses on this one?
I just think it's internal.
Watch, it's just literally the Zelda team. Directed by Aonuma. Wait, Aonuma's directing it? Wait a second. Wait. Hold on. Aonuma's like, yeah, dude, I'm retiring after the next Zelda game. You tell me I can touch Ocarina of Time before I retire? Fuck yeah, I'm directing it. Okay. I mean, who's going to tell him no? He's literally runs the whole Zelda IP. Who's going to tell him no?
If he's retiring after the next Zelda game, I hope that he goes out swinging with something so wild and experimental. Like, obviously, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is a big departure from traditional Zelda. But I hope, I'd love to see him just go, because you look at those art books from Breath of the Wild, it's like there's, obviously Link on the motorcycle with the flying V. It shows like the alien invasion and stuff. Like, I hope he goes like ham with some of these cool, wild ideas that never quite land. Why not? It's your last one.
Is, hey, if this is your last hurrah with the next big Zelda game, just don't say no. Every idea that comes, just let's do it. Yep.
Make it happen.
Be like Crimson Desert. Just any idea that comes to mind. Yep, let's do it. By the way, Crimson Desert made it work. I don't know if the Zelda team will make it work if he literally just said yes to everything, but
Fox, do you have any speculation for who might be working on this next or not next Zelda game, Zelda remake?
I was kind of thinking along the lines of what Prime was saying. I was thinking possibly the secondary team that Monolith has that works on Zelda and Mario Kart, also Splatoon. They would be running point on this, and they may get some help from Shiver. Who knows?
Yeah, it's true. They do have Shiver now, and there's nothing to say. Look, this game, no matter who did it, the top brass on the Zelda team has been checking in. Aonuma wasn't going to just let this game go unchecked. Arguably, he's been teasing it for years through interviews, so he knows. He's been keeping tabs. And I think there's part of them, whatever team this is, they got to be stupidly excited to see how people are going to react to that first big trailer, because it's either going to go really well or really bad. And I think they're, based on the way they teased it, it seems like they're pretty fucking confident that this is going to go extremely well when they show it.
Or maybe it's as simple as Nintendo themselves rewrote the code, right?
Yeah.
And they handed it off to a team and said, "Hey, this is our skeleton to finish the rest."
Yeah, could be that. Again, we also have to toss it out there, since obviously we kind of sifted through everyone except Eric. Yeah, what about the Zelda team itself? They did Wind Waker HD. Damn it. They could do this as a training ground for Switch 2 development, right? They could have made this a training ground game. It could have been in development even before Tears of the Kingdom finished. And Tears of the Kingdom, according to Aonuma, was mostly done in 2022. So maybe that team was hopping over to Ocarina of Time right away to get some experience on Switch 2 development because they didn't have any yet. That is something they've done before, so I can't put that past them. Especially if they're using the full Switch 2 feature set, the DLSS, the mouse mode, and everything else in between. Then yeah, maybe you want to get your Zelda team with some direct experience, which also you wonder about Majora's Mask at that point, because are they going to go to Majora's Mask right after this if it is the main Zelda team? I don't know. What I do know is, based on what they teased, I need to see this trailer. Normally I'm good with one trailer. I know if I'm going to get the game. Look, I'm pretty confident I'm going to get this game eventually. It's fucking Ocarina of Time. Unless this is like a Secret of Mana style remake, which was bullshit. Fucking butchering an all-time great. Or Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicle, butchering a game that already was super niche. And then you ruined it for the audience that loved it. So who are you making it for then? So I think that, this is maybe the most excited I've been to see a gameplay reveal trailer in my entire life. And it's a game that's from my childhood, which is weird because I don't like to replay games. But one thing I do like is seeing games from my childhood brought back to life. And I think this trailer is about to show me what I thought Ocarina of Time looked like as a kid. So now I'm going to actually see it. And I can't wait because I never thought they would go back to a realistic art style again the rest of my life with Zelda. I legit thought they'd never touch it. Which is fine. They don't have to. I like the style of Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. They can go back to Zelda. They can go in a lot of different directions. I never thought we'd go back to realistic like the old days, except for maybe a Twilight Princess 4K or something. And that's just an old game, put into 4K. Here we are from the ground up, which also establishes that they're willing to do from the ground up. And they're also willing to do realistic, which means Twilight Princess could get a from the ground up remake one day, which is wild to think about. Because it's so dungeon heavy. Some people will be very happy to see that come back. Some of their all-time favorite dungeons and boss fights are in that game. Seeing that reimagined would be sick. But, with Ocarina of Time, man, yes, guys, it's outside of my top 10 Zelda games until everyone else that's blasphemy, but that doesn't mean this game's any less special to me. Without this game, I'm not here. It started my fandom in terms of making fan websites that eventually led to me becoming a YouTuber. Without Ocarina of Time, there is no Nintendo Prime. You don't know who I am. This podcast doesn't exist. Like, that's reality. This game is special to me. It means a lot to me. It was a huge game of my childhood. One of the games I took my sweet ass fucking time with because I didn't want it to end. Normally, I want to see what's next. I did want to see what's next, but I was so scared what's next was it.
I still haven't beaten Tears of the Kingdom, for the record.
And then I pulled the sword. And I found out there's a whole nother half to the game. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, fuck. They a Link to the Past my ass. Except now I'm a fucking man. And the world is fucked. This is awesome. Why is this thing humping me? Stop humping me. What is this fucking thing? Like, why can't I attack it? What is happening? Why am I freezing? Like, I'm just so fucking confused as a kid. Like, dude, I've never seen an enemy like this. What is happening? Why can't I move? Like, what a really cool idea. And you're just throwing this at me after being a 7-year-old or 10-year-old for fucking 20 hours? What the fuck? Here I am, talking to Deku and, like, killing spiders and Scatulas, and next thing you know, I'm getting humped by a dead body. What the fuck happened? Oh, then I go to the bottom of the well. Oh, shit. Well, fuck that. I can't wait to see what they do down there with Dead Hand. So, see what some of the torture devices were probably taken out. I'm just assuming if they somehow slipped those in and kept this age rating, I'm very shocked. Maybe they found a creative way to, kind of censor it, but kind of give the nod. I mean, that's probably what they did. I'm hoping Dead Hand hasn't been made less scary. I hope he's actually more scary. And they did say there's virtual blood, so there better be some red blood. Come on. Red, not green. I know green, you get to argue there's a classic. No, that was a correction because they had to censor it. It's supposed to be red. So, leave it as red. Just, you already have it in there. There's virtual blood. Like, yeah, it's virtual video game blood. Everyone knows it's not real. It's only really, guys, if you play Ocarina of Time, it's only really a couple places you deal with that. You deal with it in the bottom of the well. You deal with it when you're fighting Ganondorf. That's pretty much the only time you really even see blood in the game anyways. So it's not like it's prevalent all over the place. So sure, keep it red. If you make it green, I guess I get it. It's a throwback, but it's a throwback to a correction that was bullshit. Fucking age rating boards. Anyways, too realistic. You know why? It was too realistic. They wanted to up the age rating. It was too realistic. Remember, it was realistic graphics. That was what it was in the 90s. That's the shit we saw that we thought, man, games could never look better than this. The crazy shit you think as a kid when you're just amazed looking at this, like, oh, it's so realistic. Oh, dude, I'm playing Quarterback Club 98. Look how fucking real Brett Favre looks. This is insane. And it's like, dude, they're like blocks. Fucking, you can't even see the details of their face. I go, fuck. It's got number 4 on the back of his jersey, and I can read it. It's so real. Doesn't matter that I can scramble left and just stiff arm everyone and have Brett Favre run for 99 yards. Got him. quarterback club had so many broken glitches that, of course, back then, guys, never got fixed. Anyways, yeah, so I'm really excited, and Ocarina of Time, I need to see. This is the most excited I've ever been to see a trailer. Most excited I might ever be to see a trailer outside of the next big Zelda game when I don't know what to expect at all. Like, I expect Ocarina of Time. I don't, like, I have a vision in my head of what they're going to show and how, like, Hyrule's going to look. But is that vision right, or am I just insane? Like, what did they do to the overworld? It's got to be made bigger, right? Hyrule feels kind of tiny by modern standards. So what did they do to it? I don't fucking know. Hyrule Castle looks kind of small too. What they do to that? I don't fucking know. Kakariko Village is like you're done with it in like 2 seconds. Did you expand that? Was there new buildings? New side quests? You know, did you expand the graveyard? There more shit there? Did you expand the side quests that's there? There's so much unknown. Did you add a new area? Because originally there was supposed to be another area on the map. That's why that one part of the map is like basically empty. A giant blank spot where nothing happens. You know, what if you added that back in? You know, what if you add some new quests? What if there's an overworld boss out in Hyrule Field? A new one. For some reason. Whatever the excuse is. It only comes out at night. I don't know. Whatever the excuse is. Did you expand the Poe Quest? Think about how much cooler shit you can do with that Poe Quest today compared to back then. Like, you can do way more cooler shit with it today. So I don't know, man. Like, but that's the thing. What's it all look like? Because that's the big change we're all going to notice right away is, oh my God. And the thing is, I think this is the perfect game to drop before the Zelda movie that's going to, because it's a realistic looking Zelda going into a live action Zelda movie. Like, compare that any better, right? Am I like crazy here?
No,
You're getting people to think about Link in real life while you're about to show Link in real life. I think it's brilliant. I think it's going to actually push a lot of Ocarina of Time next year, help it be a little evergreen. The people are going to be like, "Oh, dude, I want to play as realistic Link." Shit, there's realistic Link. It's already on the store shelf. Oh, and by the way, while you're at it, hey, we have these 2 96s in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom sitting there if you want to pick those up too. Breath of the Wild will probably sell. I don't know. Don't pick up Tears of the Kingdom. That's having a really hard time. Tears of the Kingdom is struggling to get those sales past that 20 mil, that 21 mil it's got. But, you know, it's there, and it's a great game. And Shadow Fox will beat it one day, I promise. He won't leave that final fight to only be seen on YouTube.
It took me 4 years to beat Breath of the Wild. I didn't want to beat it.
Don't want the end. Don't want the shit to end, man.
Yeah,
even
I finally
if I didn't
streamed
know how it ends, it's like I don't fucking care. I didn't end it. Just don't end till I end.
Yep.
It's the way I get with games, especially since I usually only play through one time. It's like, God, am I gonna just fuck around for a while because I don't want to be done? That's what I did with Pikmin 4. I fucked around a lot in Pikmin 4 because I didn't want it to be done. I'm like, God damn it, I know this is about to be the end. Fuck. Let me go back. Let me go do some other shit. Like, I don't want this game to end, God damn it. And I don't know if there'll be DLC. There wasn't DLC, so I just love Pikmin. It's good. All right, that's all I got. Anyone else? Or are we gonna go on to sales? I guess Eric hasn't gone yet, right? Was that much? You did? Okay.
Well, actually, hold on.
Your camera's been down this whole time.
I know it bounces in and out. I was trying to find the fan, but
yeah, I blame you. It's upstairs.
Oh, fun. Reese Riley posted on Twitter while we were doing this topic that he's calling it now. Zelda Direct next week, OOT released and Zelda movie trailer.
Yeah, he said that.
He's trying to, I know he's trying to manifest.
He's manifesting. He's manifesting. Yeah. You literally said not a leak. It really.
Yeah. No, I know.
Sure, could happen.
Why not? Hey,
I'm not going to be upset at showing Zelda next week. Right. You're not going to find me mad that they didn't put it in the big direct. Oh no, I get to see it sooner. Like, I'm cool with that. Oh, and maybe it's because the shit leaked and Nintendo likes to surprise and delight. It's like, maybe we'll just show it next week. I don't think they're pivoting. I think whatever the plan is the plan, and they're sticking with it. And if the plan was next week, cool. But all right, I guess we can move on to the Nintendo financials. Are we good for now? We'll try to zoom through the financials too. We're not going to spend a lot of time on it, guys. The financials, mostly what I want to do first, I got to change the banner. Where's the financial banner? See, I'm used to Eric doing this. I get confused. All right. So Nintendo had their financials. Don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it. Just kind of briefly going over some of the big key points. I mentioned earlier in the show, and I'll bring it up again. It's their best first quarter of all time for an individual platform. The two other better times were last year, which had the record launch in June for Switch 2. Did record numbers worldwide. So it was like 5.82 million or whatever it was last year. Only 1 month, but it was a record launch. And technically that was a bigger Q1 than this year. And then 2021 for COVID with Switch also had a 5 million plus Q1 for one platform. Switch 2 is at number 3 for this last Q1 at 3.82 million, which is double the sales Switch 1 did during the exact same sales period of in April to June during 2018. So really impressive, just in terms of the actual number. If you actually look at it, like that's 34% decline from June of last year. Okay, the biggest console launch of all time, and 34% decline, and still double what Switch 1 did at the same period. The best-selling Nintendo system of all time. Yeah, I think that's good. It's a really good Q1. Objectively, a really good Q1. Notably, sales might have been boosted a bit, especially in Japan, due to the console price increase for that quarter. So that probably played a role, at least for the Japan numbers. I don't know about the rest of the world, because I don't know if sales increased because of that, or if that's going to come during this quarter, where it's like last month here. Might see a boost in the US before the price increase, especially now that Nintendo's advertising the price increase in stores now. They're letting people know, reminding consumers in person that it's changing on September 1st. So there's that. A couple of the highlights too. Tamagotchi Life, Living the Dreams, already the best-selling Tamagotchi Life ever. So basically 8 million units, 7.94 million units. And then Pokopia added another 1.27, again, continuing to be a bit evergreen for them. Besides that, there's obviously like overall sales updates. What people generally were concerned with coming out of this was Star Fox and Yoshi didn't make an appearance. He said they're moving well, just for Akawa's words. Moving well to me, this is just my opinion, means they're not quite at 1 million, but they're kind of on track to get there. And maybe next financial update, we might see them crack the 1 million seller list, but they probably also aren't going to sell much more than that 1 million. Is that considered a success for Nintendo with either of those? I have no idea. I didn't look up the history of Yoshi sales. I'm not sure what those usually sell to know if this is considered good or not. And with Star Fox, like it struggles to sell no matter what they do. So I would assume cracking 1 mil would be considered a success for them, but I'm not exactly sure what they would consider a success for Star Fox. Also, Nintendo, this is just like kind of a fun fact. Nintendo made $1 billion in profits last quarter, which is kind of crazy. But 300 million of that, guys, to remind you, was the refund from the US for the taxes. So it was inflated a little bit. Getting that 300, and then that's what the refund was, by the way. They got about 300 million US. A majority of that was probably the Switch 2 taxes last year. That's what they sold the most of during that time period. So they got that back, and then that also means they made 700 million in profits. Another to note why that would also be high last quarter was it has the Mario movie. The Mario movie is part of that quarter, and actually they did show a significant increase on one of their stat lines from the Mario movie. So the movie definitely had a big role in that. Really, really nice. Like, really, this is a great Q1. Like, I know they don't care about investors, but investors had to be happy with this Q1. In fact, did the stock go up or down? That usually lets you know if the investors thought it was good or not. The stock, oh, dude, they're up to 13. It definitely went up. It was $10 like 2 weeks ago. So the stock definitely went up. So the investors were definitely happy with it. Oh yeah. You can see the spike. You can see it right there in the side. It definitely spiked right up off the investor meeting. So yeah, they were very happy with the investors meeting, as they should be. The Mario movie did great. The momentum of Switch 2 looks fantastic. Maybe Star Fox and Yoshi didn't appear, but you saw Tamagotchi Life at nearly 8 million. How could you be mad at that? Right? Pokopia is still selling well. So yeah, they're very happy. And obviously they're just not waiting for the next director. We'll see if they're happy with that as well. So now, do I care if the investors are happy? Not necessarily, but does Nintendo care a little? Probably. I mean, we did lose half their stock value in a year. So yeah, they probably care a little bit, but Nintendo's chilling, man. They're supposedly going through a hard period, and they just had $1 billion in profit. I think they're doing just fine. It's kind of like how like Sony will bitch about their money and then post record profit margins. It's like, okay, Sony, like maybe you don't need to jack the price $300 on your console when you have record profits. I don't. Something's not lining up here. Like, yeah, I get you're losing money per system, but you're making so much extra money everywhere else. Maybe it's okay to just eat it the rest of this gen, you know? Like wait to jack it up with PS6. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. And I get it. Nintendo's moving the price up too, despite coming off a bill. I get it. Yeah. I'm not sitting there defending Nintendo either. If they keep making $1 billion every quarter in profits, yeah, they're not raising the price of the system. Jesus fucking Christ, that's $4 billion in profits a year. But that's not reality. They usually don't. Like, the reason that it's so notable is that they never make a bill in a single quarter outside of holidays. So like it's very abnormal for them to have that level of profits. But again, 300 million refund plus Mario movie. Those are the big reasons. And then Switch 2 maintain its momentum, but they kind of lose money per unit sold. But then on top of that, they had Tamagotchi Life sell 8 million. So that really helped out. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. There's a lot of other nitty-gritty we can get into, but you guys have any general thoughts on this? You happy with how Switch 2 is doing? Happy with how the games are doing? Think it's all good, all healthy? Investors are happy? You guys happy? Don't all go
I wish those Star Fox numbers were higher, but
yeah.
Overall, I'm happy.
Would have been nice to see it be at least $1 million seller right now, you know, instead of potential and hopeful in the future. But you know, there's time. Also, with the is Mario movie on demand yet?
Mm-hmm.
Is that on streaming?
Yeah, I believe so.
Because I was wondering if that might help move a few
it's out
as well. Like I know you can rent it, but I didn't know if it was on streaming services yet.
Yeah, I have it. I own it physically.
Okay, I figured. So yeah,
a couple months ago.
Whether that'll help or not, I have no idea. Obviously, with Star Fox, I think Star Fox has just been such a hard sell its whole career, its whole life. You know, its time was the arcade era, and we're a long way removed from that. Okay, Shadow Fox, you got any thoughts on the sales?
No, it's kind of what I expected. It's best selling console of all time.
Yeah.
So
I presume it won't be that forever, but until otherwise, I mean,
yeah, it's trending ahead of everything else.
The momentum that supposedly was supposed to slow didn't.
Yep.
Slow, it actually picked up. You could see it if you pay attention to the chart. It actually went up like pretty big tick over the prior quarter. It's like, oh boy.
I don't know if it's above Switch exactly at this point, but it's above Wii.
It's above everything.
Okay, so it's still above everything. Okay.
Yep. It's above everything. The closest thing to it was GBA in terms of fastest for Nintendo, and it's still a pretty big chunk ahead of that now too. I think GBA might still technically be ahead in the US, maybe. But I have to wait for Matt Piscatella to ever update on that because I know it was ahead. GBA got ahead of it during the holiday, but whether it's still ahead, I have no idea. Because they did move 1 million in the US last quarter. That was in part of the breakdown. Like that's good.
Yeah.
That's 300K during your slowest quarter every month. That's good. It's good stuff. I'll be happy with that every year. If they can get that every year, they'd be pleased with that for a Q1. Especially when they didn't really have any like big exclusive for Switch 2 come out. Tamagotchi Life was the big game, you know?
And Kirby Air Riders.
Hey, Kirby Air Riders is one of the better selling Kirby games now, guys. It's passed up some of the mainline ones, man. It's almost a 2 mil plus right there. You know, we make fun of that game, but I think they're happy with it. They're very happy with it. Obviously, they probably wish they moved more consoles during the holiday, but I mean, Nintendo, lesson learned. Kirby's not your holiday game, all right? You probably should have swapped Kirby and Bonanza, if I'm being honest with you guys. I know you don't want to go back-to-back racers to start the gen. I get that, but like Bonanza should have been the holiday game. I mean, that's how I would have lined it up anyways. I would have made that clear the holiday game, but I get it. You wanted a hot start, so you start with your two biggest. Who are we to complain? Nintendo's got the fastest selling system they've ever. So clearly, every decision they made's been the right decision in their mind. It's all working out for them. Also, it helps that, and we talked about this briefly before, everyone else around them keeps fucking up. So, like, they just kind of just reap the benefit of everyone else's mistakes. Like, I swear, and maybe this is just me, But like every time like bad news drops for a competition and they're getting like shit on X, Nintendo just has like the most random ass tweet go out. They're just like some random mini game from WiiWare that has that like from like the 3DS and just randomly out of fucking nowhere. Here you go. Why the fuck are we doing this? Oh, because Wario's snickering at the end. And so everyone's like, look at this. Nintendo's laughing at them as they advertise a 3DS game. I'm like, what the fuck they're doing? Their social media team is crazy. Dude, all I know is that the social media team doesn't always listen to people and they get in trouble. Yep. The Chibi Robo on fire. According to Kit and Krista, Nintendo was not happy about that getting posted at all because Nintendo doesn't tease shit. And the social media person went rogue and teased the direct the next day with the Chibi Robo thing, and Nintendo was pissed. I'm like, well, I don't know if the guy got fired, but that seems like a pretty fireable offense if that post was not approved. Because that lit the internet. Everyone knew. I'm like, why is Nintendo playing along with the rumors? They never do this. Maybe this is a new Nintendo. They've turned over a new leaf. They're going to start trolling us on socials now. No, Nintendo wasn't happy and they never did it again. But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, well, maybe they're allowed to troll the competition as long as they're marketing their own games, you know? Maybe. I have no idea. But it is kind of funny because Nintendo is such like the polar opposite of so much of the industry. Their games are also whimsical and fun and look really stupid when you glance at some of the trailers. Then you play it and you're like, yeah, okay, this is great. It just is. Like, their games are just fun. You know, I'm surprised they didn't bust out a Famicom Detective Club ad just for the fucking, just for shits and giggles. Love those guys, man. What? Dude, they probably dropped something during our show. Dude, I swear, like every night at 8:00, there's like something that gets posted.
Who, Nintendo?
Yeah, Nintendo. Their YouTube channel just stay dropping stuff.
Yeah, Sunshine. There you go. I knew it was something, right? Something. Yeah.
Downloaded
sure as shit 3 hours ago. Sunshine Music added to Nintendo Music, plus an ad for Sunshine with a trailer. Look at that. See, it's always something with them, man. They're reminding you that games are meant to be fun. They ain't out here. Oh, we gotta spend 20 years talking about why the price is going up on September 1st. Now we told everyone, man. Dude, we're not even increasing the price as much as we could. The bottom line is, yeah, economy sucks ass. We're raising it $50. By the way, here's a cool game. Because no one wants to hear about price increases. They want to hear about the games. You know? They don't want to hear about this shit. They don't like Asha Sharma. I love what you're doing with Xbox. I think you're trying to do the right things. I don't think any of it's going to work in the end, and I don't think that's your fault. I think it's too little, too late. But I like that you're trying, and I like that you're seemingly going down with a fight before the brand gets sold off for Microsoft, because that's what I think is going to happen. Is Xbox is going to get sold off. But until then, sure, Asha, I'm glad you're trying, and you've had success turning around companies, and maybe it all works out. And I hope it does. I like market competition. I don't want Xbox to go away, but you're talking too much about shit that most gamers don't care about. Like, I get you're trying to get brownie points. Phil Spencer did the same shit. Don't run the same playbook. It's okay to just shut up. That's my advice. Stop talking to the fans. If that worked, Xbox would be on top of the world. Market your games. Talk about the games. Market the games. That's what people are here for. Am I wrong? Like, that's are we not here for games? And I keep hearing these other companies talk about everything but the games.
You're not wrong. This is what I said 2 weeks ago when we talked.
Pretty simple playbook. People are here for games. Yeah, you got bad news. Cool. Now show us kick-ass games we want to play, and we won't give a shit about the bad news. Yeah, price is going up. That sucks. Also, here's Zelda. All right, well, I guess I don't really care about that price increase right now. I got fucking Zelda coming. You know, and I get that PlayStation is arguably trying to do the same thing. Hey, don't worry about us. GTA is coming. The difference is they don't own GTA, so it's a little weird to try to use GTA to mask things, especially when GTA is also doing the no disc, no buy shit going on right now. It's like, actually, they're kind of part of the conversation with your fuck ups, but I get it. Look, if I was Sony, I'd be leaning on GTA as well.
That was definitely coordinated, I believe.
I think it's smart. I mean, look, I hate, look, the news is bad no matter what. They're going to make the decision. Yeah, you time it with GTA and try to let GTA take the heat off you. I get it. And GTA is going to make you a fuck ton of money. So I get it. I get what you're doing. I think it's smart. I think the whole decision process is stupid, and how you're talking to your fans is stupid. But what else is new? It's Sony. The only time they talked to their fans, I think, correctly was when they trolled Xbox by telling you how to borrow a game. Look how that backfires today. How many people have memed that moment? Here's how you borrow a game on PlayStation. It's just the other guy dies. You just don't. You just don't. See, at least on Nintendo, we can be like, well, some games you can game share. We also still have physical for now. Hoping it's staying around for a long time. One thing was, that was one thing out of the financials as well to bring up. Like 38.5% of the revenue for video for their like gaming sector was physical, which some people took that as a negative. And I'm like, dude, they don't count game key cards as physical. They count those as digital sales. Yeah. The digital sales, by the way, people think Nintendo's not counting the other bullshit. No, they're counting NSO subs in there. They're counting the DLC stuff in there. All that stuff's counted in here, and it's still 38.5%. That's because there's that many people buying physical games. And if you want to see proof of it, just look at Japan's numbers that we get every week. Remember how like there was like the story that came out that only 7 PlayStation games sold 100,000 units in the US this year or whatever? Cool. Nintendo's got like 7 in the last week in Japan. Like they're launching at 500,000 plus physical in Japan. Like, yeah, Nintendo cares about physical because they didn't abandon Japan, which is one of their primary user bases, and they fucking love physical in Japan. They're insane over it. Go into any store, it's like all Nintendo shit.
Yep.
Because they love it. And Nintendo keeps giving it to it. I saw some people in the chat say, hey, it was really cool. We got physical Indiana Jones and physical of the game we were just talking about earlier. Oh my God, I can't know why I'm drawing a blank on another one from Microsoft though, because they didn't do physical on any other platform. And it's like, Oblivion.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, and they're like, why can't I find a physical copy? I'm like, yeah, they're probably never doing another print run. Just because they're gonna want to drive the digital numbers up to prove that hey, we should be doing digital. It's like, but you bothered to bring physical. We're just asking you to keep bringing it. Like, it's cool it existed at launch. Can we get it past launch? So like I have serious concerns if we're ever going to get a restock on that physical. I hope we do, but look, I'm going to be honest. I think we're just lucky it even existed at all because this is Microsoft and they didn't put physical on anything else. So it's almost like we're almost shocked it happened to begin with. And I'm not shocked if it's a limited run. They wanted the brownie points and now they're done with it. And they're still mostly a digital game. Look, I don't blame them. I might make the same fucking call if I'm a greedy dick that wants to get all the brownie points and then actually don't provide enough copies for it to matter. So everyone's buying digital anyways. I think it's scummy as fuck if that's what they're doing. And maybe I'm wrong and maybe we're about to get a restock. But yeah, I've just been waiting because I know that the one's been sold out for a while. Indiana Jones, that one's pretty much been sold out since day one. Basically. And it's like, I've been waiting for that restock and it keeps not happening. And I'm like, dude, it's been too long. I don't think it's coming. If you guys are lucky, maybe holidays. They might do one more restock at holidays because they know they'll probably sell through it. Because even people that are waiting now, they'll just grab it then. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is also one of the things we talked about with physical going away the other day was that some of this is like manufactured. Like, what is the real physical demand? How would you know if you don't make enough copies? If it's sold out on day one, and is it really an option when you don't restock it? But the fact is, despite this, guys, Nintendo has 38.5%. Why? Because their games sell very strong and they provide physical. Yeah. And their games make up, 50 to 60% of their revenue. And 38.5% physical, man. Physical ain't going anywhere for a while with Nintendo. Let's just put it that way. I don't think they've even had a conversation to get rid of physical. I think the only conversation they had that led to key cards was, hey, we can't make cartridges big enough that are affordable for these big games. What's the compromise? Let's talk to our partners. What would they like? Well, someone would be, digital only. Yeah, but what if we want you on the store shelf? What were to tell you you'd get more sales if you're on the store shelf? What can we do for you besides a coding box? Well, if you can keep it at $10 and just have it be like a I don't know, kind of like a code and box or something they could resell, we got you. We'll come up with a game key card. You guys already do it on Xbox, right? Game key disc. We got it. We got you. These already exist. People will be fine with it. I think most customers are probably fine with it, but you know, the internet did what it did because Nintendo's the big bad because they labeled it. They labeled it and they were upfront and honest about it. So they're the ones that get in trouble for it. Still sucks, but I don't know what other solution there is for these massive games. And yeah, of course, if the massive games, if it was made for big games, little games will use it too. Like, it's just the way it is. So, all right, that's all my thoughts on that. Anyone else have anything, or should we get to the Q&A and get the fuck out? I think everyone's ready to get to the Q&A. Get the fuck
Q&A.
out. That silence was pretty deafening. They're like, Prime, shut the fuck up and end this podcast. Fine. Fuck. Trying to savor this. All right, here we go. AJ Rack says, when is the release date for Coliseum, Stash? Asking for a friend.
They've already asked.
Yeah, you got GameBird to blame for this, by the way.
What?
They already outed you too.
Came to me after a certain live stream and was like, we have to ask Stash about Coliseum. GameBird said he knows. And I'm like, first off, I didn't watch all of GameBird's stream. Like, first off, if he said that, motherfucker, I got to clip his wings because he shouldn't be saying anything that Stash knows. Two,
I don't know anything. I literally made it up.
I don't know if it's legit, but if he knows, I'm like, fucker, you're putting Stash on the goddamn spot. God damn it, Stash ain't gonna leak shit. But he definitely, like, I'll say this. I've never heard Stash tell me jack shit about Coliseum.
I'm sitting there editing and my phone starts, I have it on silent permanently. So I don't want to hear that shit.
Yeah.
But all these, the phone keeps lighting up and it will just say notification, but it won't show me because I have it set to do that because I don't want to see it unless I'm unlocking my phone and actually purposefully going to look. It just kept lighting up. I'm like, I literally was like, what the fuck? I'm presuming that one of the many Discord groups I'm in is just spamming at everyone because, that's like the only setting I have it on for a notification by design. And I'm getting asked about Coliseum. I'm like,
fucking bird.
And I'm just thinking, like,
all over my Discord too. I'm like, I don't know what he's fucking talking about, man. Like people. Someone asked me, like, hey Nate, do you know? I'm like, dude, even if I did and Stash does know and told me, I won't fucking tell you anyways. So,
I got asked a bunch of times.
And the fact that I'm telling you this explanation means I don't fucking know, and I don't think Stash knows. What are we talking about? Why am I? Well, GameBird said, like, oh, the fuck GameBird's doing. Stop watching his ass if he's talking like this. Jesus Christ.
Well, the thing is, though, like,
promising leaks.
I know that I don't tell anyone.
Hey guys, he doesn't even tell us. The only time I'll say this, when we're at PAX and we're setting up for some stuff, sometimes they'll let us know a bit ahead. That's because we got a plan and we're going to be there. But like besides that, he doesn't tell us anything about anything he knows.
No, he doesn't. Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, obviously whoever said this was just bullshitting. I mean, I knew that immediately, but I was laughing too. I'm like,
I got asked like 10 times on my live stream. I'm like, listen, I don't know anything about it, but if I had to guess, Stash does. And so all you have to do is ask him and he'll tell you. Just ask him.
No, GameBird is to blame for. Although, to be fair, you fuckers in this chat that kept acting like he fucking knows. Yeah, GameBird has been gone forever. Just gonna come back with the exclusive Coliseum, news out of fucking nowhere. His new job clearly told him.
Listen, I don't know what sort of stuff gets disclosed when you have a connection with Nintendo. But I would imagine that, like, when it comes to like a random NSO game drop, that's not really the thing that like Nintendo's like, hey, keep this on the hush hush, but Chibi Robot's coming to NSO next week. No. You know what I mean?
I know how Nintendo acts when they contact you to like do stuff, and none of it's about that. They're not.
Yeah, like that's too obscure, And
Sometimes
it's not something they're trying to get
not
content
tell you what
creators.
you're demoing. That is a very Nintendo thing. They've invited me to a private demo once. I'm like, well, what is it for? Well, you can't tell you. You just have to come. I'm like, well, dude, it's going to cost me like $1,500 to fly out there and get the hotel. I need to know what I'm doing. Yeah, we can't tell you. I'm like, well, then I can't. Like, guys, this is like a WarioWare game. I can't. This isn't. Is it a major IP? Can you at least tell me that? No, we can't tell you anything. Well, I don't want to spend $1,500 for WarioWare, but I'll spend it if it's like a Zelda or a Mario demo or something. Couldn't one tell me shit. Just show up if you want to play it. I'm like, well, then I'm not coming. It was a fucking Zelda demo, and I'm fucking pissed I didn't go. But I'm like, but how can I do? Like, I have to make a financial decision based on no information other than, hey, we want to invite you to this private thing, which might just be like Switch Sports or something. You know, it's Nintendo. You never know what it's gonna be. And it sucks I didn't go because I should have went, because then I probably would have maintained my contact to keep getting invited to stuff. But it's fine. I got Stash now. I only go to one event a year. As long as he gets us in, I don't give a shit.
Super Groove in my chat wanted me to let you know, Nate, because you were talking about Oblivion.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I let Super Groove know that I talked to Bethesda this morning, and that they're restocking
Oblivion
this month. Yes, they'll have restocks this month. I updated my pinned comment on my review as well.
Indiana too, or are they just doing it? Are they doing it for Indiana or just for Oblivion?
And we just talked about Oblivion.
Yeah. Indiana's the one that I really. Yeah, I know you don't. For me, dumb fuck, I love the fucking game when I'm on a game buying freeze, and the only way I'm going to get it is
by the time you have to buy it, might be Indiana loans, huh? It's going to be so expensive.
It's gone. I don't know when it's coming back.
Fuck. What is it going for on eBay right now? I bet you it's ridiculous.
You know,
somebody mentioned it was one something.
Yeah, I just saw. I think it was what's her name?
Oh my god.
Orbology posted on Twitter, and she was saying like, hey guys, like, don't pay these prices for Oblivion and Indiana Jones. Like, they're going to get reprinted. Okay. Like, don't go pay scalper prices. And I saw a screenshot of hers, and I think it said 150. You know, I always you got to look at the completed. A lot of people just look at the sale price of like what people are trying to get. So what's the completed and sold auction prices is what we got to look at here.
Okay, we go to buy it now. I prefer buy it now. And then, sorry, I forgot to sort. How do I sort by sold again? It's been a while.
It's bottom left. I check this often. This stuff. Know exactly where it's at. Completed items, sold items. Here we go. Okay, one just sold today.
There we go.
Dude, these what a clown. Someone bought this for $163 today. August 12th.
Dude, that is insane. But yeah, so there you go. So it actually sold at that price. Yeah, 163. One sold on August 12th for 175.
Yeah.
Another one sold on August 12th for 119. So yeah, it's easily clearing 100 right now.
Didn't that happen with the Lunar games on Switch 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those like shot up to like 150 plus, and then like 5 months later there was
meanwhile they communicated
reprint.
Clear River Games, who did the publishing on it, they communicated so well multiple times. We're reprinting this. Don't buy it from a scalper. We're reprinting these guys. They communicated this an insane amount of times, and I'm just like, this is the reading comprehension problem.
Am I gonna break my game buying freeze to get Oblivion just because I don't know if they'll print another run?
It all comes down to your ESRB rating preference. If you want ESPRE or you want PEGI, because PEGI sold today for $63.
Yeah, I know. And there's like there's lots of the Japanese multi-language ones for under 100. I know, I see it, but it's like, yeah, but I want my region one, which is the one that's most fucking expensive.
Yeah. ESRB is king.
All right. Well, whatever. Now that I know I'm never gonna own a physical copy of Indiana Jones,
you got to get that MA13 version.
makes me fucking cry because that game is so good, and I wanted to give him my money, and I wanted to buy it legit. And get legit, give him my money, and all right. Moving on. Obviously, Pokey91's also bugging you about about Coliseum. He doesn't know anything. That's the answer. Jimzo, will there be a DK game with P1 as DK and player 2 as Mario? You mean like a Mario and Donkey Kong game?
Yeah, like a co-op game.
You know, like kind of already exists. There's a whole franchise built around it. I mean, it's not. I guess it's not.
Well, I mean, where you actually control.
Technically co-op, though. Yeah, it's not technically co-op. Sure, probably. Some side-scrolling Mario game will slap DK in it just for shits and fucking giggles. I don't fucking know.
Probably asking because of the DK Bonanza.
Yeah,
Mario stuff right now.
Yeah. I don't know why they're asking. Like, the thing is, I don't know if they'll ever do it, but I wouldn't put it past them, you know? Yeah. Now, you could argue, yes, it's called Smash Bros. Player 1's DK, player 2's Mario. Sure, yes. But I know that's not what you mean. You mean we're like you're playing together and going through together. Yeah. Okay. Joey Pitts wants to say, any updates on Free For All coming to Switch 2? Last I talked to Colin, Switch 2 version had not begun work yet, but they just launched. So it's one of those, like, give them a bit to get through the launch. There are any patches they might have to do for that. And then, you know, we'll see. Obviously, you know, hopefully sales are going really well for them. I know reviews on Steam are great. They're sitting at like a 91% approval rating from user reviews. It's really good. Really happy for them. Hoping that leads to it climbing the charts some more. Because guess what? You know, the higher it climbs, the quicker we're going to get it on Nintendo. That's just the way it is. The more funding they get from selling the game, the quicker they can get new versions out. And they know there's an audience on Nintendo that would love the fuck out of this game. Stash reviewed it. Holds up. It's legit. Nintendo fans are going to love it. So getting this on Switch and Switch 2 would be great.
Yeah. That's why I really want to play it.
It feels like it belongs there, but it's just not there yet. Which we get, it's indie. It's indie. You know, they got to make enough money to justify the extra platforms. So, and I don't think they hit the Nintendo stretch goal on their Kickstarter. I'd have to go check. But it's okay. Either way, I know they want to. They've talked extensively to us about wanting to do it, but I know development hasn't begun on that version yet. Now, whether they've begun any Switch version, that I don't know. I could ask them. I'm not saying they'd tell me, and if they did, well, I'll put it this way. Colin would tell me, but I might not be able to say anything. I guess that's the better way to put it. When you know the guy who owns the company, yeah, okay, I can learn anything I want, but can I actually say anything? And no, that doesn't mean I can say anything, right? So, like, he told us about some characters they might add at one point, but we couldn't say anything. Yeah, great game. You guys should go check it out. Royalty free for all. It's a Smash Bros. Style game using royalty free characters. If you want to catch some information on it, go look up ThunderStash Gaming's review. All right, Demonic Brawler says, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits, keeping the tradition alive. Gotta keep it going.
Yeah.
Till it happens. Demonic Brawler gifted me a membership and gifted GameBird a membership and gifted ThunderStash 2 memberships.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all that support. We do appreciate it. Tomorrow Brawler says, I'm excited for the Zelda 40th anniversary. Yeah, we all are, man. We all are ready for Nintendo's next announcement. Might be an Indie World next, actually, but we'll see. There's a gut feeling I have. It feels like we usually get an Indie World in August. That's why I'm saying that. Tomorrow Brawler, everybody remember to like the stream. Or if you're listening to the audio version, drop a like and review. You can always use more reviews of the audio version. It helps with discovery. Even if you hate it. Cool. Let us know. Super Groover says Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire coming to the eShop. Yeah, that rumor, that hasn't been announced. It's a rumor. Fairly reliable one. Probably going to be happening. Yeah. I mean, is it a surprise after Red and Blue? Right? Like they're going to keep they're going to bring back the classics. They're going to charge a semi-premium price. And it's probably going to sell. Do you guys think they'll sell them for 20? Or do you think they're going to go up to 30?
20.
Think they'll stick with 20?
Yeah.
I mean, I hope they stick with 20. It's already a lot.
30 would be dirty. They know it too.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they care.
They probably still try it.
The thing is TPC. I don't know if they actually care. I mean, they're the ones that charge you to store your own Pokemon. So, but I don't know if they care. That's what I'm saying. Like they might. Hey, look at what we sold at 20. Think how much more money we make at 30. Like, I swear, they probably have board meetings just like that. Do I swear to Christ, dude? I don't know. I've never been on a corporate board. I just imagine some of the greedy shit they might talk about. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't actually have these conversations, but if they do, I wouldn't be surprised. Stash is just smiling, so he's like, "Oh yeah, we talk about how to rip people off all the time." Corporate 101, baby.
No, I did not do that.
Just dude, Stash would have quit the company right then if he was involved in any conversation about fucking ripping people off like that at a corporate level. Then it's like I can't work for a company that I know doesn't give a fuck about the customer and they just want all their money. Like I get that's fundamental to a lot of companies, but like to the point you're gonna screw them over. No, let's not do that.
No, you got everyone the absolute best deal possible always, even if it hurt the company. Because in reality, it doesn't hurt the company, and they need the help more than the company, right?
Company's gonna be fine. They can take the hit.
They'll be fine. Let's get you the best deal.
Plenty of money. I've been looking at the financials for a while. We're great. Just fucking.
I knew the numbers.
You want at the best you can get it. Oh yeah, you don't have the credit, fine, but look at your income. It's great. Let me see what I can fucking do. You can obviously afford the loan. Let me just fucking sort it out.
That's the enjoyment.
So I can literally show my boss, look, this motherfucker makes $100K a year. I don't care if his fucking credit rating's 500. He can afford a $500 a month payment.
Yeah, that was the enjoyment, fighting for your borrower.
Yeah,
the best possible deal.
Demonic Brawler. I already got a Switch 2, so I won't be getting the 40th anniversary console, but the Zelda 40th Pro controller for Switch 2 and that black and yellow Wolverine controller or PS5. Man, my wallet's hurting. What, you don't want the ass controllers? Aren't those the better ones? The ones with the big Deadpool ass going on? No, I'm just kidding, guys. I think the Wolverine console looks pretty sick, to be completely honest. It does look pretty cool. Jimzo just threw out a buck. Thank you so much. Demonic Brawler. I'm still holding on for the Switch 2 port of Lego Batman Dark Knight Collection. I really hope it's worth it. Yeah. I mean, it's really good on the other systems. I assume it's going to be good on Switch 2, but bad ports happen sometimes. It is a thing. I hope not with a Lego game because Nintendo's a big market for Lego games. That's why they told Sony we want to put Horizon on Nintendo. That was Lego's call, and Sony said fine. Because they know they have a big audience on Nintendo that buys Lego. So I'm hoping they're going to do right. I think the fact that Skywalker Saga ran great on Switch is a good sign that we should just expect all future Lego games to run fine. But, all it takes is one bad egg making decisions, and all of a sudden it's a rushed game and the port sucks ass. But I don't think it's rushed because otherwise it'd be here already. Jaco Maniac was a member for 2 months. Thank you so much. And then we got O'Downey dropping 10 jewels. Gold coin action. Demonic Brawler, Legend of Zelda 40 Swords Adventures. Dude, what did they do bring back FSA for the anniversary?
That's what I predicted.
I know. That would be really fun. You could do that on NSO. That's one NSO. It's GameCube. It'd only be on Switch. I'm trying to think of Switch 1 a little bit.
That game needs to live on GameCube NSO with game chat. It needs to be played exactly how it was intended.
Dude, can you imagine if it requires you to play game chat and it requires you to look at your little game chat window when you enter a building? That'd be fucking wild if it makes you do. I'm like, okay, this is not an improvement, but this is kind of cool. This is literally like it was, except we had it in our hand instead of on the TV. But this is literally how it was. Oh my god. There's no way. Why would they do it? Like, why? By the way, you better. By the way, if you do that, Nintendo, you better also make it so you don't have to do that. But that would be really cool. There's like a little nostalgia kick to be like, oh my god, you're gonna make us look at those little tiny game chat screens at 15 FPS. This is taking me back. This is taking me way the fuck back now. Oh, I gotta fight this enemy in this building with 15 FPS while I'm looking through game chat. Let's do it. Whatever. All right, cool. Demonic Brawler did 10 jewels saying GG. Then he came in and said, I'll stop a video if their voice is annoying. A lot of people are like that. Even if you like the content, I do have a hard time listening to some voices. I'm like, God, it sucks. I'm sorry for your content, but I can't get through the voice. I always feel bad when. Am I wrong to feel bad when I get annoyed by someone's voice because it's not their fault? But I always feel guilty that I'm annoyed by it.
You know, I think there's some things you can control.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you sound super whiny, that's on you, dude. The reason your voice is annoying is because you won't stop complaining and you sound
attitude.
You sound whiny.
Other people's attitudes that annoy. I'm talking more so it's just the intonation of the voice. I don't know what it is, whether it's too high pitched or maybe it's sometimes too deep and actually makes me want to fall asleep, so I can't get through the video, so I can't watch. But it's not the person's fault. That's just their voice, you know. Like Tay Zonde singing "Chocolate Rain." You know, the guy talks like I can listen to you to go to bed, but otherwise I don't know a single word you said besides "chocolate rain." Some say dry and others feel the pain. Okay, that's about the only lyric I know. The rest of it I fell asleep.
All right, gentlemen, I'm about to drop.
That's all right.
I appreciate you guys.
Shadow, shout out your stuff, man. What you got coming up? Anything coming on?
Not much. The channel is back alive now, so I'll have a video coming out in the next day or so, and I'll probably be live streaming pretty soon too. So I'll try not to clash with this day, so I'm able to still be on here when you do the rotation. So we'll go from there.
All right, sounds good, dude. Well, thanks for tuning in and being here, man. We'll obviously get you back in the rotation next time around. We'll see what's up.
All right, later, y'all.
Yeah,
see you, man.
All right,
there, brother.
Now that we're down to the core of 4, fuck that guy. Don't. I'm just kidding. I'm like surprised he's sticking around for the Q&A. I thought he was going to dip out because I thought he was going to fall asleep an hour ago.
I also put in chat,
but he's also really used to being on super long shows. He goes on some crazy long podcasts at times. I don't know how some of those guys do it. They do it like 3 nights a week, like 6 hours. I'm like, Jesus, man, that must be fun. You know what? I could do this 3 nights a week if it was as fun as this show is, I suppose. I mean, I have to cut other shit. I don't know if I'd be willing to cut other shit, but it's really fun. All right. Speaking of Oblivion, what's going on with Elder Scrolls Oblivion? And Joe Switch 2 Physical will be a solo everywhere. So as Stash said, Oblivion's coming. He knows the restock is coming. Apparently, he can share that. That's cool. It's coming. Don't waste your money on the scalper versions. There's a restock.
Yeah, update my pinned comment on my YouTube channel.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Published.
I mean, maybe he could ask and find out, but right now we have no information on Indiana Jones restock. Maybe if I get an opportunity and there's anyone from those teams at PAX, I don't mind throwing a bone and just asking them, hey, are you guys going to restock it or not? Just curious. I mean, what's the worst? No? Then it's like it is today. You know, it is what it is. But we'll see. The fact that Oblivion is going to restock makes you wonder, okay, I wonder if they're considering it with Indy. But we'll see. There's obviously a lot of decisions that go into that. Downey, the gold coin. And then we got Wink to Man saying, did anyone read Game Informer magazine back in the day?
Yeah.
Not only did I read it, I stayed subscribed to it up until the final physical version. Because nostalgia. Yeah, I mean, GameStop was getting a little money every month. Whatever, I used the membership. I was primarily there for the magazine. Couldn't help it. I went all the way till the end. I miss it a bit. I just miss that whole era, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it was my childhood. Of course I miss it, right? You know, it was simpler times. I subscribed to ThunderStash Gaming magazine. Like Brawler would. There we go. We'd have 1 sub.
Telling you, man.
Thanks, man.
Din Jarrus with the 250 jewels. By the way, that name Din Jarrus feels like something from like Game of Thrones. Is that from a game or something? Din Jarrus. He's even got a no, it's a Star Wars reference. It must be. He's got a Star Wars icon. Maybe it's a bounty hunter. Could be a bounty hunter. See, I haven't seen all the new Star Wars stuff and read all the books, so I have no idea. Maybe that's a famous bounty hunter. Fisherman Mike, member for 39 months. Thank you so much. Then Fisherman Mike comes in and says, I predict it'll be a Majora's Mask remake with everything they originally wanted to put in the first game, and it'll come out in 2030.
Pretty cool.
I like your thinking because I also think that means the original Zelda's out before then. So imagine an Ocarina of Time remake from the ground up, a Majora's Mask remake from the ground up, a brand new 3D open world Zelda again, did I just get done saying Nintendo keeps doing all the things I want them to do with Zelda? Because it keeps happening. Live action Zelda movie, been wanting that since I was a kid. From the ground up, realistic graphic accurate time. Never thought they'd do it, but always wanted it. Here it is. You know, theme console and controller, always want it, getting it. They do Majora's Mask. That is what legit in my top 5 Zelda games. I might sell a kidney to make sure I can afford it if I'm having financial troubles. I'm just saying right now. I only need one to live, right? I can give up one. I might be willing to do it for Majora's Mask if I have to. I won't have to. By 2030, if I'm still having financial troubles like I do now, I need to quit YouTube. Like, at that point, guys, I'm in my mid-40s. It's time to fucking give up on the dream. Maybe not give up entirely, but it's a side gig now, and it's no longer the focus. That shouldn't be the case, though. And then we have a Super Groover saying, why would I pay full price for 2 hours of gameplay? You talking about, was it only Star Fox, I think you could say that about?
Yeah, we're talking about Star Fox.
It's 27 hours to 100% it, though, guys. That's on How to Beat.
Super Groove says they had said that they don't play like that.
But that okay, well, don't buy this game then. That's how this game's meant to be played. Like, this is an arcade game. It's meant to be played this way.
Yeah.
It's okay if you're not.
I mean, I think this is the challenge of selling an arcade shooter.
It is
in the modern gaming sphere. You know, it's just. I think that's why that 2-pillar system lends itself to the IP. You know,
much I pay attention.
It's that. It's beat 'em ups, run and gun games like Contra. You know, a lot of the games that we grew up with, the genres. You know, the prices they want to charge for the amount of game you get just to see the credits. If you're only playing for the credits, yeah, it's probably not a good buy for you. But if you're playing to like master the game, it's different, and that's how these games were designed.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of game, but it doesn't really exist much today outside the indie scene. And there's a reason that it doesn't get made. Look, it didn't sell 1 million in its first quarter. There's a reason these games don't. The era of their appeal is long gone. So all that's left is like our old heads that still enjoy a little bit of arcadeness, kind of like the fact that you can sit down for an hour and a half, be done with a run. Not a big deal. Feel great about it. Don't feel like you wasted your time. You had fun start to finish. But it's not for everyone, now, especially not in the modern age. It's definitely not designed like modern games. And that kind of sucks. But like, obviously, all of us wanted to do well. And you know what? It is possible that it's a little evergreen and it just kind of does a little bit of sales every quarter. And it just stays fine. You'll know that if Nintendo doesn't drop the price for a few years, it means it's probably consistently selling a little bit every quarter. We'll see. What I can guarantee is you'll probably find a physical copy on a shelf in 3 years.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones, you probably won't.
And I just want to say too that even it may be a tough sell in the modern age, but I highly recommend the game to anyone who's even curious. I think it's well worth the money.
Very good game.
And it's got the multiplayer's actually fun. And like the multiplayer is actually pretty.
That's
damn
the one
good.
thing I need to do more of. I need to play more of the multiplayer. Yeah. It is really fun. By the way, shout out to GameBird. The only reason guys I'm playing it is because of GameBird. Got it for my birthday, so thanks, man. A lot of fun. It's a Star Fox, man. I mean, I knew what I was getting into. I fucking played the shit out of this as a kid. Knew exactly what I get into. I wanted to look prettier. All I wanted, and it looked prettier. And then they added all these challenges that didn't exist. That was fun. And the multiplayer again, I only played 2 rounds, but they were fun. It was fun. I was like, dude, where was this when I was younger? Like we had a multiplayer mode, but it wasn't this fun. This is like I'm just like, God, I kind of want to go back to when we're all in person now. Fuck. So that mode makes me want to do it. I'm like, fuck. I know it's only really possible because of the internet and the extra power these days, but fuck. This is really fun. Anyways. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it. Let's go around the room and let people know what we got going on and where they can find us outside of, guys, in person at PAX West if you're there. Let's go to Eric.
Yeah, you can find me here, Clips channel, and our audio podcast.
There it is. Let's go to GameBird.
What's up? You guys know where to find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. obviously we got the Wednesday night podcast. We got Tuesday night's GameBird Live. I have a video that I'm kind of working on right now. Should be dropping soon. Hopefully by I don't want to say what it is yet because it's a collab one, and I don't have a confirmation, but hopefully within the next 14 days, I'll say that.
I can't confirm. I'm not it.
4 packs.
You guys are looking forward to a little Prime action.
No, you can't confirm that yet.
Oh, I can.
You can't.
I can.
No, you can't. It's my fucking video, dude.
But for me to be in it, I have to do something, so I can't confirm.
I know, but invites just started rolling out this evening during the podcast.
He's saying that because I haven't got an invite, and I didn't get invited to his last couple of collabs either. So I'm just like, I'm not invited. I gave him shit last time, so I knew he was going to try to invite me. And then when I say no, he'll never invite me again. If I say no, then I'm right. I'm right. I'm not going to. It's just to be right. That's how stubborn I am. That's how stubborn I used to be. But this time I'm like, no. If he really wants me to do something and it's fun, I'll fucking do it. If it sucks, then and I swear, if it's about games I played this year, I'm just gonna tell you, fuck you, fucker. Star Fox and Resident Evil. That's what you got for games this year because I got them for free. God damn it.
Because that sounds like a video I'd make. Hey guys, what games did you play this year?
Yeah, what's your favorite game you played?
Today I asked a bunch of YouTubers to tell me what games they played.
Yeah, what's their favor'd game from this year? It's gonna be a video.
Okay, favorite game, that's different.
Not that time, not the right time of year yet, though, for that. That'd be like
dude, I'd only need to invite one person for that video. It'd be ThunderStash, and it would be a 2-hour video if I'm lucky.
Yeah, it'd be like, Stash, don't explain any of the games. Just how long will it take you to list them? You just start reading. It's like 2 hours later. Okay, you guys get all that? That's all the best games to come out so far this year. By the way, how many more reviews you got coming up? Dude, I don't even fucking know. 70 for the rest of the year. Oh, well, all right. 70 more great games coming your way the rest of the year, guys. Hope you all have wallets for all this. Remember how gaming is expensive? Well,
yeah.
There's too many great games and not enough time. We all know this. We all know the way it's been in this industry for a while. There's too many games. It is what it is. But something for everyone. That's the beauty of it at all price ranges. So let's go to speaking of Stash, man. Stash.
All right. Since last week, I posted my review for Splatoon Raiders, royalty free for all, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and Agent 64 Spies Never Die, which I've been feeling a lot of people don't know about this game.
I don't know about Spies Never Die, but I do know about Agent 64.
It's the same game. That's the full title.
It's the same game. Okay.
Yep.
So I thought.
Just came out today. So GoldenEye 007, Perfect Dark. If you're a fan, just check it out. I'll leave it there if you're a fan of Time Splitters.
Oh yeah, it does look like
and that's why I watched the trailer, because someone told me it was like Time Splitters. I'm like, ooh, okay.
Yeah. So I was really excited to review that one because it was one of those games that, again, I figured it'd be a nice surprise because a lot of people probably don't know about it. It's one of those
I've
games
never
that's
heard of this one.
under the radar. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. And I have spoke to them about the game coming to consoles. So publicly it's classified. That's literally what they've said. It's classified. But
they want to do it. That's pretty much what I mean. They say that because they want to do it, but they haven't fully committed. That's just the way it goes, guys. There's licensing agreements. There's budgetary concerns as well, of course. And anyways, we'll see. I hope it comes. I haven't seen your review yet, but the trailer looks so sick.
I'm under the impression that it's definitely coming to consoles.
Yeah, I hope so.
It's just not a matter of if but when, which is why I wanted to review it, because I'm under the impression that it is coming to Switch.
We'll watch his video, guys. I'm sure it's really good because Stash only plays games that he likes, and it's probably really good. You guys not hear all the classics he just threw out there from the N64? I mean, come on. It sounds like a game that knows what it's inspired by and doesn't shy away from it, which also means it's probably awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so some of the other stuff coming up tomorrow morning, Dusk Fade, 6 a.m. embargo. I've actually just been putting the finishing touches kind of on it right now before I export and get that uploaded. Lots of games, man. Lots of working on. There's so many coming out. I'm going to be working on Orbitals, I think, this weekend. As long as Michaela can play it.
Yeah, as I said, I'm sure you're going to get that because that embargo is probably
I cannot wait to play that one.
I have it right now.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's probably up on the 2nd or something. It's usually.
It is the 2nd. It's actually the 2nd at 2 a.m. Pacific time.
Well, okay. Whatever international company, maybe. Yeah.
Well,
what happens.
Yeah, that's why, because they put out a tweet a while ago about the launch time, and it was, a world map with all the different time zones. So that's why the embargo is the way it is. So yeah, 2 a.m. on that one. So that will be scheduled.
Yeah.
Done, ready to roll before I leave.
I'm going to be sleeping when that one falls. Maybe I'll watch it on the way to the airport. We'll see.
Yeah, like I'll tell you guys like some of the bigger ones to look forward to this month. I think that might be the best way to kind of tackle everything is, like Elden Ring on Switch 2. I'll definitely have that review out on embargo. The Blood of Dawnwalker, that'll be out on embargo. Moonlighter 2, which you might be looking forward to. There's a demo out on the Switch 2 eShop now. And there's a lot of titles that I won't say because I want to surprise you guys. I think I'll be reviewing Wolong Fallen Dynasty Complete Edition as well. Switch 2. And Onimusha, of course. Yeah. That comes out on the 4th. Yeah, I should have that in a week or two to start on that review. So I'm going to have a lot of stuff to do before we leave for PAX West. And then
if you need me to take that Onimusha review off your hands, my friend, I'm here for you. I know you got a lot going on. I just want to put that out there.
No, I know. And hey, you know what? If they ask if I want any extra codes for anyone, I would ask.
I would not turn on a code of Onimusha. I would actually really enjoy that because game by breeze, I'm looking for more to play.
Yeah.
And I feel I want to be clear, guys. I got more than just the 2 games. Some companies have reached out and handed me stuff, and I told them, hey, I'm not going to play. I'm not going to run reviews, but can I still play? And they're like, yeah, I don't care. Don't talk about it until it's time. I'm like, that's easy.
One of my
some of those and Ubisoft, shout out to having like the easiest program ever. I don't even have to try. I just get all your games.
They're great. They're so easy to work with. Capcom is too. Bandai.
Capcom. See, I got to get in with Capcom and Bandai.
One of my favorite games that I played this year was a game I reviewed. It was the last game I reviewed on the channel. Stash, I know you played it too and reviewed it. The Drifter Switch 2 edition.
Yeah.
Legit is one of my favorite games that I played this year. Point and click adventure, but it took point and click to the next level. It really leveled up the genre, in my opinion. So highly recommend that to people.
There's a lot more point and click games coming to Switch 2 that I know about that aren't announced yet too, that I'm excited about, that are going to take advantage of obviously the mouse Joy-Con. So yeah,
I'm excited to hear about that.
A lot of good stuff coming, but dude, there's so much on the calendar that pretty gross to look at. And then there's other things like the Call of Duty, the Call of Duty beta, the what do you call it? Dust Bloods.
Yep, I got those on my slate to do.
I got some travel next week that I can't talk about.
Mum's the word.
Yeah, but
he's a busy man, guys. He's a busy man.
It should be fun. There's so much going on.
All right, guys. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. What's up, guys? This week I've been attempting to get back to full time. So you guys have seen quite a few videos. Actually, I already got 4 videos out this week, which is insane. I did 3 yesterday, but the Zelda news was popping off, and I just was having fun. I wish I could do that every day, but I don't always get the kind of news to pull off that kind of content every day. But it was fun. I got 3 videos out. We still covered all the rest of the news besides Zelda, because of course I'm not going to leave you guys hanging with the rest of the news. I just gonna get an extra video. So today I got a video out as well, trying to keep it going. Got my streak alive 2 days in a row. Got to keep it going. The streams have been popping off as well. Thank you guys so much for who've been tuning into the Q&As. Who've been tuning into this show. We had some nice peak viewership today. Hope you guys really enjoyed the conversation. We'll be back same time next week. We do have one episode in the future moving, guys. Just going to tell you guys right now that the episode that's usually on September 2nd, it's getting moved to the 1st. So it's going to move to the Tuesday due to travel and stuff going on with the PAX. We're still going to do it. Kiwi Talks is already confirmed for that day. I'm working with the other guests to get them confirmed for that day as well. But that's it. So Kiwi Talks, so that's going to be a nice, fun one to do right before we head on out of here. Because literally after that, we're all traveling at some various point over the next couple of days. So it's going to be kind of chaos. But then we get to PAX, and then it's all good. It's all fun. Plus, all of us planned our travel better this time around to not be quite as on the ropes. Like GameBird was pretty on the ropes last year. Going to be way better off this year with the time he's arriving and everything. So it's gonna be good, guys. I hope you're looking forward to all the content we're gonna have coming out of that show as well. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be fun. You got two guys over here that like to do previews and stuff like that. You know, I'm gonna do previews of stuff specifically for Switch 2. Eric's gonna help out with all that stuff, although his camera's not working. Guys, that's the camera, by the way. Remember my old camera? Why I said I needed a new camera? Are you seeing why I needed the new camera? You see what's going on? This would actually happen while recording videos. It sucked. We have a solution, but it doesn't work all the time when it is working. So it's whatever. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Nintendo Prime, by the way. You can catch our show anywhere the podcasts are heard. I appreciate if you would leave reviews of the show, by the way, on platforms that allow the reviews. I wish YouTube would allow reviews. I'd love to get YouTube review feedback. That's where most of our audience is. But yeah, go ahead and leave reviews on all those platforms. Even if you think the show sucks, let us know. We want to know. If we're not jiving with you, I'm not saying we're going to make any major changes, but hey, you have suggestions that would make things a little better or certain guests you want to see, you're always free to let us know. Can't guarantee anything. I know a lot of people want to be on the show. Let's just say we have a long list of people that like to be on the show, and the list keeps growing. And I got a feeling after PAX, it's going to grow some more. So stay tuned for some of that. And yeah, we'll catch you guys in the next episode next week.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.